Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались з кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там вбивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Байрактар.
Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1120 of the War News stream. And we have breaking news tonight. And as the stream went live, Israel is currently being attacked by the Houthis with ballistic missiles heading toward, it looks like, Jerusalem or Tel Aviv. And that's currently in progress as we speak. Also, we're seeing massive Ukrainian attacks on Belgrade, Russia. Also, Poland has begun mining the Russia-Belarus border. And also, France is now distributing survival manuals to the citizens amidst a possible war. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we've been covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we've been able to hear at this very moment as we went live that Yemeni missile batteries have fired off a missile barrage, most likely cruise missiles, towards the nation of Israel, somewhere within the central region of the country, anywhere in between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. We also have news that we'll be covering as that is ongoing right now, that it appears that the Russian Federation has been obliterated overnight as Ukrainian armed forces have been able to hit and destroy, once again, more Russian oil refineries over the course of the night. And we have also been able to see that at the exact same time, the Republic of Poland has made an official announcement today that they will now be mining the border in between Belarus and Russia, in between them and Poland, as it appears that the Polish Republic is being prepared or getting prepared for a state of war with the Russian Federation or the Collective Security Treaty Organization called the CSTO. We have also been able to get additional information as well that the French are now handing out survival pamphlets to the public in preparation for a major conflict that may happen near or on French soil. We've also been hearing additional details as well that the United States has openly and directly threatened war with the Islamic Republic of Iran if they do not come into diplomatic talks about the development of nuclear weapons and nuclear technologies. We have also been able to see that the Republic of China, also called Taiwan, has been preparing for a communist Chinese invasion, as they have stated that at any moment they could be invaded, and the Republic of China's armed forces are on high alert, ready to defend the island nation. At the exact same time, we have also been able to hear of some interesting developments inside the United States. States, as we're once again hearing that the President of the United States apparently conducted a phone call with the President of Ukraine today and asked or largely insisted that the United States takes control of all Ukrainian power plants across the country as a form of security assurance. It appears that Zelensky did not accept that, but we'll be waiting for more information on that. We have also been able to hear that practically the entirety of the Serbian government has resigned over the protests in Belgrade, and we have now heard that there are massive unrest, or a large amount of massive unrest inside the capital of Turkey, Istanbul, after the mayor of Istanbul was arrested by Erdogan's government in Ankara. We have a load of news to be covering tonight, a very significant amount, but trying to get you all quickly on into the actual news that we have right now that is happening live. We are hearing that apparently at this very moment there are Iranian-backed Houthi missiles flying across Saudi Arabia and into the state of Israel. We were able to get footage just minutes ago showing that an Iranian-backed Houthi group launched a ballistic missile towards Israel, and red alert sirens were sounded throughout the city, and we were able to see some air defense activity over the skies of Tel Aviv in this clip right here. We can see what appears to be a surface-to-air missile battery firing at the incoming Houthi missile.
Can't remember if this is the first time or maybe not the first time that the Houthis have launched an attack directly on a populated area in Israel since the new president took office, but I believe, according to my recollection, I think this might be the first attack on a populated city since then.
It does appear that this may be one of the first. Once again, Matthew and me are not entirely sure, as we have been trying to look or largely surveil as much as we can information about any prior attacks conducted by the Houthis, because for the large part, most of the time, the Houthi attacks against Israel have been largely a background attack that usually were coordinated with Hezbollah and Hamas rocket attacks at the same time. And while the missiles being fired from the Houthis are much larger in caliber and destructive ability, they paled in comparison to the dozens, if not hundreds of rockets that were being fired from southern Hezbollah-controlled Lebanon and also from the Gaza Strip when those attacks were occurring. So it's incredibly hard to be able to sift through the information and see exactly when was the last time that the Houthis fired a missile at the state of Israel, but this is not the first time this year. We can be fairly certain of that. It's just that we do not know when the last attack by Houthi missile batteries against Israel was over the course of this year, although it did happen. Nevertheless, we are understanding that Israeli air defense is working as hard as they can to be able to try and shoot down the incoming missiles. We do not have any actual data or details at this exact moment about how many of these missiles have been fired and how many of them have been shot down, but we were able to see that air raid alerts were sounded all the way from Israel to Tel Aviv within the area of central Israel, meaning that these missiles are being directly targeted at major population centers and are not being targeted at larger military bases within the south area of Israel, for example, the Negev Nuclear Research Center, or for a better example, the Nevatim Air Base, which has also been a major target that Houthi forces have attempted to attack in the past. We've also seen that Houthi forces have attempted an attack at the small Israeli port of Eilat, which, while a port, it's not an incredibly large or significant port, even for the Israelis, but we have seen that the Houthis have attempted attacks in the past against this port, with none of them being successful, and all missiles being successfully intercepted before they made impact. Nevertheless, it does appear that right now there is an ongoing attack. This is coming at the exact same time as U.S. armed forces are continuing their air raids against western Yemen, which is still currently Houthi controlled at this point, and we've also been seeing additional details that the U.S. Navy actively pursued and shot down a Houthi drone over the Red Sea using a laser-guided rocket today. We can actually see the Houthi drone right there getting hit by the laser-guided rocket and then rapidly spiraling to the sea. We can also see a second one being taken down as well over the Red Sea.
I bet the Houthis have never seen nothing quite like that. That's a little bit above their budget, I think.
Man, the Houthis fire a bottle rocket. The U.S. uses a laser-based weapon system with a bomb tracking the laser to shoot down their drone. A very big difference in technological abilities, and I think they're kind of starting to catch on to that a little bit, although it doesn't matter because they're still illiterate and they can't read for the large part. But beyond that, it does appear that they will not be able to at least affect the U.S. Navy's operations within the area at this moment, as it appears the U.S. Navy Navy still has a large handle on the situation. However, moving on from that and making sure to move on into the major news that we actually have tonight outside the Middle East, because this has been a fairly small news segment for today. While U.S. military operations have continued, we haven't really gotten a lot of new updates or information about what exactly the U.S. Armed Forces are targeting within the region. That's the only thing that we got from today, was that they were shooting down Houthi drones with laser-guided munitions. But moving on into Europe, we've actually gotten a major amount of news out of this region today, which is once again showing us that it appears that most of Europe is on some form of a path to war. And it does appear quite obvious at this point that the Russian Federation doesn't really have any attempts or aims at creating a longer lasting peace inside of Ukraine, or even attempting to really get to a peace at all. This is coming as the Ukrainians have launched another massive drone attack into the Russian Federation, targeting the southern lands of the Russian regions, called the Russian Don, where we've been able to see that in the Krasnodar Oblast, another major refinery has been successfully hit by Ukrainian drones, and the refinery has been burning significantly.
Як люди суетяться, пожарки приїжджають. Ну, люди в шокі, глаза аж вилазять у них. Ну, а мені це по приколу.
King
Дивіться,
Yapper in
як
this video
вони
right here.
бігають.
I don't know how it is, man, but Russians can talk through the whole video. They love to hear themselves talk, something that we've heard a lot on this channel in our commentary. But one thing that is interesting, though, about the Russians, man, is that they'll actually be watching the building burn, and the guy will be sitting there, and he'll be like this, "Man, this is absolutely crazy. I went to the liquor store like 3 hours ago, and I got myself a vodka, and they set it on fire before I drink it. I went, wow, that fire burns really nicely. And then I came out here, and I saw that the refinery was hit, and I was like, wow, that looks a lot like the vodka burning on top of my fire. And it really does look like that, because it's burning quite ferociously." And they keep that going the whole clip. Like, honestly, man, they ramble like some folks, vagrants in the inner cities do sometimes. But we were also able to see the refinery on fire from another angle here.
You know, with all these strikes, it seems like they might have gotten the blessing of the United States to do this because, you know, of course, the U.S. is telling Ukraine how to conduct their war at this point. So it seems like they might have gotten it.
Maybe so. I think that they may have been allowed to fire back, or may have been given the blessing to fire back.
Прикинь, на пожарке сейчас уйдет. Я охуею.
Oh, we hear another drone coming in.
Пошел, ебать.
I think it sounds like a race car.
F1.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Сейчас уйдет.
Юра слышит, как они летят.
And there was the impact. We'll hear the boom in a second.
Блядь, какие же они громкие. Ой-ой-ой.
Now it sounds like a mosquito.
Oh, it flew. What a shocker.
This in, folks, Ukrainian drones fly. And that's the end of that clip, but still, once again showing us that the Ukrainian drone attacks are having a great deal of success still attacking Russian oil refineries throughout the country. We have also been able to hear some additional details that that the fuel depot within the area was also hit, which we can see right here. And also hear that high-pitched whining. And we also hear someone...
Panic on the radio. Did you hear that? That guy was going crazy.
Dude, it was the guy from Lego City on the commercials who yells, "Hey!" It was that guy, man. He said, "Hey! Our refinery is on fire!" You know, he's like... Dude, he doesn't sound that calm. But that's the end of that clip right there. And once again showing us that the Ukrainian attacks in the Russian Federation were successful as of tonight, when this drone attack occurred. We also were able to see that Ukrainian drone attacks, long-range, precise drone attacks, have been wildly successful inside of the Crimean Peninsula as well, much to our shock, as while Ukrainian long-range drones have been able to conduct precise strikes in the past, conducting precise strikes on the target inside of Crimea is quite a large feat. To get to Crimea in the first place, it takes a drone about a 70-mile transit just to make it into the very northern areas of Crimea. Crazily enough, the Ukrainians have unveiled a video today showing that they have been hitting key targets across the entirety of the Crimean Peninsula with precision drones, which is a very shocking feat. Once again, I want to put this out there. We have seen that the Russian Federation has been precisely attacked on the refineries, even 850 miles inside of the Russian Federation, but to see the kind of precise strikes, the kind of quality of these strikes that we're about to see in this clip is still shocking, even for this kind of distance that we're seeing inside of Crimea. Usually we see that FPV drone style drones usually are only effective out to about a 15 to 30 mile range at their farthest. Seeing them fly about 75 miles and even deeper and still conduct a successful attack is pretty shocking as far as our video and picture evidence has ever been able to see, but we were able to see that right here as the Ukrainian, I believe it was the Ukrainian SBU, put out a video showing them targeting and destroying Russian vehicles well behind the front inside of Crimea. We can see one of these attacks right here, about 100 or so miles away from the actual active front line. And we can see the drone just literally taking a pleasure stroll through the entirety of the region. It also appears that the Russians tried to blow up the drone, so it appears that they finally detected it. But that was of no avail as the drone passes the Pantsir and then goes straight for the major radar system that the Russians were using to keep the eyes and ears of the Russians' air defense systems open and available within the northern area of Crimea. It appears that system was now knocked out. We now see this drone flying over a busy street, as it appears that they're about to be making the Russians real busy by hitting another one of their high-end radars. This is crazy. They went on an anti-radar hunt throughout all of Crimea, and it appears that most of the hunt was wildly successful. Most of the radar systems that we're seeing in this clip were knocked out or had enough serious damage that they were going to be immobilized for weeks on end as they had repairs affected on them, or even months in some cases. But it is showing us that the Ukrainian armed forces are continuing to knock out Russia's air defense abilities over Crimea for purposes that we really do not know at this point. And that's the bit of a mystery here. The Ukrainians are showing us right now that they've been knocking out a great deal of Russian radars that have been operating over the Crimean Peninsula. The thing is that the amount of Ukrainian attacks on Crimea has significantly decreased with time, as a large amount of the Russian strategic assets and resources have been moved elsewhere. The Black Sea Fleet has moved from Sevastopol to Novorossiysk, and a lot of the Russian aircraft or Russian Air Force that was based out of Crimea has now moved to the Russian mainland itself or further north towards the Kursk Oblast. The fact that the Ukrainians are still knocking out radar systems at this kind of speed and severity is showing us that they are possibly trying to open a window for a future attack on other critical infrastructure in Crimea that hasn't been considered yet. Possibly major logistics nodes and hubs, such as supply yards like a FOB, for example, or maybe even rail yards as well, although that's a highly unlikely target. It does appear, however, that they may have some sort of a larger plan or an ambition for drone air campaigns within Crimea with the amount of targets that they're hitting within the region that are radar-based solely. Maybe even possibly trying to open up an attack corridor to the Kerch Bridge where the drones could fly from somewhere in southern Ukraine through the Kherson Oblast, through Crimea, and then directly to the bridge, which may be one of the most undefended positions of the Kerch Bridge at this point, because we do know that there is a lot of defenses, air defense and ground defense, that is facing north and south into the Kerch Strait, but not really a lot facing east and west, meaning that if you're able to make it into an attack corridor from the west or the east, you may have a greater likeliness of success, or likelihood of success, in hitting the Kerch Bridge and actually causing significant damage. But still, a fairly interesting maneuver by the Ukrainians, and we're going to be watching that one with great interest. Nevertheless, the Russian Federation diplomatically has still made it fairly clear that their demands are obvious, as we've been able to hear that Vladimir Putin wants the President of the United States to formally recognize Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kherson, and the Zaporizhia Oblast as part of Russia. In return, Putin stated that he would not lay claim to the Ukrainian port city of Odessa and other Ukrainian territory. Which is a little bit of a stupid claim when you think about it, because he doesn't actually control any ground in Odessa or any other Ukrainian territory. So his threat is, recognize the land I have now, plus additional amounts of land in all four of the oblasts of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia, and I won't try and claim further land and continue the war on. That almost sounds like Hitler, honestly. Like, that's pretty much what he said, right, Matthew? He said, if y'all give me the Sudetenland, I won't annex the rest of Czechoslovakia. And then they gave him the Sudetenland, and then he did it anyways. So I don't really know what the negotiating tactic of this is right here, but it isn't looking like a good one at all, in my opinion.
It's just throwing a bone, in my opinion. Putin is trying to throw a bone out there to give the U.S. president something to work with, because right now, all they want is a dialogue. That's all they want. The dialogue is truly meaningless, because Russia's not going to give in to anything that actually is fair or a good compromise for Ukraine. All they're doing is simply keeping the strings going along, keeping the carrot out there on the fishing rod to keep everybody chasing along. It's just a waiting game. It's just burning time, and it's really pointless.
I would 100% agree. It appears to be a completely pointless waste of time. And I would have to say that if the United States ever accepted some sort of a diplomatic concession like that, that would be absolutely asinine and honestly counterproductive. But it does appear that while the Russian Federation is continuing to make their absolutely absurd claims at this point, a large amount of Europe is still preparing in their own way for what may be coming down the pipe. Many of y'all know that throughout Europe, it's a common idea or a common thought amongst most governments that the Russian Federation's ambitions are not going to be stopping in Ukraine, and they're going to continue to expand eastwards through the Baltic states and Poland as Putin tries to realize some form of a second Russian empire. Possibly so. The Polish Republic, of course, would be directly in the middle of that path, and the crosshairs would be pretty much directed by the Russians right on to Poland at some point in the future, meaning that Polish defense is something that is a lot more important for them than it is for really any other country, as the Germans, the French, and the British, which are major military powers and economic powers within the region, wouldn't really have to worry about the Russians taking over their territory, at least according to Putin's supposed claims in the past. It really would only be the Polish, the Baltics, and Ukraine. Nevertheless, however, we have seen that the Polish Republic is making the most concerted efforts that they can to try and protect themselves from the advent of this outbreak of war. And they have done something that, to be entirely honest with y'all, it appears also, Jack Jelly, you are correct, westwards, not eastwards, but it appears that the Polish Republic is doing something that actually is almost on a, well, it really is in a warpath footing or a warlike mindset. They are beginning to lay minefields across all of their borders with Belarus and Russia at this point, as we have been able to hear that Poland plans to place anti-personnel mines on the borders with Russia and Belarus as of a government announcement today. This is a fairly significant amount of border, as they share a very long border with Kaliningrad. To give you all a rough estimate, it is approximately a 120-mile long border, and they also share an even longer one with Belarus, somewhere around 175 to 200 miles in length, meaning that the Polish are going to be mining about 275 or approximately 300 miles worth of border with anti-personnel and anti-tank mines as a defensive measure. And this is once again showing us that as far as the Republic of Poland is concerned, they are already considering that war is imminent, and they're creating defenses to be able to protect their borders, or at least buy them time, or at least force a situation to where the Russians are able to conduct some sort of a lightning offensive. They have to force a lot of their offensive force through specific channels that they've cleared through the minefields, which will pretty much ensure that the Polish are able to bottleneck them and pretty much keep them in place until the Polish forces are able to get into that area and then start to suppress them and push them back, or isolate them and destroy them in detail. However,
that's really wild when you think about it, because Poland was just having a border crossing issue with migrants from Belarus, I believe. Isn't that correct?
They were, and they were also having an issue with Wagner troops hopping the border along with the migrants from Belarus and then escaping into Poland as a whole.
Yeah, that's a bit crazy, because like if those migrants keep trying to cross that border and now they're putting up mines, they could just run up on a mine if they try to cross the border. So that's definitely a bold move right there. But that goes to show you how seriously Poland's taking all of this. For them to start putting anti-tank mines on the border like that with Belarus and Kaliningrad, that's a pretty big step right there. That's almost as serious as mobilizing and training the young men inside of Poland.
It is a wildly big step. As a matter of fact, with the mobilization of Polish able-bodied men, as well as the mining of the borders at this point between Belarus and Kaliningrad, it's becoming quite obvious at this point that the Republic of Poland is considering that war is imminent, more so than really any other country. And so far, they're making the preparations for this inevitable conflict, while some other countries are still trying to largely work towards making these preparations. The Polish are about 3 steps ahead at this point. And if we were to get any idea if there was going to be a war happening inside of Eastern Europe at some point, this is probably one of our best indicators as the actions and preparations that the Polish Republic is making. It's becoming incredibly obvious at this point, just based off of their actions alone, that the Polish Republic has intelligence and information that is leading them to believe that war is inevitable. Governments going through the efforts of preparing for these sorts of events is something that's usually monumental and something that a government institution would never dare undertake unless if they thought it was an absolute certainty or it was a necessity for the survival of the state. For this reason, it's fairly obvious at this point that the Polish Republic isn't doing all of this as a smoke and mirror show just to try and make people believe that there is an incoming conflict. they are doing this for their own personal defense reasons, and they are at this point under the assumption and the belief that a war with the Russian Federation and Belarus is going to be imminent in their future, and they need to do everything while they can now to be prepared for what is going to be coming down the pipe. But beyond that, we've also been able to hear of a very interesting development that happened today that we've had a poll up for a minute on, and I'm actually going to give you all a little bit of information on this before we get into the poll, so that way we know a little bit about what's going on here before we actually start to talk about it. As many of you all know, a phone call yesterday was had and concluded in between the President of the United States and the President of the Russian Federation. That call really achieved nothing. Of course, we covered that yesterday, but as of today, there's been an additional addendum phone call that the President of the United States has made after the phone call with the President of Russia with the President of Ukraine. So now the President of the United States has had another phone call with the President of Ukraine. We've been able to get a general transcript from the U.S. government as a summary of the phone call, and this is from the Secretary of the State and the National Security Advisor, Tim Waltz. Today, the President of the United States and Ukraine's President, Volodymyr Zelensky, had a fantastic phone conversation. I don't know why fantastic had to be thrown in. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Anyways, President Zelensky thanked the President of the United States for a productive start for the work of the Ukrainian and American teams in Jeddah on March 11th. The meeting of the senior officials from both nations significantly helped in moving toward ending the war. President Zelensky thanked the President of the United States for the support of the United States, especially the Javelin missiles that the President was the first to provide, and his efforts towards peace. The leaders agreed Ukraine and America will continue to work together to bring about a real end to the war, and that lasting peace under the current President's leadership can be achieved. The President of the United States fully briefed President Zelensky on his conversation with the Russian President Vladimir Putin and the key issues discussed. They reviewed the situation in Kursk and agreed to share information closely between their defense staffs as the battlefield situation evolved. President Zelensky asked for additional air defense systems to protect his civilians, particularly Patriot missile systems. The President agreed to work with him to find what was available, particularly in Europe. Which is a little bit interesting because I thought we said that American support to Ukraine wouldn't end, and now we're saying if they want Patriots, they have to try and source them from other European countries that have them, which honestly doesn't even really make a lot of sense because we could just provide them and just cut out the middleman, because if the Europeans provide their own, then they're buying more from the United States, so it's literally the same thing as us providing them directly. Nevertheless, the two leaders also agreed on a partial ceasefire against energy. Technical teams will meet in Saudi Arabia in the coming days to discuss the broadening of the ceasefire to the Black Sea on the way to a full ceasefire. They agreed this could be the first step towards the full end of the war and ensuring security. The President of Ukraine was grateful to the President's leadership in this effort and reiterated his willingness to support a full ceasefire. The President of the United States also discussed Ukraine's electrical supply and nuclear power plants. He said that the United States could be very helpful in running those plants with its electricity and utility expertise, which the Ukrainians are also world-renowned for. American ownership of those plants would be the best protection for that infrastructure and support Ukrainian energy infrastructure. The President of Ukraine thanked the U.S. President for continuing to push humanitarian concerns, including the exchange of POWs. He noted that they just had a successful change and thanked the President for his leadership. The President of the United States also asked the President of Ukraine about the children who had gone missing from Ukraine during the war, including the ones that had been abducted. The President of the United States promised to work closely with both parties to make sure those children were returned home. They agreed all parties must continue the effort to make a ceasefire work. The President noted positive work of their advisors and representatives, especially Secretary Rubio, the Security Advisor Waltz, Special Envoy Kellogg, and others. The President instructed their teams to move ahead with the technical issues related to implementing and broadening the partial ceasefire. The Presidents ensured their advisors and representatives to carry out this work as quickly as possible. The Presidents emphasized that in further meetings, the teams can agree on all necessary aspects of advancing towards lasting peace and security in the region. But one thing that was interesting to come out of that phone call, a very interesting thing as a matter of fact, was the fact that the United States wanted to take full control and ownership of all Ukraine's power plants, whether they were nuclear or not. That was a suggestion by the President of the United States today to the state of Ukraine. And this is an interesting one. I'll be entirely honest with y'all, this is one that the Ukrainians should outright refuse. And here is why. power plants are one of the most important strategic assets that a country has access to within their own borders. Electricity is a wildly important thing for a government of a country to have direct control over. That is why you will usually see that in really almost every country in the world, energy producing companies are largely somewhat state controlled or operated, or are nearly completely state controlled and operated, because it is a vital asset and a national security risk for that energy infrastructure to be controlled by a private company or by a foreign nation. The United States giving the idea to the state of Ukraine that the United States could take control of all of Ukraine's power plants is one that is openly not within Ukraine's security interests. The United States has nothing to gain or benefit from controlling Ukraine's nuclear power plants at all. There's hardly any money in actually running power plants. Hardly at all. Like usually you're almost breaking even, and that's usually how they're designed to function, is that they're nearly breaking even. And not only that, that completely removes Ukraine from being able to control their own energy infrastructure in any kind of a situation. For example, if a war in Ukraine starts again, instead of the power infrastructure being under the control of the Ukrainian state, is now under the control of the United States of America. And truly, no power infrastructure system in the world ever operates in that way, where some other country completely controls the power infrastructure of another through and through. It appears that this is something that is a very wild claim. We've had our own theories and ideas while we've been chit-chatting today about what this could be, but beyond that, a lot of people have been wondering, will the Ukrainians accept this offer, or will they reject it? And it appears that a decent amount of people are believing that they should reject the offer because it may not make any sense. Some others are saying that they should accept the offer, as it pretty much is a security guarantee in its own right, and some others are saying that it really depends on the exact terms, and then that would give them the answer as to whether the Ukrainians should accept it or not. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so about 47% of the audience said Ukraine should reject the offer, while 20% said Ukraine should accept the offer, and 27% said it really depends on the exact terms of the agreement that the United States gives to Ukraine. And this one was a bit shocking today, and Zelensky was apparently shocked by this himself when he was on the phone call, according to the reports we've heard. The U.S. wants to take ownership of Ukraine's power plants in order to protect them from Russia. And the idea being that if the U.S. is controlling those plants, then allegedly Russia will be very hesitant to attack them in the future. But the problem is this, though. Ukraine just can't give over all their power plants to a foreign country. Any country to do that would be quite literally insane, in my opinion, because like the enforcer said, that is a major part of their critical infrastructure, and to give that over to a foreign country, that's a bit wild. And even if Zelensky fully trusted the United States, even under that scenario, it would still be wild. So I think Ukraine's going to reject the offer. I'm with the 48%. It really doesn't matter what the exact terms are. They just can't do that for national security reasons within Ukraine. That would not be a wise thing to do. And also, just because the U.S. controls those plants does not guarantee that Russia's not going to attack them, or at least resort to sabotage on the plants in a more covert way. So just a very wild proposal in the first place to even make that offer, but I think they're definitely going to reject it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, this just doesn't make any sense at all. And I actually saw someone in the chat say something really quickly. I had to go and check. They said that the French control and operate, or own for the large part, most of Britain's energy grid, which when I heard that, I was like, that has to largely be untrue. Because if the British government didn't have central direct control over their power grid, usually, like this is quite literally the template norm, that would be considered a major national security risk, even if that country was friendly to them at the time. Who's to say that would be the case in the future? From what I can find, the control of the grid in the English and Welsh parts in the national grid are controlled by the National Grid Control Center, which is located in St. Catherine's Lodge in Sindlesham in Wokingham in Berkshire. I guess you could say they're fairly woke. But it's just like I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just kidding. But also, let's see, in Scotland, it is owned, the network in Scotland is owned by separate companies, including SP, or Scottish Power Transmission PLC, in the south, and Scottish Hydroelectric Transmission in the north. But still, these are largely nationalized or nearly government-controlled operations. Even inside the United States, while there are different power companies, these power companies are largely state-mandated monopolies to have a fairly decent amount of control exerted over them by state and federal governments. For example, the TVA, the Tennessee Valley Authority. It controls a large amount of the power grids within northern Alabama, the state of Tennessee, and also the surrounding states of Kentucky and western North Carolina, along with some parts of northern Georgia. That is a state-mandated monopoly. You will not be finding another power provider within that area beyond the Tennessee Valley Authority. There's also another large power company inside the state of Alabama that is another state-mandated monopoly, which is Alabama Power. They are the ones that provide a great deal of electricity and power to the remainder of the state of Alabama that is not under the control of the Tennessee Valley Authority. And for these companies to be controlled by, say, a country like, say, even Canada, Mexico, France, or in a worst-case scenario, the People's Republic of China, that would be considered a wild national security risk to be having. And the state of Ukraine would be considering this to be a major national security risk as well. They are going to be entrusting the operation of their entire power grid to a foreign country that isn't really invested in the well-being of the Ukrainian power grid, because by statute, these people do not vote for any representatives in the U.S. government. And for this reason, the U.S. government has no actual invested interest in providing a public utility to a group of people that are not represented in the U.S. government. They do not vote in the U.S. Elections, congressionally, or for the presidential level. And not only that, it's outside of our borders and really could be out of sight and out of mind. The entire Ukrainian power grid would have to rely at that point, if this was being run through a state-controlled company, on U.S. subsidization of these companies and their functions, their purchases of fuels, the staffing of the power plants themselves, the construction of new power plants if the grid started to come under great strain. These sorts of things are sorts of concerns that would be absolutely insane to give over to another country. I mean, I would say this argument for any country. It does not make sense for a national government of one country to hand over complete control of their power grid to a totally different country. It just is a major security concern and a major risk. So I largely would have to say that this is not a great thing, in my opinion. I would think that the Ukrainians ought to tell the United States no. If the United States doesn't like that, that's unfortunate, but that would be a death knell. I mean, honest, and also, once again, I'm not really understanding the benefit to the United States in this one. With the revised mineral deal, there was an inherent benefit in the United States for the deal, but Ukraine giving over the power plants to the United States, that honestly just gives the U.S. a burden and then puts Ukraine at a severe disadvantage. No one's really benefiting in that. It's honestly a lose-lose. We then have to upkeep and maintain all of Ukraine's power grid, and the Ukrainians lose control of their state-run power grid. So it's a lose-lose for everyone.
I think I see where the U.S. is coming from on this. This is not exactly what I'd call a really super sneaky maneuver, but I think the U.S. Views this as a master chess move. Of course, there's always a speculation that Ukraine may try to develop a nuclear weapon if they're abandoned by the West, or they feel like they have no other option than to develop that type of weaponry to fend off Russia. So I think the U.S. is thinking that if they can take control of all the power plants, including the normal ones and the nuclear power plants, that could drastically hinder Ukraine's ability to get the fuel required to actually develop nuclear weapons. So I think that might be part of it.
Maybe so. I also saw someone say the owner of the companies gets the money. Usually it's not a lot, though. Like, these are public utilities. Like, they're designed to where they make some money, but power production isn't something that is a wildly lucrative kind of an industry. Like, when you look at the United States of America, for example, none of the power producing companies come up in the Fortune 500, if I'm not mistaken. It's because there isn't really a large amount of margins to be made there, because most of the process is largely state controlled or state subsidized in a way. Like, power production is something that a government has an invested interest in creating as a public utility. It's not something that's supposed to be a massive profit-making venture. The profit-making side of things comes from providing the electricity to residences, industries, and commercial spaces to where they are able to pump out tons and tons of money or tons and tons of goods because they have constant access to modern amenities or modern manufacturing abilities that wouldn't be available if they didn't have electricity. That's really where the money comes from. It's not supposed to be a direct investment that makes money directly off of producing power. It's supposed to be making really income or increasing the tax base off of the increased amount of productivity that electricity provides. So it really isn't something that the United States would benefit greatly from, because if you look at any U.S. power company, the actual profits that they make are fairly slim, and usually a lot of their operations are subsidized in some way, shape, or form. If if that little thin margin starts to be compromised through increased fuel prices or anything else along those lines. But beyond that, I would have to say this just doesn't really make that much sense, in my opinion, at all. And I really wouldn't agree with this idea for any country, for that matter, including Ukraine. But I also see that a lot of people are speaking about the peace idea that Putin has put out today to the President of the United States. The one that we've already discussed earlier, where Putin offered to end the war if Ukraine recognizes occupied territories as Russian. And will the United States force Ukraine to accept that and also give up more land in the process of doing so? And it seems like a lot of people are saying that the U.S. will leave this to Ukraine. It actually is a fairly split kind of a poll here. Some people are saying that this will be left to Ukraine. Some others are saying that the U.S. will force Ukraine to accept. And some are saying that's a 50-50 chance right now. But Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So only about 27% of the audience said yes, the USA will force Ukraine to accept Putin's version of a peace deal, which is basically stealing a bunch of Ukraine land and giving Ukraine nothing in return for invading their country. 35% said no, the US will leave this to Ukraine, meaning the decision, and 27% said it's a 50-50 chance that the US will force Ukraine to accept the deal. And honestly, I would say this deal that Putin just proposed is so bad that I don't even think the U.S. is going to stand behind that plan that Putin just put forward. And of course, Ukraine's not going to stand behind it. They've already said that's a red line for them. They're not giving up that territory that Putin's already stolen. They're going to fight for it and get it back. Now, Crimea is another story, but the other occupied territories in Ukraine, they're definitely getting those back, according to Zelensky. So I would say that really it's going to probably be left completely to Ukraine. And Ukraine's already probably going to reject that right now as we speak. So I'm with the 35%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be entirely honest. I'm going to be with the 35% as well. The United States is probably going to leave this to the state of Ukraine because ceding territory is something that the United States can never really strong-arm Ukraine into doing. The United States could threaten to cut off support and everything else. The state of Ukraine would still probably refuse because giving up land is something that you just really can't force anyone into. Like, as far as they are concerned, if they start to give up land, they may be giving up possible defensive positions in the future, major amounts of populations that are represented in the Ukrainian government still to this day that are not currently under occupation, and they simply just can't be strong-armed into giving those people up in the hundreds of thousands, if not over a million, and just hand them over to the Russian Federation. So for those reasons, I have a feeling that the United States will probably leave this to Ukraine because there's really no way for them to force them to just hand over territory to the Russian Federation that is not currently being controlled by the Russians at this point. But with that, I hope that does address that, at least in that regard, the best I can. But we still have a decent amount of news to cover elsewhere in the world. And there's actually been a decent amount, speaking on an international level. We have been able to see that U.S. supply flights have continued into Rezhal. We actually did have a bulletin for that earlier. It appears that it's been deleted, but it appears that there were a large amount of supply flights heading into Rezhal from U.S.-based, I guess you could say, independent cargo airlines that are flying into Rezhal and dropping off military supplies. Meanwhile, the domestic situation in Serbia appears to have come to a head. Many people will know that there has been a large anti-Russian protest inside of Belgrade in Serbia. Serbia has historically been allied to the Russian Federation or incredibly friendly to the Russian Federation. As of about a day or two ago, there was an LRAD system that was used on one of these protests and was met with international condemnation. A lot of people said that it was a very inhumane thing to do, especially to a peaceful protest that was taking a moment of silence at the time that the LRAD beam hit the crowd. We have now been able to hear that as of today, practically the entirety of Serbia's government and the Prime Minister, Milos, have resigned after the mass protests. The President, Alexander Vučić, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, says that he will call fresh elections in early June unless a new government is formed within 30 days of this time. Meaning that if there's not a new government formed within 30 days, which is it's a parliamentary process for the large part, this is a parliamentary government, so it's a little bit more complicated than the U.S. form. But beyond that, if they are not able to form a government within the next 30 days, they will be calling a snap election to be held in early June, where the entirety of the Parliament of Serbia could be completely replaced in this election. So we'll have to see how this goes, but it does appear that it seems that there's so much civil unrest inside of Serbia due to the political situation that they're actually going to be seeing that a new government could be formed out of the wake of it. although we are seeing that the actual president of Serbia is going nowhere for now. It does appear that there may be some major changes within the Serbian parliament as a result of these actions. However, moving on from that and on down into Turkey, the civil unrest inside of these countries within the Balkans, or largely within the Near East, still continues on. There has been a major development over today and yesterday as Erdogan has ordered the arrest of the mayor of Istanbul. Istanbul is an incredibly large city made up of multiple dozens of other smaller cities, but they've all merged together to come into being the Istanbul metropolitan area, one of the largest metropolises on the face of the planet. I believe there's about 18 million people that live within the Istanbul metropolitan area. But nevertheless, the mayor of Istanbul himself is a fairly prominent figure inside of Turkey. To explain a little bit about it, because Istanbul is just kind of a big city. Some people are like, oh, a big hubbub, what about it? There is a great deal of pertinence that goes into the city of Istanbul, because crazily enough, it actually is the reason why Erdogan even exists. So to explain a little bit, I'm going to take you all back to the 50s. This is a good bit after Ataturk, who is the founder of modern-day Turkey, died. There was a massive move by rural peoples of Anatolia, which is the peninsula that Turkey is on, to move into the major cities and to pretty much try and find opportunities at jobs there. In short, Turkey was industrializing, is the best way to put it. And so a lot of people from the countryside were beginning to move into the major cities, and Turkey was going through the urbanization that a lot of industrial societies saw during the mid part of the 19th century. While this was going on, a lot of the more traditionally minded rural folk who were moving into these cities particularly started to move into Istanbul, and that's when the population really started to explode into what we see today. With these people came a lot of folks looking for opportunities, and there were some opportunities to be had, but not enough for everyone. And so major slums would start to form throughout the city of Istanbul as a result of not really enough opportunities for the amount of people. And for this reason, the radicalism that would bring Erdogan into being actually started to form, or really started to exist inside of the major urban areas where it didn't exist before. And also, to explain another thing that's a little bit important up to this point, Turkey as a country really didn't have a lot of representation within the rural areas, much like most countries, especially ones that work on a direct election system where one vote is one vote, and they don't really work off an electoral college system like the United States. The major cities practically ran the country up to this point, and the major cities were fairly, I guess you say, forward-thinking in their mindsets and really followed the ideas or the philosophies of Ataturk and not the more traditionalist Islamic views of the Turkish rural folk who were moving into the cities. But as they moved in, one family moved in with a little kid that would end up becoming incredibly important. And that little kid actually grew up in the slums of Istanbul. And that little kid was actually Erdogan. And so Erdogan grew up in the slums of Istanbul. And while he was growing up in the slums, the radicalization or the vocalization of these populations, the rural populations that had urbanized and moved into these slums, was becoming louder and louder. And in the 1990s, they really reached their crest, where we saw that these people started to openly claim and demand that they wanted the government to change, to be more representative of their more traditional Islamic values. Erdogan was a big follower of this new party that was rising out of the slums of Istanbul and also the other major cities. He would end up being arrested, tried for his crimes. Interestingly enough, to actually let you all know what his crime was is that he actually read off an Islamic verse from the Quran in a political rally, which, if you know anything about the Republic of Turkey, the Republic of Turkey's constitution actually says that you don't have freedom of religion, you have freedom from religion, meaning that there is supposed to be no mention or no showings of any kind of religious symbology or any religious statements made in the form of a government capacity or in the form of a political capacity, meaning that at that point in time, Erdogan had committed a crime. The Turkish government charged him with that crime and actually imprisoned him for it. Several years later, he got out of prison, and this was towards the latter end of the 2000s, ran for the president of Turkey, and considering that he had pretty much become a hero since he had been imprisoned for his beliefs, he won the election for the president of Turkey in a landslide, and he has been the president of Turkey to this day as a result of all of those actions that happened. To give you all a little bit of an idea of the backstory of why modern Turkey kind of looks the way it is and why Erdogan's there. Fast forward to the present day, Erdogan is doing the very same thing that happened to him to the mayor of Istanbul, as we've now been able to hear that the mayor of Istanbul has been arrested, I believe as of about 24 hours ago, so right at the cusp of last night's news segment and this one. At this point, a large area of Istanbul is currently involved in a mass protest. We were actually able to get a video clip of this, and it appears that people have hit the streets in the hundreds of thousands to protest the arrest of the mayor of Istanbul.
That's a huge protest, by the way. That's massive.
This thing is huge. I mean, it's crazy to see a protest like this.
Are they bringing out the LRAD here, or is that unique to Serbia?
I think that's a unique Serbian thing. I think that's Serb.
Oh man. Also, by the way, most people don't even know what an LRAD is. Apparently, I saw people saying, "What the hell is that?" It's like a directed sound weapon. It can go sort of quiet, and they can get really cranked up, really loud, where it can cause really severe hearing damage. It can actually, I think I've heard people say, it can make you unconscious if it's turned up super loud. It can knock people down or out or something like that.
Yeah, one thing I do want to clear up, though, is that no, an LREG cannot fry your brain. It is not like a laser beam. It's just a loud noise that's directed in a focalized point. But we also did get to hear about the mass protests as well. The mass protests are ongoing in Istanbul after the arrest of Erdogan's political rival, Ekrem İmamoğlu. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. The government has banned public gatherings in Istanbul as part of the 4 days of restrictions and have severely restricted access to X, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok as a result, largely showing that they're attempting some form of a political repression of rivals inside of Turkey, but that may not end up too well, because this is very similar, actually, to let you all know, to what happened to Erdogan back in the day. They almost did the exact same thing, and it really didn't end up killing off public support for Erdogan. It actually ended up emboldening public support for Erdogan in the long term, meaning that Erdogan may actually be generating or constructing his own demise politically at this point inside the Republic of Turkey because of these actions. But it does appear at this point that the Republic of Turkey is going to be in for some questionable times. Nothing really new within the history of Turkey's government. There's been a lot of questionable times in the past, really ever since the founding of the Republic of Turkey in 1922. But it does appear that this will still be ongoing for quite some time at this point. And of course, in situations like these, one always has to remember that Turkey is incredibly infamous for having military coups. Military coups happen all the time in Turkey. It's kind of just how it works. But I think, considering that the last one was in 2014, they might be coming around time for another coup. So we may see that the military might oust Erdogan. It doesn't even really matter about the democratic side of things, because if a leader starts to become a little bit too bold and audacious in Turkey, usually the military just throws them out, usually imprisons them, and then they just restore it back to a democratic form of government. Which is also another weird thing about Turkey, is that usually when there's a military coup, usually there will be some kind, there has been one in Turkey, just to bring it up. There has been one example in the 70s, actually, where a military coup led to the general becoming the leader of Turkey for about 10 years. That was the same time that they invaded Cyprus, by the way. That was largely an undertaking of that general. But usually whenever a military coup occurs inside of Turkey, they usually, if they're successful, overthrow the current president of Turkey, create an interim government of a sort, and then they step back and they allow the democratic process to continue, which is a little bit weird. Usually you don't see that. Like, for example, in Greece, when they had a military coup against the royal family of Greece, it went into being a military junta for the next couple of decades. So it's a little bit odd to see that that usually has been the norm inside of Turkey, so it might happen as well. But beyond that, a lot of people are talking right now about Turkey evolving into protests, and in some places we've heard rumors of riots, as Erdogan's political rival in Istanbul, the mayor of Istanbul, has been jailed. And a lot of people are wondering, will this escalate? And it seems as though a lot of people are saying that the Turks might get wild. They might actually be enraged over the action. Some others are saying that they're unsure and undecided. Others are saying that it'll end fairly soon. And some say it seems really like a nothing burger. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so 64% of the audience said yes, Turkey will get wild turkeys. 16% said no, it will end very soon, while 7% said it seems like a nothing burger. And I would say it probably will get wild, but I would imagine it's not going to get so wild that it's going to be like Turkey's destabilized or something like that. It'll probably be chaos in the streets for probably at least a week or more, but that will probably be the extent of it. So it's not a nothing burger, but it's also not like the end or crumbling of the Turkey or the Turkish government either. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, Turkey is probably going to be wilding for some time. This may actually devolve, in the worst case scenario, into a military coup. But even if it turns into a military coup, not much is going to come out of it. Erdogan will be removed from office, and they'll probably install a new democratically elected government of some sort, if we're going off of the norm for military coups inside of Turkey. So it won't really turn into too much either way. But we could see, I'll be entirely honest with y'all, if there was a military coup in Turkey, it may be the best thing for the West that we've seen so far, because if Erdogan is removed, we probably will see that his more so radical faction that has been in power for some time may cease to exist, and Turkey pretty much becomes the Turkey that everyone knew in the past, which was largely aligned directly with the West and largely followed lock and step with what greater American and Western ambitions were as a part of the sphere, instead of trying to create their own mini-sphere within a sphere, which has been causing a lot of friction and angst lately amongst most of the Balkans. Really not the Balkans. The Balkans have actually been a bit of a fan of it, but really everyone else in the world has been having a good bit of angst with the Turks over it, because of the fact that it's largely going against Western interests in the Middle East. But still, I hope that does address that somewhat well, at least in my opinion. And also, Chevenol said, has the military been cleansed of secularists? Kind of, sort of. It's happened a little bit, but who knows how effective that really is? Because you could try and cleanse it of secularists, but there could still be a large amount of them that are left. There also could be people who just don't like the leadership of Erdogan, whether they're secularist or not, and they could try and seize the opportunity to conduct a military coup, because there's always something brewing up in the background in Turkey that is akin to a coup. So we could possibly see that something like that happens, even if it is a non-secular coup or a secular coup for that matter. Either way, though, a democratically elected government may revert back to the historical norm for Turkey, due to the fact that the kind of shockwaves that were going through Turkey when Erdogan was in his prime in the 90s, before he even became president, has largely died down to this point. We may see that there's a bit of a reversal of the actions or statements or stances that Erdogan has taken over the past couple of decades. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, at least in my opinion. But once again, Turkey is a little bit of an enigma when it comes to these sorts of things. But moving on from that and on over into the US of A, we've also been able to hear something interesting out of here. I want to show you all this one. This one's actually pretty cool. This is Washington, D.C., which is pretty cool. But if we go down the Potomac, you find this really cool place called the Chesapeake Bay, which many people probably know from their early American history classes in school. But if you move even further down, you get to this place that is the opening of the Chesapeake Bay into the greater Atlantic Ocean. And right around there, right at the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay, stands Newport News and Norfolk. And Newport News and Newports sound like cigarettes. And apparently we're getting the news from cigarettes, but Norfolk is really where it's at, because Norfolk is the largest naval base in all of America. Take a look at this. Holy smokes. Loads of carriers, LHDs, support ships, anything and everything that you can imagine. Submarines, destroyers, cruisers, they all exist here at Norfolk. And you would think, wow, that's a pretty big naval base right there. But in the words of Billy Mays, but wait, there's more. That's not the end of the base. The base continues down here. There are more naval auxiliaries, naval destroyers. There's a couple of Arleigh Burkes for you right there. Further on down inside of the port of Norfolk, you can find LHDs, more destroyers. You can even find cruisers in some areas that have been moored near to the port. I mean, it's an endless naval base.
What do they not have at Norfolk? They have everything.
They have quite literally everything. It's actually crazy to see. And also, I see someone saying it's Norfolk. I don't know if you're Norse or something, Scott, but I've always heard it pronounced Norfolk. Let's pull it up. How to pronounce Norfolk. I would assume that it's Norfolk. So, let's see. These are the more common pronunciations you'll hear from locals in Norfolk, Virginia. It's Norfolk or Norfolk. And apparently you do avoid Norfolk, but I'm almost saying Norfolk anyway, so like
Norfolk.
dude, you know, we screw everything up in the South, so we say like Norfolk. I can't put the L. I can't even say the L. Norfolk. Like that's just too hard to say. That's like the people from Baltimore trying to say Aaron earned an iron like they can't. But I can't do the L. So it is Norfolk. It's not Norfolk. I don't know where Norfolk's coming from. That's like that's almost like Norse in its pronunciation. But beyond that, it is endless. Look at that. A Ticonderoga class cruiser undergoing refit, and an Arleigh Burke right beside it. It's truly endless, the size of Norfolk.
Oh my God! I see people going off about the pronunciation of it. Honestly, honestly, I think the British pronounce it like it's a curse word. So I see people saying, "Oh, I think I butchered the pronunciation of it," but I think I pronounced it like our ancestors would have pronounced it in Britain. At least that's what I think. But I'm just going to say Norfolk. I think that sounds cleaner that way because I'm not sure about the other one.
I'm just saying Norfolk because I can't say it any other way. If I put the L in there, it's going to come out weird. It's going to be like Norfolk. It's like, it's too hard. It's too hard. I can't do it, man. But look, there's an aircraft carrier right in the middle of Norfolk. Pretty cool. But anyways, beyond that, it is a huge shipyard. And look at this. Oh, look at this. They're building or refitting subs. It looks like they're refitting them. But interesting to say the least. But nevertheless, this is, just to let y'all know, the biggest naval base in the United States of America. And as of a short while ago, the entire base is undergoing a massive power outage. We were able to hear that power has been lost to a portion of the installation and off-base facilities. The issue is being promptly addressed. We do not have an estimate for the repair, but we'll continue to provide updates. A little bit interesting, just like a small tidbit of information, because you don't really hear about power outages happening anywhere around here often. But you know something else that's really cool, Matthew, about this port is that it's kind of a mixed one. Like, you would think that the whole thing would be military on one end and commercial on the other. It's kind of divvied up. Like up here, for example, at the actual naval yard, well, you know, where most of the aircraft carriers are, there is a like a cargo terminal down here, just in the middle of it, that pretty much goes straight through the base on one end. And then over here, there's also another one near to the U.S. Coast Guard base at Portsmouth. And then even further down, there's another cargo terminal. This one appears to be under construction or it's getting abandoned. I'm not really sure which it is, but still, it's a very interesting kind of a place, a major port to say the least, especially for the Navy. But beyond that, we have also been able to hear...
Honestly, you know when the Navy pulls up on the Houthis, that they give no folks at all about pulling up on the Houthis and letting them have it. I tell you what.
Dude, they said, man, we going to go to war with America, and then they said, you know, we come from no fucking, like, it's like, what? Yeah, because we give no F's, and then they start dropping JDAMs on them. It's like, man. Also, by the way, just to share this with y'all, Newport News is a major shipbuilder on the other side of what is this? What is this strait actually called? The James River. So this isn't a strait, this is a river. But on the other side of the James River is the Newport News shipbuilders, and they build quite a large amount of ships here. This is actually the shipbuilding complex that Chinese national was arrested and imprisoned for taking pictures of with a drone. This is the one. You can just look at it at Google Earth and get a fairly good idea of what they're working on. This appears to be an Arleigh Burke or a Ticonderoga. I can't really tell you for certain.
Hey, that's where that kid that was going to college, who was from China, I think, went over here and took an image with a drone from one of these places right here and got in big trouble for it.
You know what's crazy, man? I just exactly said that word for word. That is crazy,
man.
Like, yeah, like just a minute before that, I said that's what that Chinese national got put in prison. I think you're like, you know what's crazy, dude? I was like, no way.
Honestly,
no
I
way.
was reading the chat right here. I was trying to see what people's reaction were to my joke, and some people thought I said the actual curse word. So I was reading that, and then I thought about, oh, wait a minute, that's that college kid. He showed up here and was trying to take a picture.
Man, that kid was bullied, honestly. Also, look, there's a Bojangles food truck down here. What's the ratings on it? Oh, it's actually got...
had a food truck.
Muffins are
dry.
They completely fall apart when you pick it up. Charge extra for any kind of sauce, even when you buy a whole meal.
Honestly, man, Bojangles gives Norfolks whenever they pull up and give you the dry muffin.
Dude, they said, "What do you think I'm from? Newport News? I'm from Norfolk." Like and down there we don't give a damn. But let's see. They have a what aircraft carrier is this? They have an F-18 Hornet just sitting on the deck of the thing. Anyways, let's see what else they're building here. Dry Dock 11. This is an aircraft carrier. Wait a minute, is this a new Gerald R. Ford class, or is this? It kind of looks like it could be, maybe. Can't tell for certain though. Let's see here. Down here, that's a submarine. I don't know what class. Also, notice how they shroud the propellers so that way you can never see them. Let's see here. What else do they have? And this was filled up with storage. Another submarine under refit, and another submarine under refit. Dude, they are refitting like a metric ton of submarines here right now, like on the satellite imagery. And then we have one aircraft carrier. That actually looks like a Gerald R. Ford. Like the conning tower and everything looks just like it. This is a Nimitz for sure. But this one is certainly a Gerald R. Ford class. So this may be one of the new ones that's being fitted out, possibly. But still not entirely sure. But anyways, moving on from that and on out of this area, it is interesting to hear that that some parts of the base are dealing with a power outage right now. But still, I wanted to show it to y'all because it was incredibly interesting. Moving on from that, though, and down towards the Mexican border, we have been able to hear that a second U.S. destroyer has now been deployed into the area of the U.S.-Mexican border inside of the Gulf of Mexico. It appears that the second U.S. destroyer will be deployed from the west coast and join the Norfolk-based USS Gravely that set sail Saturday. Very interesting to hear, and once again showing us that there is a fairly significant naval presence within the area. How interesting. But anyways, moving on from that and back into Europa, we still have a lot of news to cover from around the world. But before we move on into the rest of it, I would have to say, a big thanks to everyone who's been watching so far. We've reached a peak viewership tonight of 9.9 thousand people, and there's still 9.5 thousand of y'all here right now. And if y'all enjoy, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We've hit a whopping, an incredible, an unbelievable 339,137 subscribers. So if you enjoy the channel, subscribe, damn it, and you'll probably like it, maybe. I don't know. But beyond that, Matthew, what I understand that we have some questions indeed, and I want to hear them. What do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat question of the night, we have a very generous $100 donation from guess who? It is Gary Robbins, who's been a longtime channel legend, and thank you very much, Gary, for coming in and throwing in that massive support, and we appreciate it very much. And Gary says, please wear Ukraine flag t-shirts and pins to support Ukraine.
And I thank you for the massive support, Gary Robbins. And that's not a bad idea. I mean, if you support Ukraine, why not let people know? Wear a t-shirt, wear a pin. Personally, pins would be a little bit tough, because I usually don't wear those polos that have like the little pockets on the shirt to put a pin on. But I will try and find. I know the pin you're talking, by the way. I'm just kidding. But still, thank you so much for the massive support, Gary Robbins, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running day in and day out. And I got to thank you massively, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, because it's just it's an amazing thing to know that folks like you have been around for an incredibly long time and are continuing to support this channel so that way we can continue to put this news out each and every single night. And so a massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, someone mentioned the CIA incident this morning that happened in McLean, Virginia. That individual was taken into custody, by the way. To my knowledge, he went around the CIA building. He had a firearm, but he didn't shoot anybody, though. So they had a standoff with him for a bit of a time. He was standing out somewhere. I'm really not sure where he was standing near the building, but they got him eventually and took him into custody with no problem. So I don't know what his deal was. But I don't know anything about the guy personally. I think the enforcer was telling me something about who it was beforehand, but I'm not really sure what the guy's motive was or anything. Could just be a crazy. But enforcer, would you like to weigh in before I move on?
I heard that apparently it was like the lead guy in Guns N' Roses, supposedly. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I saw it on Twitter. You see all kinds of stupid stuff on Twitter. It might not be true. But we might find out here soon if that was true or not. I'm not entirely sure. But also, I see some people's here saying something. I just want to say it. I'm sorry, everyone. I got to go through the disclaimer. I call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico. I do that by instinct. It was called the Gulf of Mexico the entire time I've been alive. The name was changed just a couple of weeks ago. I'll be honest with y'all, it's going to be the Gulf of Mexico to me until I die. Like they renamed Mount McKinley to Mount McKinley. It was always Mount McKinley to me because when I was a kid, it was called Mount McKinley. Whatever I was growing up with and it was named that way first, that's how it is to me. So Mount McKinley was Mount McKinley. The president renaming it from Denali back to Mount McKinley, it was Mount McKinley to me the whole time. So, it really does nothing for me. It was always Mount McKinley. The Gulf of Mexico is the Gulf of Mexico. It was like that the entire time I was alive. It was like that the entire time my parents were alive. That's what I'm calling it. Fort Benning was Fort Benning. Like, I think they renamed Fort Benning back from whatever the hell it was called back to Fort Benning, if I remember correctly. For some reason, like, they're like, did you hear, Matthew, about the thing that they did? It was a little bit, like, it was honestly, like, a little bit silly to me because Fort Benning is Fort Benning. If y'all don't know, Benning was actually a general of the Confederate Army. Like, that doesn't really matter. It's just really a name. But beyond that, Fort Benning was always Fort Benning when I was growing up. At some point, they renamed it to Fort Moore. Nobody knows Fort Moore. I don't know Fort Moore. It was always called Fort Benning, so I kept calling it Fort Benning. They then renamed it now, I think it was like a couple of weeks ago, back to Fort Benning, but instead of renaming it Fort Benning under its original moniker, it's now called Fort Benning after a U.S. infantryman whose last name was also Benning from World War I. But it's literally the same name of the fort. Like, it's still, it changed back to Fort Benning, but it was always Fort Benning to me. So that's how it works. If you're going to try and make something political out of it, I try not to, because like, if I remember correctly, I think Obama was the one who renamed Mount McKinley to Denali. I didn't care. I was still going to call it Mount McKinley. And Trump's now the one who's renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I do not care. I'm still going to call it the Gulf of Mexico. Like, I don't follow this political stupidity of renaming things for the hell of it. Like, I just kind of find it a little bit stupid. If something's named something, just keep it that way. It's been that way probably for decades or over 100 years or even further than that. So why change it now? That just wouldn't make a lot of sense, and you're going to confuse a lot of people. So with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, it is time for us to get on into the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to another channel legend. This time it is Marion Deemert, who's, of course, a very long-time channel legend. And thank you very much, Marion, for that very generous $50 support, and we appreciate it. And Marion said, hugs to you both, Slava Ukraine, and Herom Slava.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Marion Deemert, and a big, massive hug to you and the entirety of the Lee Spring Army for always being here and enjoying this channel. We love to know that we are y'all's honored source of news. We love to be y'all's source of news every single night. It's honestly a great thing that we get to do. We love doing it every single night. And I got to thank you so much, Marion Deemer, for being a massive supporter of the channel and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to have Matthew in the chat going Gulf of tiptoeing in my Jordans, tiptoeing. Yeah. I saw that, dude. That was cracked up instantly. But beyond that, thank you so much once again, Marion Deemer, channel legend and an old guard at that. And so, huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're getting on into the rest of the news.
Honestly, they should just rename it to Gulf of Riff Raff at this point. Just rename it after your song lyrics. That'd probably be probably as mature as renaming it to the Gulf of America, to be perfectly honest. But anyways, jumping into our last super chat segment, this one goes to Boulder Boy, who puts in a $22 donation. And thank you very much, Boulder Boy, for always supporting the channel, and we appreciate that support very much. He said, "Thanks for the news."
And I got to thank you so much for the support. And I got to thank you for appreciating the news as well. We're always happy to put it out. And I'm happy to know that you enjoy it and enjoy it enough to support it and help it to keep on running, Boulder Boy. You are also an old guard. I'd say a channel legend for sure. You've been around forever. I've always remembered your name being in the chat. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are going to be moving on into the remainder of the news. But before we do it, someone said this. I got to address it really quick. I'm sorry, folks. I got to defend my honor here. Hansel Rodriguez said, getting political again. No, let me spell it out a little bit more clearly for the folks who may have a hard time reading. For one, I do not care what political party they're from. I'm not changing what I've called it. When I grew up, Mount McKinley was Mount McKinley. Obama, who was a Democrat, renamed it to Denali. I didn't care if he was a Democrat or a Republican. It was Mount McKinley to me. It stays Mount McKinley. He renamed Fort Benning to Fort Moore. Did not care if he was a Republican or a Democrat. That's still Fort Benning to me. That's what I grew up hearing it called. Now, a Republican has come in and they've changed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Once again, do not care about their political standing. I do not care if they're a Republican or a Democrat. That is the Gulf of Mexico. It's always been the Gulf of Mexico. I grew up hearing it called the Gulf of Mexico, so it is still the Gulf of Mexico. That's just how it works. I don't care if they're a Republican or Democrat. Like, if you, like, I'm guessing you're saying that because you're a Republican and you don't like it that I'm not going to play along with the game this time because it's a Republican, but I didn't play along with the game when it was a Democrat either. I find renaming things to be stupid. Whoever got to naming it first, they named it. It is what it is. Like if we started to change the name of Colorado to Red River to make it English, I'd find that stupid. I'd say that's just dumb. It's always been Colorado. Why change it now? Names are names. We only, like, the names mean nothing. It's just something that everyone can agree to and go, that's that place. Like, Mount Everest has a whole bunch of different names, actually, if you don't know. There are many different names the locals have given Mount Everest, but you don't see people going, let's change the name. No, because everyone knows Mount Everest. It's always going to be Mount Everest. So it's a little bit stupid to go and start renaming it because you want to be cool or go down the book for changing the name of something. Like, I just find that stupid when anyone does it. So, like, let me make that a little bit clear for you. Like, I don't play stupid political games. If it was named something the first time, it's going to be that way for me forever. So if you want me to say the name you want me to say, then I need to have been born hearing that. Like, if it was the Gulf of America when I was born, it's the Gulf of America from there on. But I was born hearing the Gulf of Mexico, so it's going to be the Gulf of Mexico forever. Sorry about that.
Yes, and also, by the way, like, honestly, with them flipping and flopping the name of that mountain from Denali to Mount McKinley, that's going to mess up GMC a bit because they're not going to have Mount GMC Yukon Denali anymore. They'll have to change the name.
Man, they're gonna call it the McKinley. You're gonna be driving a car called the freaking McKinley.
Man, give me that McKinley package on my Yukon. I want that stuff rigged out.
Oh man, dude, you know what's gonna be funnier, man? What's gonna be even crazier is that what's going to happen one day, man, is you're going to hear someone's going to be like, oh, I bought a McKinley. Oh, why'd you get it? Well, just like the namesake, I'm going around busting caps. Like, it's because McKinley got assassinated. It's like, dude, like, honestly, that's going to be a tough sell for GMC, to be just entirely frank right there. But anyways, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the news, and we have quite a decent amount of it, I'd have to say. So moving on from that into the remainder of our news, we were able to hear that inside the Republic of China, the Taiwanese are apparently still ready for attack. Once again, the attack window appears to be sometime around 2027 at the earliest, so they still have about 2 years to go. But Taiwan is strengthening its ability to move troops swiftly in case China suddenly turns one of its frequent drills, such as the joint sword exercises, around the island into attack, according to the defense minister Wellington Koo, who stated that on Wednesday, which is today. A little bit of an interesting thing, to be entirely honest here, that the Taiwanese are still having to be ready at any given moment for a possible war to begin, and hopefully we'll be able to see that the United States is backing them and supporting them every single step of the way. But moving on from that and out of China and on into the Islamic Republic of Iran, we were able to hear that in the future Iran may be attacked by the United States, as we were able to hear by a direct quote from a government official, if Iran rejects the president's outreach and doesn't negotiate, the chances of the U.S. or Israeli military action against Iran's nuclear facilities would dramatically increase. Meaning that if the Iranians continue on their dogged path that they're doing right now, the United States has a high likelihood of conducting military action against nuclear research and development sites throughout the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which, once again, appears to be an inevitable certainty at this point. Moving on from that and on into Ukraine itself, it's now time for us to get on into that sweet, sweet Ukraine frontline news, because the Ukrainians have still been handing it to the Russians today. We have been able to see that while the Ukrainian drone attacks into the Russian Federation were incredibly successful today, and once again hit another oil refinery and oil storage site within the area of Krasnodar. It appears that the Russian Federation conducted an attack of their own. There were a large amount of drones that were fired into the state of Ukraine overnight. This is actually showing us all of the attack paths in the different times, based off of the colors of the attack lines, that these attacks were launched. The attacks lasted over the course of hours, with some of them occurring almost 8 hours after the first drones flew in, but it does appear that the Ukrainian air defense was fairly successful, as we did get an air defense report stating that Ukraine was attacked by 145 drones and 3 S-300 anti-aircraft missiles converted into the ground-to-ground role, and also 2 Iskanders, of which none of the S-300s were shot down before they impacted. They did impact their target. Neither of the Iskanders were shot down, but out of the drones, 72 drones were directly shot down, and 56 drones were intercepted by electronic warfare means and brought down another way. The interception rate was still fairly high, but it appears that all of the missiles that the Russian Federation fired in this attack did make it through. We did see that the city of Kropyvnytsky, which is a very tough one to pronounce, was hit several times by most likely the S-300s and Iskanders that were flying in. But here's one of the clips that we got. And that's the end of that clip right there, and we could see fires raging throughout the city after the explosions occurred. There were apparently over 30 explosions in just a few hours. Some of those, most of them were most likely air defense intercepting their targets, but some of them did make it through. We believe that all of the missiles were the ones that made it through, and all of the missiles may have been targeted at the city of Kropyvnytsky all at the same time. And we believe those are the only missiles or air I guess you could say bombs that made it through the air defense. But moving on from that and out of that bit of news, it is now time for us to move on into Kursk, as we've been able to see that the Ukrainians are still hitting Russian tanks in Kursk. This video came out from February, so technically not still now, but it was still an interesting clip. We hear them playing the Chad music as the javelin is fired, and there goes that little fella who's about to hit that tank out there. And
oh man, a piece of Alabama for him, a piece of that Alabamian technology.
Man, Lloyd's is a family restaurant.
Oh, let's see. Who makes the javelin? What company is it again? I forgot.
Texas Instruments.
Wait a minute, are you sure? Who makes the javelin?
You're about to be in a shock. You're about to be in shock, my boy.
Oh, it's Lockheed Martin and Raytheon.
What? No. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hold up. Texas. Hold up, man. Texas Instruments. I got to go check this, Matthew. Texas Instruments. They make the CLU, I believe, for the system. Let me check. Hold up, my boy. Military computers. But let's see. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah. In 1969, TI won the Harpoon Missile Seeker contract, and Texas Instruments also won the FGM-148 Javelin Fire and Forget Man-Portable Anti-Tank Guided Missile in a joint venture with Martin Marietta. So, see, yeah, I was like...
Man, that was like ages ago, though. Lockheed's the one in charge of it today, I believe. I just pulled it up.
But Texas Instruments, they did it. They did it.
Man, pull it up. Who makes the javelin? Like, just type that in. It's just like old, outdated information right here.
Who makes the Javelin missile system? So, according to the AI overview, it is a joint venture system is developed and produced by Javelin Joint Venture, a partnership between Raytheon Missile Defense and Raytheon Technologies. But let's just make doubly sure that Texas Instruments doesn't have it on their webpage, because, let's see, Javelin missile, let's just check this here.
Yeah, it looks like it's Lockheed. Like, they have it listed on their site, and also Raytheon has it listed all over their site too.
Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah. You know, it looks like they developed it, but I think you're right, Matty. I think you're right. I think they are not involved in the production of it anymore. Really sad, because I like the idea of the company making our calculators in school. We're also making weapons of death and destruction. I found that to be pretty like based, but apparently they don't. That's sad. That's actually sad.
Honestly. So in that case, we're giving them a piece of that Alabama technology, courtesy of Lockheed and Raytheon, I guess you could say. They like to manufacture in Alabama. It's a great place.
But dude, Texas Instruments, like, bro, that was so cool.
This isn't Texas. This is Alabama.
But you like Texas.
I say rename it to Alabama Instruments.
Man, that's crazy, man.
Well, we're Alabama Instruments. Oh dear, an instrument of a prison.
Man, now I sound like a boomer. It makes sense. Like, man, that thing's being made by Texas Instruments. Probably hasn't been made by them for like 20 years at this point, probably. But that is actually pretty cool, man, to think the first ones were made in joint development with Texas Instruments. Like, that's actually pretty cool when you think about it.
Man, T.I. was out here slinging the lead when I first started.
Man, they said, excuse me, you're laughing at me right now because I'm helping you to pass your math test. But when we go to war, guess who's going to be blowing up Russian tanks? It's going to be us. But anyways, moving on from that and out of that clip, now that I have eaten my foot in bold fashion on air, it's now time for us to move on to Belgrade, where we were able to see that Russians were driving towards the Belgrade front and saw a lot of their supply trucks getting hit by FPVs, confirming that there is armed action still ongoing in Belgrade, although we did not know the specific front lines that the Ukrainians are holding within this area right now. Oh, they just got hit. Oh! Oh wait, there's no music. Let's listen to the clip.
Браво, пивишка, ебало, ебать. Прикинь.
Драбабабизще.
Смотри, она сейчас как, блядь, стала, ебать. Где она пищит, ебать?
Oh!
They blew a head gasket. Damn, alternator went out again.
Man, it sounds like they're flooring it, honestly. Oh!
Damn, they're careening off the road. Commotion ensues.
Also, Legend Leo said he genuinely sounded gutted it wasn't Texas Instruments. I really was gutted because I was thinking that was a really cool fact, and apparently, while I was kind of right, they don't develop them now, so I was very wrong in saying that.
I hear a pressure washer just cranked up. They gotta wash the tank. Well, wash the car.
We have to spray the bodies off the street, please.
Quick, get them off the street. It sounds like they might have survived.
Do you hear that guy that sounded like, like, listen. That guy right there, he went, like, just out of the blue, just one guy went,
Arrivederci.
Сейчас там пацаны на буханке едут.
Oh, he got the camera again.
oh. Looks like the
Honestly, that's the
vehicles-
problem with those. That's the problem with those new Ladas. Like they just spontaneously do that.
Man, honestly, man, they need to start recalling them for how dangerous they are these days. But moving on from that and into our location unknowns, we were able to hear that Ukraine has received a fresh batch of F-16s. This picture is from the original delivery of F-16s. It's not from this current one, but it is nice to hear that they are getting a fresh batch of them. Also, I like the original photo op. It went hard. But moving on, also, I like the Ukrainian Trident on the vertical stabilizer. That was pretty sick. But moving on from that and into our next clip, we also got to see that apparently there is now a competitor to Starlink. It doesn't have as flashy a name, but it's EU Telsat, which I guess stands for European Union Telecommunications Satellites, I would assume. But it is announced it has complete coverage of Ukrainian territory, and the satellite operator is prepared to replace Starlink if and when they may, break their promise, possibly.
Oh man, they got political.
Yeah, they got really
end.
political there at the end.
Also, it seems like someone could probably make a competitor to Starlink and literally just call it Skylink. That would be like a pretty close competitor, it would seem like.
Man, I would make, if the Russians make one, they're going to call it Earth is Sky. What are you connected to? I'm connected to Earth is Sky, bleed. What does that mean? I don't know. But moving on from that, we also got to see all the fiber optic lines from fiber optic drones in the trees.
Oh my, that's very much a littering scenario there. That's a lot, really. Why are they flying so many drones in that one little spot?
Well, because, Matthew, it is a tech corridor. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the early era of electricity. Let me go show you that. Early electricity. Electricity lines. Let me go show you that. You're going to be interested in that. It was wild. So, This. This is the early electricity line.
Wow, that is honestly actually a work of art right there. Because if you've ever seen India's or Mexico's telephone lines or power lines, it's just like freaking, it's horrifying. Like it's really horrifying. This is a ton of wires, but it's really like somewhat organized.
And then these aren't. Like it's really dependent on your area. Look at these.
That's organized looking to me. It's a little chaotic, but you can tell there's some order to it.
Let's see here if I. Oh yeah, look at this one. This was in Britain.
Oh man, that's honest. That's a work of art there. Like I like that.
But you know what's interesting about this? So a little bit of electrical history for all of y'all. This is how electricity used to exist in its earliest form at the very latter end of the 1800s and the very beginning of the 1900s for a short while. And this was when electricity production was largely a privatized, non-monopolistic venture. And it was getting insane with the amount of lines that there would be, because there were different power companies that could compete with each other on each block. So if you got power from one other company, they had to run a line from their power, from the electrical pole, which was shared amongst all of the companies, to your house. And that's why there were so many different ones on these poles. And then at the time, there was a whole fear that people were going to get electrocuted to death because there were so many of them, and some were low hanging, and sometimes these poles weren't properly maintained. And so then the government brought forward the idea of creating pretty much government-sanctioned monopolies in the utility sphere, especially electricity, and that's when we saw that electrical lines became wildly streamlined, and there were a lot less of them per block, because instead of having multiple different companies competing for your, I guess you could say, consumership of their electricity, you only had one monopolistic provider that had set rates that they would provide to the public for their electricity usage. So a little bit interesting with that right there. But anyways, that's why they existed, at least from what I remember hearing back in the day. But beyond that, that kind of reminds me of that. Anyways, moving on from that and into our next little clip, we also got to hear that 175 Ukrainian prisoners returned home today. They're free, and they're happy.
They're free. They're out.
And they're happy to be free. A great thing to see. But moving on from that and into our next clip, we also got to see the Russian casualty report. And, no Bobcats.
Oh, no Bobcats. I did see one in person today, so that makes up for it. But tell us more.
And I gotta say that the losses were impressive. Miss Disa, keeper of the record, stated that 64 artillery systems ranks as the 12th highest, tied with 2 others. And other categories are above the 7-day average, except for drones. And 1,060 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 14 APCs, 111 supply trucks, 12 main battle tanks, 64 artillery pieces, 100 drones, 1 MLRS, and no Bobcats, very sadly. But moving on from the location unknowns and up into Bobcats, we also get to see a Ukrainian mortar unit at work, firing at the Russians in this area. Take a gander at this. Rock music ensues, and we'll be muting that, because we do not like copyright violations.
Man, give them the heavy metal, because the Ukrainians are coming in tough with this battle.
Man, the Ukrainians are about to be giving them that real heavy metal in the form of a 120mm high explosive round.
Here, Bliat, would you like some gallium? It's very heavy.
Would you like a he round? What is he? Well, it's this. Any second now. Boing! And there it goes. That is the he round.
Very nice. Yes, very nice. Look at all that fire. Some say that is a lot of fire coming out of that barrel. Some say historic.
Fire and fury. People have looked at my mortar and went, wow, that's a lot of fire. A lot of real fire. No one's ever seen fire like that. It was a fantastic fire. The greatest fire. Nobody's ever seen such a wonderful fire. Biden can never produce such a great fire as this. Only I can. Like, it's a beyond that. It appears that they are hammering the Russians in this area. You know, Matthew, I know what the Russians are going to call a bar when they open, like a pub, like how the pubs are called, like Red Lion or Saracen's Head or something like that. The Russians are going to open one and call it the Sickle and Hammer.
They could call it the Sickle and Hammer. They could. That would be very original of them. Very authentic.
I'd have to say, very original. Lots of people are saying that. And someone said, where are all the radar units? They don't have any radar units. The Russians, they lost them all. And people have been saying, where are they? Where can we find a beautiful radar unit? And I got to tell you that the Russians, they don't have the greatest. They don't have the best. They have weak radars, really weak radars.
Honestly, I've just thought of a brand new venture, using a small loan of $1 million rubles. We're going to open a restaurant in Russia called the Orc and Fork. That's what it's going to be called. An orc eats with a fork. They eat some rice. They eat some borscht. It'll be great, fantastic. Some historic opening. It'll be.
Excuse me, can you tell us about this restaurant? Who are you with? What are your ratings? Your ratings are terrible. You're never gonna get an answer out of me over my dead body. Next question. But anyways, moving on from that, and down into Chasiv Yar, we did get to see them hitting the Russians down in Chasiv Yar, and they were hitting them pretty, significantly. Wait, hang on, did I just see Riddick's group of the Omega Special Forces? Gabriel Graham said your mic is super loud and it's not that loud.
Turn it off. It's too loud, too bright. Turn them off.
Turn down the mics. Turn down the mics. And we can see them here. They're targeting more Russians. They do a great job at targeting Russians.
This is called the Omega-4 unit. They're giving the Russians their daily dose of vitamins and minerals.
You know, Matthew, we need to come up with a meme. We need to do that Drake meme where he's looking away and not looking that happy, and then he's, looking really happy in reaction. When this guy watches the war in Ukraine, he's not happy. When he thinks about bombing Iran, he's very happy. Giddy even likes to do it. He's moving 3 carriers that way just to do it. Great to think about.
Crazy.
Mace, you are absolutely right. Frankly, the greatest mic. No mic has ever gotten this close to being as good as mine. It is simply the greatest. And we can see that building collapsing there. Clearly not built by my construction company. I build higher quality buildings than that. It cannot come down that way. I gotta be honest with y'all. One thing that I have that the other me does not have is a desk with no boogers on it. There are no boogers on my desk. It is entirely booger free. Very nice to see.
Honestly, if some kid wiped a booger on my desk, I would send it off to be fixed up too. Being straight up honest, I'd say send it out. I want it refurbished. Redo the whole thing. I'm not having boogers on my desk.
I would have to say that buggers are very gross and very terrible. We didn't have many boogers under the last administration. In this one, we have quite a lot of them. They keep ripping us off. I think that little kids and their entire design is to screw us over by putting boogers on our desks. And that's why I'm passing an executive order to outlaw kids. There will be no more. We will have none of them. But anyways, we can see them hitting the Russians here, all jokes aside, and it looks like they did fairly well. But moving on from that and into our next clip, we also got to see the Ukrainians taking a selfie in Chasiv Yar, once again confirming they're there. He shook his head at that one. He was like, man, that's weak.
Man.
And that's the end of that clip. But moving on from that and on into our next clip, down in Touretsk, we also got to see them taking out some Russian drones down here with some nice, sick beats. And we can see them here targeting what appears to be a Zala. I had to wait for them to say it on screen. I was actually getting a little confused there. There's another Zala. Zala, Zala, zing, Zala, bing. And they're about to get it. Oh, and they got it. And we can see them just knocking them out over and over. It's an impressive sight. These videos, man, honestly, man, these videos feel like we watched the same thing like 30 times in each video.
Man, really, it does, honestly. Like, it's just crazy. They strike so many, you just can't tell them apart anymore. It's just like blending together.
Ukrainian drone interceptions are the best in the world.
The Ukrainians, they strike the Orlan drones and the Leotis so hard and so fast. Oh, pause. It's like you're watching the same thing 50 times over or something. It's the best in the world.
The drones attack from the top, blowing their back out. Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa.
Call that drone Kim Kardashian. But moving on from that, we also got to see them targeting Russian forces in Turetsk. And we can see that right here. I mean, you see the Russians wandering around in the rubble. Call them Barney rubble, the way they're about to get buried. I guess you can see they're working at a quarry the way the stones are falling on them. Oh, they ain't passing kidney stones, I'll tell you that. Oh,
Thanks, Fred. Man, Barney Rubble was that one dumb coworker that everybody's got. Thanks, Fred.
Dude, honestly, though, he was blessed with luck. Like, he had, like, +10 luck.
Man, I can understand why Fred Flintstone was pissed off, though. If I just stop a whole brick car with my feet, I'd be pissed, too.
You know something I have a question about, Matthew? If Fred Flintstone hurts his feet while driving his car, what does he go to? An auto mechanic or a doctor?
He goes to podiatrist.
All right. Thanks for answering that technically. Thanks for answering that real technical, like, and just killing the joke. Because it was supposed to be a paradoxical thing, Matthew. We were supposed to be like, I don't know. Well, it's a part of the car, so maybe you go to an auto mechanic. But then again, it's a part of him as well, so maybe he goes to the doctor. I don't know. You're some sort of a wise guy here, eh?
You know one thing that Fred Flintstone and the Ukrainians have in common?
Well, what? What do they have in common here?
They both stand on business so much they got to see a podiatrist.
Oh!
Whoa. You can quote me on that one.
But you know the difference is, Matthew? That Fred Flintstone has 2 legs to stand on. Oh!
What are you saying the Ukrainians don't?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying the Russians don't. I'm sorry. I was supposed to clarify that.
I was about to say, man, you're chopping down the Ukrainians like that. What the hell are you doing?
I want him on a hit list. Like, I want him on a hit list now. Like, oh, man. Oh, man, I'm telling you. I get no response. Oh, my God.
Damn.
They get no respect. They get no respect. Well, that's the end of that clip. And that owl was putting a sword in the head of that skull. Huh. That's interesting. Never seen an owl do that before. I think they might want to get that one checked out. But moving on from that and down into Bekransk, we also got to see the Russians driving down a supply road. Hold up.
We have encountered an error. Please try again later.
It's fine. Also, these guys sound scared, man. They're like, oh, we're going down the haunted road. Oh, you know.
Oh, man. So scary. Oh, man. Oh, look, it's the haunted burning thing.
Ooh. It's a Ural and a UAZ. Ooh. Blit. But moving on from that clip and on down the line, and down into the area. Actually, hold up. No freaking way. Well, moving y'all on out into the deepest, darkest regions of Russia, near to the Tom River, so named after the guy who discovered it. His name was Tom. They blew a refinery caught on fire out here. The Ukrainians didn't hit it; it just caught on fire. I guess it happens.
Man, the Ukrainians are striking the refinery so much they're just going to like spontaneously combust before they're even hit. They're going to preempt it.
Yeah.
I love how the townspeople like to crowd around these things when this happens. It seems like most people would probably run away from it instead of running to it, but the Russians run to the danger.
The Russians got the opposite reflex. Dude, imagine if they were in America. It's like, hey, there's some crazed guy with a gun walking around the headquarters of the CIA. There'd be like 5,000 of them out there within the next hour just standing there, like in the middle of it. The CIA would be like, where is he? Where's the shooter? He's like literally like the crowd's like just like on the guy, like just following him everywhere.
Yeah. I think the Ukrainian survival, or excuse me, the Russian survival instincts is cooked.
Dude, honestly, man, like almost like lemming-like instincts, like in that bunch. Like they'll see something like that is toxic, like it's burning and inhaling the smoke is toxic, and they'll be like, "Hey, let's just walk out there and take a look at that. That must be fun." You know, it's like, what? It's like, no, don't do that. Get away from it. But anyways, moving on from that and away from the Tom River, goodbye to Tom. We're now going to be moving on into our speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky, because crazily enough, we've actually made it through all of the day's news. So, without further ado, here is the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on He Didn't Make One, at least on his YouTube.
No speech. How can he do this to us?
Let me find if he has a speech, because he should have a speech, and I will not allow for him to not have a speech. So let's see if he has one. Oh my goodness, he has very, very long videos. One of them has a guy on a Skype call. I do not know who this is, but Matthew, why is he bouncing around on the screen like that, and who is that?
What the hell's going on, dude? That dude's on. What's he doing?
I do not know, but we could go to this one and we could show it. Or we could go to this one and we could show this one.
I'm scared of the first one. I'm not sure what that's about. He's got the Earth or something behind him.
Earth is sky. We will go to the other one with the translator. Although I know many people do not like the translator. They claim it's distracting. But we
Dang,
will
this is a long speech.
It's okay. We will only show enough of it to get a drink of water, a snack, and maybe a real piss, a long-lasting piss. And then we will go to the question segment after the fact. But nevertheless, I want to make sure that you all get your daily dose of vitamin speech from the president of Ukraine. And so, without further ado, here is the speech.
Bitch!
Thank you so much.
Дуже дякую вам.
I have to put on the subtitles because while he is speaking English, we don't have that one. So let me go put on the subtitles for English, but y'all will have the speech. I'm very sorry about the quality, but nevertheless, here it is.
Шановний пане президенте, дорогий Олександр, шановні присутні, пані та панове, дорогі народи Фінляндії, я вдячний вам за гостинність, дуже вдячний вам за цей візит разом з першою леді України та спільну роботу і за підтримку нашої держави та підтримку наших людей, українців. Ми в Україні надзвичайно цінуємо відносини, які є між нами, між нашими людьми, передусім, між людьми. І ми виходимо з того, що наші відносини у цей час, коли ми обороняємо Україну від російської агресії, є основою для майбутнього гарантування безпеки не тільки для України, але й вашої держави і всіх наших партнерів в регіоні, загалом в нашій Європі. Наші народи знають, що таке сусідство з Росією, насправді знаємо. І тільки коли ми всі разом, коли ми всі разом в Європі взаємодіємо, допомагаємо одне одному, працюємо разом з партнерами у світі, і тільки в умовах єдності ми можемо забезпечувати спокій та нормальне, безпечне життя для наших народів, життя без війни. Єдність та спільний тиск на Росію заради миру – це безумовно необхідні передумови миру. Я дякую Фінляндії, дякую Олександре, дякую тобі, пане президенте, що саме для цього ми працюємо разом для єдності для спільного захисту. І найголовніше у наших перемовинах сьогодні оборонна підтримка. Україна вдячна за пакети підтримки для наших хлопців на фронті, захисту наших міст від російських ударів. Кожна доба на фронті – це захист від штурмів Росії. Кожна ніч в Україні – це робота нашої протиповітряної оборони для захисту наших людей, сімей, наших діточок. Навіть цієї ночі після розмови Путіна з президентом Сполучених Штатів Америки Дональдом Трампом, коли Путін сказав, що він нібито віддає наказ припинити удари по українській енергетиці, було за ніч 150 дронів, в тому числі по об'єктах енергетики, удари були по транспорту, удари були, вражено було, на жаль, 2 лікарні по звичайній міській інфраструктурі. Тобто слова Путіна дуже розходяться з реальністю. Саме тому потрібна оборонна підтримка, потрібна підтримка нашої протиповітряної оборони, потрібен тиск на Росію заради безпеки і порятунку життів людей. Я дякую Фінляндії за таку підтримку. Є і новий оборонний пакет був оголошений раніше. Дякую, Олександр. Наступний пункт – це оборонне виробництво. Нам всім в Європі варто збільшувати можливості нашої оборонної промисловості. Сьогодні в Україні ми маємо найбільш швидкі, найбільш ефективні такі виробництва. Передусім всіх, абсолютно всіх типів дронів, які потрібні в сучасній війні. Зараз ми говорили про інвестиції в українську оборонну промисловість, яка буде інвестиціями і взагалі європейські оборонні спроможності. Також я хочу подякувати Фінляндії за рішення про виділення 660 мільйонів євро на закупівлю у фінських компаній оборонних матеріалів та техніки для потреб Сил оборони України. Сьогодні у нас буде зустріч відповідно з представниками оборонних компаній Фінляндії. Ми будемо говорити про спільне виробництво. Третє – цивільний захист. Фінляндія має значний, дуже корисний для всіх в Європі, особливо на кордонах з Росією та Білоруссю, досвід будівництва укриттів. І сьогодні ми говорили про те, як можемо поширювати цей досвід. Коаліція цивільного захисту за лідерства Фінляндії надзвичайно важлива для нас, надзвичайно важлива ініціатива. Наші міністри сьогодні будуть підписувати відповідний документ, який започатковує коаліцію. Я хочу подякувати Фінляндії за готовність допомогти з будівництвом укриттів в Україні та готовність залучати інших в Європі до цієї роботи. Ще кілька важливих речей. Гарантії безпеки – це те, що обов'язково має бути для недопущення повтору війни. Зараз в результаті глобальних зусиль ми можемо зупинити Путіна. Ми маємо це зробити разом всі. Разом, передусім з Америкою, разом з усією Європою, разом з іншими партнерами в світі. Хочу подякувати кожному, хто нам допомагає. Окремо хочу подякувати американській стороні, подякувати президенту Трампу за зустріч Джеді наших команд. І це була дійсно продуктивна зустріч, хороша зустріч. Ми сподіваємося, що домовленості про безумовне припинення вогню будуть в кінці кінців реалізовані. Ми сподіваємося, що Америка продовжить працювати і тиснути на Росію так, щоб все було реалізовано. І ми розглядаємо безумовне, повне припинення вогню як один із початкових кроків до миру. Я вірю, що цього року війна може закінчитись достойним миром. Але обов'язково потрібні гарантії безпеки для України. Інакше Путін прийде знову з війною, і це його сутність від самого його початку. Цього року вже 25 років влади Путіна. Фактично, щороку він або десь воював, або руйнував життя інших країн. Ми маємо захистити наші народи від цього. Я вдячний президенту і за готовність працювати разом з нами над гарантіями безпеки. І, зокрема, ми обговорюємо разом з іншими в Європі конкретні важливі кроки на землі. Ми обговорюємо з партнерами гарантії безпеки в небі і на морі, які можуть убезпечити мир. Також важливо є наша інтеграція в Європі, в Євроатлантиці. Те, що ти, Олександр, сьогодні вже сказав, це був абсолютно правильний крок, коли ваша країна приєдналась до НАТО. Але ми маємо не забувати, що НАТО – це спроможність всіх партнерів до оборони, і це гарантія, що життя не буде зруйновано. Це готовність працювати разом заради безпеки. Зараз наша українська армія є дійсно однією з найсильніших в світі з точки зору сучасної війни, і це абсолютно справедливо, об'єктивно. Разом з Україною НАТО точно може стати сильніше. Тому ми повинні працювати разом і для того, щоб Альянс набував новий досвід, і для того, щоб Україна одного дня могла, так само, як і Фінляндія, приєднатися до НАТО. Це буде непросто, не всі це підтримують, але тим не менш ми будемо над цим працювати. Також я хочу подякувати вам за підтримку нашої країни в перемовинах щодо вступу в Європейський Союз. Україна обов'язково буде в Євросоюзі. Це також безпековий елемент, економічна і соціальна безпека. Дякую вам за те, що і на цьому напрямку ми з вами теж діємо, працюємо разом. Дякую, Олександре, ще раз. Слава Україні!
And Heroam Slava. And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on day 1,120 of the war. And that is going to be moving us on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every one of y'all. And boy, howdy, what a fun segment it is. We always have something fun coming on around in this question segment right here, right now, and we hope that we're going to have something incredibly fun tonight. We always have fun and lively discussions about quite literally anything and everything in this question segment, and you too could hear about trains tonight if you stick around. I'm sure it's going to happen, but nevertheless, we are going to be getting on into that question segment, and it appears, I forgot to put this bulletin down on the, well, I didn't really forget, we had like 55 pieces of news, so I decided not to put it down, but I forgot to talk about it. But a lot of people have been talking about France distributing survival manuals for civilians for possible armed conflict. A lot of people have been putting in their thoughts. 69% of people. Nice. Said France knows war is imminent. Others are saying it's all political theater. But everyone has an opinion, and we want to make sure to talk about what their opinions are. So, Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So France has begun distributing survival manuals to the citizens of France. And of course, this is in preparation for a possible armed conflict. So like the enforcer said, 69%, nice, said France knows war is imminent. 19% said the situation is all political theater, and 2% said it's entirely unrelated to Russia. And I would say I'm definitely with the top option there. I think France knows war is imminent, just like Poland knows it, and they're getting ready for it. So to me, pretty straightforward. But enforcer, what say you?
Fairly straightforward, much like the 69%. Nice. France is distributing survival manuals because they believe war is imminent. It's fairly straightforward. They are distributing manuals for the possible outbreak of war and what to do because war is coming. So I hope that does address that well, and hit them with a double tap. But nevertheless, it's time for us to start moving on into that question segment. And also, some of y'all are probably thinking, Enforcer, what do you mean talking about trains tonight? The hell is the matter with you? What do you mean, trains? We talk about them every night. Well, I'll tell you this. We dropped by the train yard today. We actually did that like a day or two ago. To be entirely honest with y'all, we are being driven stir crazy off air because there is nothing to do. Like just being entirely honest. When we get off air and we stop working, there is nothing to do in Birmingham except become an alcoholic. And I'm fairly adamant at not becoming an alcoholic. So we are trying to do anything and everything that we can to just do something. So we've been dropping by the rail yard over the course of about a day or two at this point, just to take a little gander at the Norris yard, which is one of the biggest yards, the biggest hump yards in the southeast. So with that in mind, we dropped by today. We actually dropped by right here, this little sightseeing thing, and we actually did see a train. It was pretty cool. It was a Norfolk Southern. That's what is at the yard. There's a picture of it right there. It's fairly clean. It looked neat. That's the picture I personally took with my iPhone. I was pretty proud of it myself. So with that in mind, not a bad train, not a bad place to go. But beyond that, we are getting bored to death out here. There's not a lot going on in Birmingham, all too much. Not to say, I do want to clarify this. There are great people in Birmingham. I know of some at the local gun ranges, and also Jay Bagwell, who is in this town, great friend of ours. But beyond that, there is nothing to do in Birmingham. like beyond the nice folks we know, there is nothing to do in Birmingham at all. Like there's like no attractions, or well, not really attractions, but just things to get out and do. There's not even really a lot of public spaces like parks, say, to get out and wander around in. So we've been trying to look at cars, and now we've moved on into looking at trains, like just actually looking at them a little bit and then leaving. But that one was pretty nice. Like that's probably one of the cleanest ones I've ever seen. I guess it's a new rebuild that was just freshly painted. Because I mean, look at that. There's hardly even any grime on the thing. It looks brand new.
Yeah, that's brand new. I can't even see it.
He can't even see it, folks. He can't even see it. But it is an impressive looking train. It's a GE AC44 C6M. Some of y'all are like, wow, how the hell does he know that? Well, it's right down there on the bottom of the locomotive, right there. So you can actually see it and just read it. So you don't have to be like a foamer to know that. It literally just says it on the side. But I actually found out that apparently a lot of people have filmed this thing before. Apparently it's normally in Pennsylvania, but it's down here for some reason right now. So kind of neat. But anyways, now that we've gotten our obligatory train talk out of the way, it's now time for us to move on into something else, which is getting to talk to all of y'all. And boy, howdy, what a fun kind of a question segment this will be. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we are now jumping into our last Super Chat segment of the night. So jumping into our first one here, this one goes to none other than Wubba. And Wubba puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Wubba, for that $20 support, and we appreciate it very much. He said tacos and tornado shelters.
Hey, we love a taco and a tornado shelter. Honestly, wish we had one. Because I've been watching those videos lately, Maddie. I think you know the ones I'm talking about the tornadoes, like the deadliest tornado, the biggest tornado. You know, the ones that go through Oklahoma and they're so strong they're like ripping the grass out of the ground where they're traveling.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been watching those. I was like, dang, man, we really do need a little storm shelter, honestly, because it's like, you know, if one of those come through, we're toast. Not a lot of people survive those, apparently, at least from what I was hearing. And man, some people, they get messed up. Like, they get flung like 500 yards or something like that. It's crazy, honestly. But beyond that, hopefully we will.
You know, it's actually better to be drunk if you get flung from a tornado. Like, it's better to be drunk because that way you're not really cognizant of what's happening and you're kind of just limp. So when you get flung around the tornado and you get slung, you hit the ground, you're not all tensed up, so it shouldn't hurt you as bad in theory. But if a tornado's coming, I'm going to have to break out the booze.
Dude, you're gonna be in the tornado. Well, I tell you what, you bastard, I'm gonna give it to you. And it just drops you off on the ground. I don't know, dude. Honestly, man, it's like maybe that would work. I'm not really sure. That's an interesting idea, though, Matty, and I think we'll have to explore that one further with research and funding. But that's interesting. That is interesting. I did not know that.
That could be a good new Patreon post. Actually, we're going to test like a Mr. Beast style video. I drank this bottle of Jack and jumped in this F5 tornado. Okay.
Dude gets a 2x4 straight through the chest anyways. It's like, doesn't matter how relaxed you were, you know, if something hits you, it hits you. But also, you know, something else that I was wanting to share with all of y'all is that considering that there's not really a lot to do here in Birmingham, I've been bored enough that I've been thinking about possibly doing little things for Patreon. And so what I was thinking was maybe I can make a series of things talking about things that are in our area that I can just kind of drive to, like the Norris Yard, and talking about it. I think we can actually I think we could throw a drone up and film on the southern side, well, the northern side of the rail yard. Not really sure on that. I'll have to look into that a little bit. But we could film it and talk about it and show it to y'all. And there's also some other cool places around Birmingham I didn't even know about until recently. Of course, there's the giant steel plant. Like, of course, that'd kind of be like a documentary video because I have to ask for permission to get in there and show it. But one thing that is really cool that I didn't know about is that we actually have coal mines here near Birmingham, like this one. This is the closest one, the Crimson Oak Grove Prep Plant, which is also a sort of a coal mine in a sense. But there are real coal mines out here, like the Warrior Met number 7 coal mine, which is right here. This whole thing is a giant coal mine. I don't know why there's so much coal on the surface, because I don't think it's like an open pit. I believe they go underground, but it is pretty neat to look at. And it's like, wouldn't that be cool to go underground and show y'all how they mine coal here in Alabama? I didn't even know until about a week and a half ago that we actually mined a lot of coal here in this area of Alabama. I always thought it was further north, kind of towards Huntsville. But even honestly so, I don't really see a lot of coal mines in this area. Well, wait a minute. No, that's not a coal. Bitcoin ATM. Those ads are showing up everywhere on these maps, man.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about either. I personally don't want any of that.
Yeah. Look, there's another one. Man, it's for pain because people are losing all their money in Bitcoin. But beyond that, I would have to say it would be interesting to do. I think y'all might find that a little interesting, maybe. And also, off grid, Scott said, Montgomery, Alabama smells like shit because of the paper mill. Oh, yeah, we know. Yeah, we used to live around there. And there's a paper mill. Where is that paper mill, Matthew? It's somewhere around, like, Prattville, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in Prattville, I think. It smells like doo-doo.
Yeah, paper mills smell terrible. And let me see. Let's see.
There it is, right
Oh
there.
yeah,
James Hart. Yeah, right there.
International Paper Mill. Well, the International Paper Prattville Mill, and is an interesting place because you can see all of the wood that they turn into pulp to make their paper. But it's an interesting kind of a facility because you can actually see that it is rail served. Wildly enough. Holy moly, it's rail served. Look at that, crazy. And they also bring in everything that this paper mill uses largely by rail. So it's a little bit of an interesting fact with that. Kind of neat, me personally. I honestly think it's neat. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
You know
But
what
it does smell
happens
like
when they get
garbage.
mad at the workers? You know what happens when they get mad at the workers here at this paper plant?
What?
They rail them out.
Oh, dude, they ream them out like a ream of
Oh!
paper. Oh!
Oh.
But still, yes, it smells like garbage around here because depending on the way the wind blows, it would blow east, and you can just smell it so badly when it blows east. Oh, it's terrible. But also one thing that is cool is that they have a giant Hyundai plant here in Montgomery. But they've been having problems lately. But once again, Hyundai. Oh, wait a minute, did they rip up the, oh, wait a minute, they're building a new thing here, Matthew.
Like a brand new part of the plant, eh?
Yeah, they're building something new. What is this? It is the Mobis North America Electrified Powertrain. Wait, is this already made? Oh, shoot,
I
it's
think
actually
that
built.
that might be like a division of Hyundai for like the electric cars or something.
Huh. That's interesting. I didn't know that they were building that there. And then also they have this little thing up here. What is this?
Oh,
The Hyundai
that's a
Training
training
Center.
center. Also,
was-
by the way, I saw they had a Hyundai cafe in the center of that plant over there. Did you see that? Go over, scroll over to that plant. This is HMM something cafe right in the middle. Like zoom, pull it up a little.
Oh,
There,
hey,
it is, right
look,
there.
there it is. Let's see. Huh.
Oh, that's actually not that bad. Like, what are they serving here?
Sadly, I don't know. That's like the only picture for it. 2.3 stars. Doesn't look like it's that great. Flick initially had options. Now it's the same day, every week. Ceiling is caving in. Food made me sick.
Damn. Also, this guy's a local guy right here. He doesn't even work here, apparently.
Apparently not. And then, meanwhile, while this guy put down the worst review, this guy said, probably the best food I've ever had in a workplace. So this guy doesn't have a high standards. This guy has insanely high standards, apparently. And then this guy, just put 1 star, no comment. That's interesting. Also, man, you know something else? You know something else that I was just noticing? Is that this place is also rail served. Boom! The auto racks, they drive the cars. They have these
Aw.
ramps here, and they drive the cars into the auto racks.
Oh, that's fantastic right there. I love that. How they take the Hyundais out by rail like that, out of this Montgomery area and into the rest of the world. I love that.
You know, man, the real answer, some of y'all may be wondering, why in the world is it so that they take the cars and load them onto trains and then ship them out of Alabama when they could just load them onto trucks and do the same? Well, the thing is that they're scared that if the trucks go through Montgomery, all of the cars may come out, you know, like busted in. But on the trains, they can just go straight through without stopping, so it stops the vandalism. I'm just kidding, by the way.
Ian, you know something that's fascinating. This is a Hyundai facility, by the way. I don't really care for Hyundai cars. I'll be perfectly honest. Not that anybody asked, but just to let you know, I don't really care for Hyundais. But, you know, one vehicle that they do have, which has my attention a little bit, is they have this new one called the Hyundai Elantra N, which is like the sport model of the Elantra. So pull that up real quick and for us. That's nice. Like that, this thing actually has good horsepower for the money.
Elantra in?
Yes, yes.
Oh, look at that.
There it is. It's rated really good. And it's in that like really cool blue color right there. I've seen these things, not in person, but on the internet. And I think they have like 300 horsepower and they're decently priced for like a brand new vehicle. They sound pretty decent. It's a 4-cylinder, of course, so it can only sound so good. But it looks pretty neat. Like I'm not a huge fan of Hyundai, but this is not a bad car right here.
We're not sponsored by Hyundai, by the way, but it is a pretty cool looking little car.
Yeah, it's good that some car makers are still making cars that are generally somewhat affordable because a lot of car makers these days are putting their new car prices at obscenely high levels, even for base models. So to see a sports model like that somewhat decently priced, that's pretty good.
It is pretty interesting. Also, by the way, some of y'all are wondering, what is an auto rack? Let me go type in a CSX auto rack. That's what they are. they're these cars. Have you ever seen them? They're carrying cars. Usually these things make up an entire train, and there's really nothing else being carried on the single train. But that's because of precision scheduled railroading, which is a new thing these days. But pretty neat when you look at it, because that train right there is carrying all kinds of cars, either from the ports where they were just imported, or carrying them from the factories like the Hyundai one down in Montgomery to wherever they need to be going. So kind of cool with that. But you know, I always find that really neat. I think these rail cars are some of the neatest, along with like the intermodal double stack well cars. You know the ones, Matthew, that carry let me see, CSX well car. This should pull it up. Yeah, here we go. The little double stack well car things.
Oh yeah, I like those things right there. I have a really nice model of that in Lionel from like 10 years ago in the closet.
Yeah, these are cool. I like these in the auto racks a good deal. Another one that I like. I actually didn't really focus on these a lot until on my birthday I got a little model of one, and I was like, wow, these are really neat. Are the sulfuric acid tank cars. Let me show one of those to y'all. These little ones, the little tank cars, these are cool.
Ah, yes, those right there. East Palestine's very familiar with these.
Yeah, but they were carrying like, what was it? Like some sort of polyethylene,
PVC.
yeah, PVC sort of a deal. These just carry sulfuric acid, which it will kill you if you get enveloped in it. But still, they're pretty cool, and I thought they were neat. And I was like, wow, that's neat. I also like the ones that are like white on the sides and then have the black band going through the middle. Very distinct looking kind of a color scheme there.
Yeah, it looks like a police car tank.
Honestly, does, man. They're about to say, put your hands up. Like, it's just stop resisting.
Man, it's put that car on the rails, and it's just yelling the whole way. Get on the ground, stop resisting, stop resisting.
Pull over. But look, Mandy, that's the exact one I have, the Procore car.
Yeah, it is. I remember getting it.
Yeah, look at that. Pretty cool. But anyways, with that, it's enough talk of that. We've covered cars, trains. Next thing you know, we've talked about planes. Well, actually, we haven't talked about planes. We'll get to that in a little bit. We've talked about trains and automobiles, but we're about to add in planes. Call it planes, trains, and automobiles. But anyways, with that, thank you once again for support. Hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to another legend. It is Marion Deemert, who threw in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Marion, for that $20 support, and also helping to keep us running again. And thank you very much, Marion, for being a long-time channel legend. I said, Slava Ukraine and Hiram Slava.
And Slav Ukrainian, Ram Slava. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Marion Deemert. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, thank you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. We wouldn't be able to support American and Western interests like supporting Ukraine. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
Also, let's see here. I saw Vari Mendebrata say in the live chat, I was a hazmat technician on a train derailment in Eastland, Texas, that took out a bridge and dumped over 40,000 gallons of hydrogen chloride in a creek. I had to clean it up. That sounds nasty. I'm not going to lie. That sounds terrible, actually. I saw a train car the other day when I went down to the train yard with the enforcer to grab a picture of a Patreon, a video actually, which I posted over there. I was looking at these cars, and on the side of one of these tanks, I was like, oh, what's in that? And it said something like chlorine. I was like, oh, okay, chlorine.
No, sulfuric acid.
No, I saw one that said chlorine on the side of it. And I was like, if that thing goes off the track, we're in trouble because I don't want to be anywhere near that if chlorine's about to come out the side.
Man, honestly, it was cool to watch them pass though. They're really small when you look at those, because I think they're only like 40 or 50 feet long each. So they're very short. So you look at them and say, hey, that's actually kind of cute small. Like, it's smaller even than like an 18-wheeler's trailer. But I keep on seeing someone in the chat, let me make sure to name them. The Pedaling Paddler has been beating me to death in the chat over showing this. I will show it simply under protest because you keep bringing it up. The Bud, was it diesel rail car, I believe. Singular cars These don't exist in America anymore, really, in major usage at all. But they kind of do, sort of, not really. But this was the answer for economic passenger rail transport, where it was too expensive to run a whole train, but you still had to run some sort of service. They would run these. They are rail cars that have a controller's cab on both sides, have passenger seats in the middle, and in that overhead hump thing, I think that's where the actual engine is that powers the electric motors that run the actual train. It's a lot like a Class 153 from the UK, which a lot of these are still in service. So I'll show this to y'all. This is a Class 153. This one's actually in Wales, from the livery that it has. That's like the Welsh Transport of Wales, I think is what it's called. But these are pretty much the same thing in Britain as what these Bud Metro rail cars were in America. They're pretty neat. These things kind of existed for quite a while, but they're pretty cool. I actually do think that they're really neat. It's just that I don't talk about them a lot. And also, there is another one that is a little bit more distinct. But sadly, I cannot find it. Oh, here's one. The Reading Company's rail cars, which were just like stainless steel silver, which looked pretty cool. So
The Reading Company, eh?
yeah, I think it's like technically Reading, but I call it Reading because, you know, back in the day on the Monopoly board, we called that thing Reading Railroad. Like we called that thing Reading Railroad. But yeah, you know, these things were not bad. You can also hook them together to make a larger train, although at that point it's really becoming uneconomical. But anyways, kind of neat, kind of like this, but American and older. So pretty cool. But anyways, I hope that does address that well. So you'll stop beating me over the head about it. I did it, okay? I did it. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next. Also, all jokes aside, by the way, I did want to talk about it. I was just kidding around about you beating me over the head. I saw you mention it, though, for like 2 or 3 nights in a row. I was like, I eventually have to get to that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I got to give the Golden Crust Jamaican beef patty a nice 10 out of 10. Those things are quite tasty, quite spicy. I like them a lot. We're not sponsored, but just a shout out. But anyways, jumping into our next one. Excuse me. It's got me choking too. This one goes to Mr. Lunchtime. He puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Mr. Lunchtime, for that $20 of the lunch money. And we appreciate it very much. And of course, Mr. Lunchtime has been around for ages. He said, excellent work, guys. And thank you for remaining politically neutral. And take a question from the chat and stay toasty, my friends.
And I thank you for the support, Monsieur Lunchtime. And I thank you so much for greatly enjoying this channel. And thank you so much for enjoying our political neutrality. We kid around. We make a joke. And some people, they cannot take a joke. They go, oh, why you make a joke? I like a guy. You make no joke. And I say, I make a joke because I laugh and it's funny. And some people like it. And I thank you for enjoying that. And I also thank you for the fact of appreciating that we are politically neutral. We don't get into the whole political thing. I don't really like to. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Like, I'll tell you something, folks. I'll tell you something. I've seen some people out there. I've seen some people getting real political. And I just got to be honest with y'all. It's just not my cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea. I'm sorry, folks. I just don't like it. It always comes off as... Really, honestly, people get taken for a schmuck when they get political. Like, honestly, and like, especially our kind of a position, running a channel like this, like, we're going to sacrifice our reputation for our news coverage and our ability to research and everything to stand up and support someone who doesn't even know who we are or gives a damn about us. It's like, I don't have a stake in any of them like that. Like, you know, just doesn't make a lot of sense on my end. But some people do it. And to them, I say, I mean, good luck to them, but that's sure as hell not where we're going to be going anytime soon. So I hope that does address that well. I thank you for the support, Mr. Lunchtime, and really appreciating that. And also, I got to say that it has always been a thing that people want to make us political. Like, we'll be like, we are not political. And what is crazy is that when you say that, people just assume that that's like an admission of guilt. Like, when Biden was president, you know, the Democrats were in charge. So then when we said we're not political, people just defaulted to, oh, he's not saying that because he's a Republican. And now that Trump's in charge, and then we say we're not political, now people default to, well, he's not saying he's political because he's a Democrat. It's like, we're just not political. Like I can be entirely honest with y'all, I really don't support either party. Like just being completely upfront, I don't support either of them. So, you know, like when people try and make us out to be political, it's like, that's just silly. Like, you know, and also when people see that we disagree with someone and then they say that we're political because we disagreed with them. It's like, no. It's like, I'm not political, but that doesn't mean I'm blind and I don't have analysis and I can't say that things are good and bad, because some things are good and bad. It's like, I didn't say that everything that Biden did was great or terrible. It was a mix, and everything that Trump's currently doing isn't great or terrible. It's largely a mix. So that's largely how we look at it and assess it. And then people don't like that because they're either a Republican or a Democrat. So if they're a Republican, right now they want to hear that everything's perfect and it's sunshine and rainbows and there's nothing wrong and everything's right. And, we're going to oppress the other side. And then when the Democrats were in charge, they wanted to hear that everything was sunshine and rainbows and everything was right and everything was perfect and we're going to oppress the other side. And it's always like, no, that's just not how we do it here. Like, if you want that, there's many of commentary channels out there that do that, but we're not one of them. And also, someone said, sounds like fence sitting. Oh, here it comes. No. Fence sitting is when you don't have stances. I have stances. It's just that I'm not going to sit there and die on a hill for political people who don't give a shit about me. Political people use people like you as a schmuck, because you're saying sounds like fence sitting because you're either wanting me to become a Republican or a Democrat here. And people like you are what those sorts of people in politics feed off of, or schmucks like you who just go in full on into backing them no matter what and just voting red or blue every single time an election comes around. They take advantage of people like you and they screw you over. And if people would understand that a little bit more, they would be able to actually run the political system instead of the political system running them. And people, I don't mean to say this as in you were the problem, but people like you with that kind of a mindset where you feel like taking a stand on issues and voting for politicians endlessly the same time, regardless of who they are, is the answer. You're actually one of the main reasons of what's wrong in this country. That really is my belief, because a lot of people always say that it's the crooked politicians that are to blame. I would have to say at this point, after watching how things go for several years, the politicians that are in the government right now are a direct representation of the kind of people that are voting in elections. Most people in the Congress are neurotic, they're odd, they don't know what's really going on, they're very unintelligent and uninformed, and a very misguided populace keeps voting for them. And that's on all ends. Like, that's what I see. Like, the last administration, in my opinion, hasn't been any better or as good as the current one, and that's the same as this one right now. They're almost equally, well, they're not almost, they are equally bad, in my opinion. I don't really see a lot good coming out of either of them. And yet people don't want to see the reality of that and go, we really just need to start shaking this thing up with our votes, and really trying to make some progress here. No, people instead say, let's just dig in deeper and just keep voting for the same people over and over again, and that's going to fix the problem, although these same people are the reason why there is a problem. So that would be my answer to that. Not fence sitting, because I have some very clear objectives in what foreign policy should be for the United States, and if you've watched this channel for longer than 5 minutes, which you may or may not have, you would clearly know that I have my own kind of stances and beliefs on what America should do in terms of foreign policy. So it's not fence sitting. I have my own clear objectives, but I'm not going to go hop into a camp and say, I'm a Republican, so I'm instead of actually saying what I want to do, I'm going to echo and mirror what someone else says they want to do, although I have no invested stake in doing that for them. Like, they're not paying me, they're not doing anything for me, so why in the world am I going to give up my own beliefs and ideas to follow someone else? That I have no incentive to do that, and I don't have any incentive to do that if I wanted to go Democrat either and go, let's just do things that are kind of all right and also silly simultaneously, just so that way I can be in the in group with others that are Democrats. Like, that doesn't make any sense in either direction. So that's why I stay neutral. I have my own beliefs and opinions. Many of y'all have heard them before, but I'm not going to sit there and sacrifice my own beliefs and ideas of what I think would be best for the country to then just pick up things and say them that I don't even believe in on both ends. Also, by the way, speaking of this, because last night we had a super chat near the very end of the stream that was from Jack Ray that we weren't able to get the coordinates. He just sent me those coordinates right now and said, hey, could you return back to it? So you reminded me of it. So, Enforcer, let's do it before we forget. Let's take a look at these coordinates. I'm going to send them over the chat. So, excuse me, goodness, that was a hiccup there. But there it is over the chat. And let's see here. Let me see if I can get that right here and click copy. And then paste, hopefully. Oh.
Let's see. It says it spells something.
Antibody. at that.
Antibody. It's not for the body.
And where is that? It's near Hefe. Let's see, that's where Chris's mom is from, but she moved to America and it was anglicized and they call it heifer. But moving on from that, that's antibody right there. Very interesting. Do they serve
Wait a minute. Is
soup?
this a lab or something?
I don't know. Very interesting
Uh,
question.
hmm.
Do they serve soups at this institution? Like, do they serve soups? Maybe
Do
back.
do they have good confinement?
With the roofs looking the way they do, I'd be doubting it.
Fascinating. Let's see here. What is this, Jack Ray? Like, what is this?
Also, this seems really nonsensical for a building to be built to spell out a word. It's like, isn't that like the most inefficient use of space?
They were really desperate to make a statement here. For a country that doesn't want their country, photographed by satellite, they were really worried about it.
We have to make sure that we are wanting to look health conscious. Quick, signal to the imperialist Western dogs that we believe in antibodies. It's like, build the building now. It's like, that doesn't even make any sense. But they did it. I mean, I guess, like they did it. Oh, what's this? Are these the high-speed rail lines? These are the high-speed rail lines of China because they are cutting straight through mountains. So, what does that look like from the ground? They don't have a single picture on the ground of that. What a shame, really. What a shame. Where does this go? Where does this go? Man, I wish we had high-speed rail.
I like how they just blow a mountain out to run it through it whenever they feel like it.
Bro, they blow a mountain out.
Nah. Aw, man.
Aw, man. Come on, man. And then it goes under here and then over here. Wait a minute. Where did it go? What? Oh, sorry. That's it's not the railroad.
It shifted a little bit.
I was like, what in the world? Okay, so then it goes through here, and then it goes to this station, which is the Jiang Hongfu beef noodle store. Very nice to know, and it sounds quite delicious as well. But yeah, that's the station apparently. Interesting to know that. So yeah, now we know. I didn't know. I didn't know. Now we learned. But anyways, this one. What town is this?
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Oh,
Like,
that's almost close to the other one. It scared me for a minute.
we've made it to woohoo! Woohoo!
Oh, man. That wet market in Woohoo.
In another town, whenever they hear wet market, they weep. In Woohoo, when they hear wet markets, they cheer. They go, woohoo! More soup for me! But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to move on into another question, I suppose. But still, thank you so much once again for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to Mouse Fitzgerald, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Mouse, for that $20 support, and we appreciate that very much. He said, much obliged for all your hard work, bringing us the best stream around, guys. Team LSA forever. And have you ever heard of the Dyatlov Pass incident? It's my favorite unsolved mystery.
I have heard of the Dyatlov Pass incident, and it was a Soviet camping expedition or a scientific expedition or something like that that ended up with a couple of people getting killed, and it was really, I think all of them ended up dying. And some of them died in really bizarre ways, like some of them had no clothes on in the middle of a blizzard. It was a really interesting kind of a thing. I was actually looking into the mystery of the USS Cyclops today, which disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle. Some people say it disappeared because of aliens. I actually think it disappeared because the bauxite on board probably got wet, turned into a slurry, and then it probably just capsized, most likely. They haven't found the Cyclops yet on the ocean floor, so they'll probably never find it. But it is an interesting kind of a mystery there. But I have heard of that Dyatlov Pass incident. Let me go see if I can pull it up for y'all. That Dyatlov Pass. They named it Dyatlov after that guy who blew up Chernobyl. I'm just kidding. That was actually a couple of decades later. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if we can... trying to make sure that this little Wikipedia post is safe. It's not going to be showing any gruesomeness. And it won't. So we'll show it to y'all. This is their group tomb. They buried them in a mass grave.
Wow.
All 9 of them. So all 9 of them did die. But they were from the Ural Polytechnical Institute. Man, there's that commie polytechnic thing again, like we saw in China yesterday. And also, let's see, overnight, something caused them to cut their way out of their tent and flee the campsite while inadequately dressed for heavy snowfall and sub-zero temperatures. They were wilding out there. And they just don't, let's see, another had a small crack in his skull. Seems interesting to me. But beyond that, it's a little bit interesting to hear about these folks because nobody really knows why they did any of that stuff because all of them died, so no one was able to tell the tale. So a little bit of an interesting mystery here. But there are always all kinds of interesting mysteries that happen out there. Happen all around the world, actually, that are unsolved. Like, crazily enough, did y'all know this? There are still a large amount of murders in the United States that authorities just don't solve. Like, they don't know who killed them or anything. Like, it's interesting. Like, apparently from what I was hearing, down in Louisiana, especially in the bayou, there's a lot of bodies that will be found, and they just will never be able to really figure out anything about why they died. They just know that they found a body, and that was it.
That's a terrible thing, honestly.
Yeah, it's honestly terrible. But still, that's just the way it is in a lot of those cases. So, pretty interesting with this one. This is probably one of the more famous ones, really. But have y'all ever seen the USS Cyclops? Have y'all ever seen the Cyclops? This is it.
That looks like, guess what? A Cyclops.
This thing was a, I forgot what it's specifically called.
A Cyclops.
It's a collier. So it carries around coal for the Navy.
It's a damn dog.
It's a damnable dog. But you want to know something else that's interesting about this ship, which was a part of the Proteus class?
What's so fascinating about it?
So, I'll show you here. The USS Jupiter. The USS Cyclops, just to show you that right there. One of them was named the USS Jupiter, one of the ships of this class, and it turned into this, which was the first aircraft carrier in the U.S. Navy.
Man, look at that, how they have them lined up like that. Like, how are they supposed to take off?
We don't ask those questions in the Navy, man. Like, we don't ask those questions here. But still, it was a converted collier. It was the USS Jupiter, which looked the exact same as the Cyclops, and it ended up becoming the first aircraft carrier in U.S. Navy service. Isn't that so cool? It ended up getting torpedoed by the Japanese in 1942 and sinking, but it still is pretty cool that that was the first aircraft carrier that ever existed.
That's not cool, the Japanese missile did. That's not cool at all, actually. In fact, that's something that they should probably never try again.
I don't think they will, but, you know, one can only hope. One can only hope. But that's what it originally looked like before its refit. The exact same class as the Cyclops, which was lost in Bermuda. But anyways, pretty cool. Also, look at their badge.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It's like France.
Well, you know, it's red, white, and blue for, you know, America.
I know.
It's like France. It's like France, right? It's like, well, yeah, you know, I guess. But how fast could this thing go? How fast could it go?
Oh, this thing had 3 boilers. Whoa, look at that boiler. 5,400 kilowatts.
It only had 7,200 horsepower, or ship horsepower.
SHP.
I don't know what the S is for.
Shit horsepower.
Real shitty horsepower. That this is equivalent to like 5,000 normal horsepower. But it's just a wildly interesting kind of a thing here. Oh, hey, look at this. There's the Langley beside, let's see, the Saratoga.
Yeah, that thing's honestly not that large, really.
No, it was a little itty bitty little thing. Also, did the Saratoga originally have, like, cruiser turrets mounted onto it? Because those are freaking huge. Let me go look at that. I didn't ever know that. Let's see, USS Saratoga. So see, it has the 5-inch guns on this one, but on that earlier picture, it had freaking turrets. What the... Dude, those are like the turrets on an Omaha-class cruiser.
That's crazy, honestly.
That is crazy. Hold up, I want to know what kind of guns those were. So it had 8-inch guns. I think those were the guns on, like, the USS Omaha. Let me go check that. No, not that one. We want the other one. Yeah, this one. See, those look like the exact same turrets. If it is, I'm going to be absolutely... 2 twin... and then 8 singles 6 inches. So actually, the Saratoga had larger guns than the Omaha, almost in, like, the same turret casing. But that's insane because the idea of an aircraft carrier at any point getting close enough to actually need, like, close enough to an enemy ship to actually need the guns of a freaking, like, a heavy cruiser, that's mental, honestly. Like, I don't even know what the idea or the philosophy was behind that. Later on in some refit during World War II, they did change them out to be the 5-inch guns, the quick-firing 5-inch guns, which are really more of an anti-aircraft kind of a thing, because obviously an aircraft carrier should never be on its own or in a position to where it's directly fighting service combatants, because it's going to be destroyed. It's going to be ganked, as they put it. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense for them to do that. But let me see here. Let me see here, Mandy. I'm trying to see if I can show you something here. Show you something kind of cool. Oh yeah, the Japanese torpedoed this one as well.
Damn, they were hitting everything.
Man, they were hitting them hard. Like, honestly, it's like, dang. Let's see. I think it survived. Oh, wait a minute. Well, what happened? Oh, wait a minute. We blew up an atomic bomb on it.
Oh, look at that. Well, that would explain why it went down.
Dude, I like how after World War II, they're like, what do we do with all the excess ships? I don't know, nuke them. And then they just started nuking all of them. It's like, it's an interesting way to get rid of them. Man, imagine nowadays, man, if someone was trying to do that in the current political environment. The President of the United States wants to destroy our Navy. He's taking ships out in the Pacific and freaking nuking them. He really hates this country and the service members. You know, it'd be something like that. Oh,
man,
my.
Can you imagine if we tried to do nuclear tests like this today? Like one that were actually like in the middle of the atoll like that again? Like there'd be so much uproar about that, it wouldn't even be funny.
Dude, it wouldn't even be funny, man. This just isn't even a proper country anymore. You just can't go around nuking coral reefs anymore like we used to. And also our own ships. It's insane what people do these days. Really, truly. I mean, it's just absolutely ludicrous. But also, what the hell's a magic carpet voyage?
That's when Aladdin comes along and gets on your boat.
Oh, the repatriation of American service members from Europe to the Pacific and Asia. I was like, the hell is that? The magic carpet. Dude, that's when the Houthis commandeer your boat and you go and experience the Arabian Nights. They call it a magic carpet. But anyways, let's see here. Let's take a little gander. Man, it's interesting. But anyways, yeah, we do have to get moving on, Mandy. I know that's what you sent that message about. I'd agree with you. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Jack Ragnarsson, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Jack, as well, for that $20 support and helping to keep the channel running. And Jack said, did the Russians remove the nuclear weapons from the Graveron storage facility? And I know they did when the good Russians attacked Belgorod, but did they put them back, or is it still empty? And it's only 17 kilometers away and tempting, an LSA.
And I think they probably have been removed at this point permanently because it's too close to a border of a country they're in an active war with. So I would say probably so. Although we don't have exact information to know that, I would largely assume that they probably have. But with that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 super chat from Rick Galinchin once again, who puts in a 20 Canadian. And thank you very much, Rick, for that support all the way from Canada. And we appreciate it. He said, Enforcer, since we are on trains, check out the Rocky Mountaineer.
We've actually checked this one out. It's the most expensive train to ride on in all of America. And Matthew actually might be a fan of this one because you don't sleep on the train. You get off to go sleep.
I like that part.
He likes that part. But you travel through the Rocky Mountains from Denver, I think, all the way to Provo or Salt Lake City on this train. Very nice train. It's been refitted multiple times to be as modern as it possibly can be. So it is like top of the line in terms of like the classiness of it. It costs thousands of dollars to ride this thing, and it only lasts 2 days. But you travel through the Rocky Mountains all on the first day. And then once you get towards nighttime, the train pulls into a station, and they actually bring you to a historic hotel to sleep in, and, you know, all of that's paid for in the ticket. Then you get back on the train the next day, and then travel even further on to Salt Lake City through the rest of the mountain range, and then you get out at Salt Lake City. It costs a couple of $1,000s per ticket, but it is a pretty cool train. And let me see if I can show you all the interior of this train beyond the sightseeing lounge. Oh yeah, here's another picture of the interior. Very modern and clean.
Very nice.
Matthew has no comment for that one. Like he was like,
I was just looking at it thinking, huh, this is interesting. What are they doing here? Dancing or something? They're sitting having a good old time. Why aren't you looking out the window? That's what you paid for.
It's like you paid thousands of dollars. Like every single minute, the hundreds of dollars are being spent. It's a glorious thing. It's a beautiful thing. But it's a pretty cool train ride. I would like to go on it one day. It's just that it's so expensive. It would be really hard to do it just because of the cost. But one day, maybe we will. But that time will be a long time in the future. Maybe when we get signed on to some company on a several $million contract, maybe then we'll be able to take this trip. But for now, we will stay in Amtrak. In Amtrak, we trust. Matthew does not trust Amtrak. But anyways, with that,
I don't trust Amtrak one bit.
I don't trust him. It's like, man, Matthew hates him. And you know what was crazy is that Matthew was actually wanting to see if we could catch the Crescent going to New York today from here. Let me see if I can show you. There we go. That is the Crescent right there. The only train that comes through Alabama, the Crescent. Also, that's a civil defense rail car right there.
Yeah, it used to be, apparently. This thing's seen better days.
Sheesh, man, like, honestly, but what, man, this place was stacked, like, it was loaded. I'm wanting to see if we could get it. Oh, yes, the old Am fleets. Oh, they look grimy. Like, they looked grimy. They've refitted them now. They look better. But, man, those looked rough. Oh, look, a Kansas City Southern. How neat, in the Southern Belle livery. Really cool. I was wanting to see if we could find a picture of the Crescent here, like a modern Crescent, but nope, we can't. That's it's not a thing that we're going to be seeing today. Oh, look, coil cars. Wow. Like coil cars. I think they're cool. But anyways, it's time for us to move on to the next one. But still, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well about the Rocky Mountaineer side of things. And thank you so much for allowing us another little train rabbit hole right there. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Margaret Hemsley, who puts in a $15 donation. And thank you, Margaret, as well for that Australian support, and we appreciate it very much. And Margaret said, not much now, but be more on Thursday. And this equates to $8 USD or less after the YouTube cut and exchange rate. Look up the Hotham Valley Railway dwelling up Forest Train. Also, by the way, this LSA community is full of democracy.
Hey, thank you so much for the support. Help this channel keep on running. And we found the Hotham Valley Railway. Look at that thing.
Oh, look at that. That's old-fashioned right there. That's like Thomas the Tank.
Thomas the Tank, as opposed to the tank engine. Thomas is now murdering Germans on the battlefields of World War I. He's Thomas the Tank. But beyond that, it's a very interesting kind of train. Don't really know a lot about it, but they got some very interesting locomotive power. Mostly steam trains, it appears. They do have some diesels. They have this one. This thing looks... where is this? Is this in Australia? Let's see. Yeah, it is. It is in Western Australia. It's crazy because I'm not going to lie. The locomotives nearly look South African, like, being entirely honest. Like, they don't really look Australian, or at least what I would remember being Australian. But I don't know a lot about Australia. Ugh.
Oh, my God.
Is that Rhodesian? Like, is that it? Oh my God! Is that? Yeah, this is the best in the world. Like, it's like, oh man. Let's see, visiting and pass. Oh, that one was pretty cool. And let's see here, that one's pretty neat. But very interesting to see. And apparently, how long is the line? It's a 20-mile section of line, so it's a heritage railway, kind of like the ones that exist in Britain. But pretty neat. I gotta thank you for the support and sharing this with us, Margaret Hemsley, because support like yours helps this channel to keep on running. And crazy enough, this actually did turn into a train rabbit hole tonight, which I like the whole every single super chat's about trains. I didn't expect that, honestly, but that's interesting and honestly a quite welcome thing. I'm not complaining about it. You know what I mean? But beyond that, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Friend Wilkins, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Friend Wilkins, for that support. And it said just a small token of my appreciation. And also shout out to Gary Toes, who put in a $10 donation as well. And thank you both very much for that. And we appreciate it. But Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to Bottichis for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling day in and day out. If it wasn't for folks like y'all who support this channel, even without throwing in comments, we wouldn't be able to make this thing a reality and keep it rolling. So a big thanks to y'all once again. I hope that does address that somewhat well indeed. And with that, we're going to be moving on to the next one.
All right. And our next one goes to Octavian Timarasanu, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Octavian, as well, for that support. He said, speaking of the Civil War, did you two know that a Union general, George Pamuts, was born near me, Romanian American, and led the 15th Iowa Regiment? Pamuts means little tree in Romanian.
Little tree in Romania. Oh, where in the world will we find a little tree in Romania? Maybe around here,
How big is your tree in Romania?
How big is your tree? Like, oh man, and then he says the most anti-Semitic thing ever, and then people just laugh at it. Like if anyone else had said it, they would be getting crucified. He can say it though, and he gets a pass. Like I'm not really understanding that logic there. Also, man, like, hang on, man, I just got to say this, man, because I cannot stand hypocrisy, folks, when I see it. So I got to point this one out. So. Every political group in America is strongly against anti-Semitism. Like, right? Like, everyone can agree on that. Like, anti-Semitism is bad. I was about to say anti-Semitism. But anti-Semitism is bad. So right now, the current administration comes in, which is saying that they will deport foreign nationals that are going to college here if they say something anti-Semitic. So Andrew Tate says something anti-Semitic, and they still all say that he's great friends of theirs and they really respect him. It's like, what is up with this, like, double standard?
I don't even understand it.
I don't really get it, because it's like one, Andrew Tate's a pimp. Like, automatically, no respect there. That's a dishonorable trade. Secondly, he abuses women, like you should be abusing anyone. So once again, dishonorable person. Then he's also publicly an anti-Semite. And the current administration is taking a very strong stance against anti-Semitism, a far stronger one than anyone else has, possibly even going to the point of really violating people's freedom of speech. But then Andrew Tate's still an upstanding guy, because although he's an anti-Semite, he's just an upstanding guy. Like, it makes no sense with that one. Like, I don't get it at all. But anyways, beyond that, there are many little trees in Romania. I cannot find a single area of forested countryside maybe here. Yes, little trees. Some. We found little trees. Honestly, Romania is really pretty.
Yeah, it's not bad looking, really. It looks very nice. It's kind of like Soviet, though.
A little commie, but, you know, it's still really nice. Also, what does this mountain look like over here? Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. That's a big mountain.
Man, look at that. They got Romanian flags flying from the top. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. But, man, that is gorgeous up there. I think this is still a part of the Carpathians. But, oh, look at that. That's like Scotland.
A river. It's like a babbling brook.
Man, that thing's babbling, man. It's like one of those rushes. Look at that. They went to the liquor store, and I went back from the liquor store, and then when I found out, you know, like, it's babbling.
The brook of Andrew Tate. What call is your guy? What call is your guy? Hello? Hello?
Slave. You know, it's like whoa. It's like whoa, buddy. Let's calm down with that craziness right there. And then everyone's like, wow, he's so respectable. It's like, no, it's like he's not. Like, man, you remember back in the day, like just like 10 years ago, when everyone viewed him as like a degenerate pimp, and now everyone acts like he's a respectable, upstanding member of society. Don't you remember that? Pepperidge Farms remembers.
It's crazy how things change, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, you can be a pimp. You could still be a pimp. And as long as you just say you're of a political affiliation, you get a pass. Like he could have done that in either direction. He would get a pass. Like, I promise you all that. But anyways, with that, I do thank you for the support and sharing that that general was actually from Romania. Pretty cool to hear. And I got to thank you for the support and sharing that little bit of information with us. And that's very interesting to hear that his last name means little tree. Our last name in Welsh actually means, I think it's something like wolf cub. That's it. Like, it's not brave or anything. It's just a wolf cub. But that's still pretty neat. And so with that, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Adam McLean, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you, Adam, as well, for that $10 support. He said, for the heck of it, will you guys check out Bonaventure Cemetery in Savannah, Georgia?
Sure, we can. In Savannah, Georgia? Of course. Savannah, Georgia is one of the oldest towns in Georgia. Sure. So let's take a gander. Let's take a gander. Oh, what was that? What was the name of that cemetery again, Matthew? That cemetery?
It's Bonaventure Cemetery.
How do you spell that?
Bonaventure.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. I think I might know where this is. It's near to Wormslow, isn't it? I never got to go there. Very sad about that still. But we'll take a look at it. Let's take a look. Oh, that's a very nice cemetery right there. Yeah, no horror movie would ever be filmed here. It's too pretty. But
man, honestly, I don't like cemeteries, and this one here is creepy.
Man, I don't like cemeteries. Some people go into them to be a little edgy, and I don't get it because like I just believe in leaving the dead alone. They're buried there, leave them there. Like, that's how I look at it. But still, a really pretty cemetery actually. But let's take a gander here. Oh, this person died in the Spanish flu outbreak in 1918.
Oh, like the whirlybird.
Yeah. Let's see. She would have been 78, 88, 98, 08. She would have been 50 years old. So, yeah, she certainly died ahead of her time. That would have been a Spanish flu death right there. A little bit interesting with that. Let's see. Anything else? Who's this fella? General Robert H. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. I'm assuming he had to have been a Confederate general because he's buried in Savannah, Georgia. So that
he escaped the Matrix.
He escaped the Matrix. Let me go check on that. Robert Anderson. Who is this guy? So he was. Let me go see here. A military. We want to find the one that died. So yeah, he was a Confederate general. So interesting. And there's his grave right there in Savannah, Georgia. And let's see here. Who else is? Oh, a Revolutionary War soldier. Wow.
No
that's
name?
Crazy. Maybe that's. I think his tombstone is behind this, but it's just like denoting that he's a Revolutionary War soldier.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. We actually, crazily enough, y'all might find this cool about our local town lore from our hometown. But in Wetumpka, did you know this, Matthew? There is one Revolutionary War veteran that is buried in Wetumpka Cemetery up here.
No, I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, he was one of the first settlers in Alabama in the early 1810s, and he died, I think, before Wetumpka was even formed as a town. But he was buried there, and he pretty much was the start of Wetumpka Cemetery.
Interesting. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, cool little fact, a little bit of local lore from where we're from. But most of the people who ever died in the war in Wetumpka that are in that cemetery, most of them died in the U.S. Civil War. Some of them died in World War I, and a very small amount of them died in World War II. And then there's really no deaths beyond that in Korea, Vietnam, or the Gulf War. Obviously, none died in the Gulf War. But a little interesting fact about our own hometown. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support, and help this channel keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Happy New Year, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Happy New Year, for that support. We hope you have a Happy New Year, even though it's not really new. It's old. Happy old year at this point. The year is going slow, unfortunately, already. But anyways, thank you very much for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because once again, if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. And so I gotta thank you massively once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Los Catarales, who puts in a 5. And they said, am I the only one tired of history repeating itself over and over? And am I the only one who'd prefer mass conflict to end all conflicts once and for all? Well, that's what they said during World War I, too, and then it led to number 2, and then it's going to probably lead to number 3.
Yeah, you know, the wars will never end, and history repeats itself throughout the entirety of it. We just get the fun of having to live through a segment of it, so that way in 100 or 200 years, people will be going, wow, that was really the good times back then. Like, you know, because y'all don't know this yet, but people are going to be looking back in 50 years from now, at the time we're living in right now, and go, wow, people were really people back then. They'll elevate us onto a pedestal. It'll be ludicrous, really, because people don't know this, but they do that with everyone. Like you think it's bad now, but they do it with everyone. Like the people who lived during World War II and the Great Depression, had the worst run of it. Like, the economy was decimated. No one had a chance at all back then. There was literally millions of people that were hobos riding around on trains trying to just look for any kind of a job. Not just a minimum wage job that you couldn't afford, just a job at all. And then after that, you go into World War II, and then 500,000 Americans die in the war. And it's like, it was a bad time. It was a terrible time by every single metric. And people look back at that and go, wow, that was a real time in America, and the people back then were legitimate. It's like, no, like, I'll tell you this, if those people living in those times were happy to get to the 50s and the 60s, I can promise you that. And then when they get into the 50s and 60s, then, the trauma of everything's past, and then they look at a hippie in the 60s and go, wow, shit's falling apart. It was way better in the 20s when I was a kid. It's like in the 1920s. And it'll be that way for us. Like people right now are like, man, can we stop living through major historical events? But people 50 years from now will be going, man, I wish I could have lived through those times. Those really were some interesting times in history. And they won't even know what it was really like to live through it. It was just kind of honestly mundane, where you just go to work every day, live your life, do your thing, and then come home and hear about how badly things are going. It's honestly crazy, but that's how it's always been. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, Mandy, did the Amtrak CEO really just step down?
Yes, the Amtrak CEO, Stephen Gardner, has stepped down from position as board and looks forward to working with the new transportation secretary.
No, the rail service shouldn't be privatized. Like, if people wanted to be privatized, that's great, but that's stupid to say that they ought to privatize rail services. Like,
why did he step down? Was it in anticipation for Amtrak being abolished or something?
I don't think so. It's probably for different reasons. But
it looks like all the articles are sort of painting it like he stepped down because he's worried that they're going to get some massive cuts and it could be his salary.
Maybe. I hope that doesn't happen, though. Because Amtrak is a great public service, and I think if anything, they should try and make it even better than it is right now, instead of just trying, cut the funding to it and then I'm of the mindset, folks, that when I pay tax money, there should be a lot of civil services that the government's providing, because what am I paying them for if it's not for them to provide some form of public service? Like, I think it's a great thing that the government provides rail services like Amtrak. This is like, if they're not providing that or national parks or anything else, what the hell are we paying the government for? We're paying them nothing. They don't provide us a civil service of any kind. At this point, they're like, based on what they're saying in the future, they're hardly going to provide defense because they're cutting the budget in half over the next 5 years. And then on top of that, they're not only hardly providing defense, they're hardly providing anything to infrastructure or any kind of civil services that I'm paying taxes into to get. Like, he's like, what are they giving the public at that point for the public to want to pay taxes? Like, the guy, like, you have to pay taxes regardless, but at least I feel happy saying, like, sure, I'm like getting ripped off by the government paying them these insane amounts of taxes, but at least we have public trains, interstates, air traffic controllers, subsidized gas, that kind of a thing. But if you can start cutting all of that away, it's like, what the hell what are we paying them for at that point?
That's a very risky question to ask right there.
Well, what do you mean?
Because they love taxes.
Yeah, they do. And then we pay them all that money, and then we don't even get any civil services out of it. We just get nothing, I suppose. And then on top of that, they're cutting...
Well, where they went wrong was they called it Amtrak. And they should know that if they want to get funding, they have to call it American Track or something like that. And they'll get funding if they call it that.
That's literally what it means. It's just an abbreviation of it.
I know, but they need to spell out American, because that's the problem in this country. They haven't been saying American.
What they need to call it to make sure that they keep funding is Great Donald Trump Railroad. That will give them more money than they could ever hope for. It's like, that probably would. Add a little glazing in there, they'll probably get an extra $20 billion for that. But that's just silly at this point. Also, it's like, so you privatize the rail, and then who takes it over? Who takes over the whole Northeast corridor? And what company? Because high-speed rail doesn't make money. It's a government-provided public service in every country that has it. What private company is going to go, yeah, I'm going to run an insane loss running the Acela high-speed express service from Washington to Boston? No one will. So high-speed rail just disappears. You don't have any high-speed trains at that point in the Northeast corridor. It's just all higher-speed rail, and that's it. So that's just that's stupid.
So you're telling me that there's no way to run a train like profitable? That seems almost impossible to me, because it's like, even if a Acela is costly, and because it's a high speed train and it costs a lot of money to maintain, there's sure. And also, Amtrak just had a CEO and he just stepped down. You're telling me that the guy couldn't figure out how to make the thing profitable? It's like, well, I don't understand. Am I missing something?
Well, back in the day, there was a way that passenger rail was profitable, but it really wasn't off of the passengers. It was off of the mail contracts that they got, because the U.S. mail would pay a pretty decent amount of contract money to railroads that would carry the mail for them in their mobile post offices, or the rail post offices, which are RPOs. And that's how a lot of rail companies subsidized their passenger rail operations, which they were mandated to have to provide by the government up until the 1970s with the American Rail Act of 1972, I think it was. So that's how they would subsidize it. So most passenger rail never made money. It generally broke even, or it made a little bit of money off of the mail contracts. And sometimes on some of the higher end services, like the Santa Fe Super Chief, it was a huge money maker because the tickets were expensive, because it was a first class service. And on top of that, they had the RPOs on the train as well, sorting mail as they went, and the contracts were massively lucrative. But after the post office moved their mail contracts to air mail and trunking mail only, and pretty much slashed all of their rail mail contracts, a lot of those railroad companies started to bleed money, because the ticket cost that they were providing was capped. Like, they couldn't make the ticket cost as much as it needed to be profitable. The government capped the price ceiling, so that way they could only make it so expensive. So they were losing money. And so all of these private rail companies at the time, especially in the East Coast, were dying, because all of the profits that they were making in freight were being sunk into just running these government-mandated rail passenger services. And that's why in the 70s, the American Rail Act of 1972 was passed, and the U.S. government took over all national rail passenger operations under Amtrak.
Interesting. Well, Brightline claims that after they get done paying off their debt that they went into to actually build their systems out, that they'll be profitable at the end of that. So, it sounds to me like Brightline's got it figured out. And from what I can tell, because I haven't gotten to ride on it yet, it looks like it's modern. It looks like it's really nice and clean, which is the complete opposite of Amtrak. Like, Amtrak's the total opposite of that. And it looks like a train I'd actually want to ride would be the Brightline. But Amtrak, I'll be honest with you, I'm not even going to dog on it or like try to sugarcoat it. Amtrak's like a freaking dump. Like that, they really don't run that right. And the CEO that just stepped down, he should have stepped down a long time ago, because if he can't run the thing right, and also they're not making a profit, even close to making a profit, that dude was just not doing his job very well.
But here you go. Here's something. They say it'll eventually be profitable. Right now, Brightline reported a net loss of $116 million in just the first quarter of 2024.
Yeah, but that's because they just started, right? Because they just got started like a few years ago, correct?
When did Brightline start? So Brightline, let's see, its initial service was in 2018. So it is 7 years later, and they still aren't profitable.
Oh, that's not terrible. I mean, new companies typically are not profitable like that. Even like outside of the train industry, they're usually not profitable, because there's a lot of infrastructure you have to build out to actually make this happen. So they got to pay off their debt. They got to pay off all the stuff that they went into to actually build this stuff out. So, I mean, that's fine if they're making a loss to begin with. But overall, though, apparently they're expecting it to become profitable when they get done paying that stuff down.
Yeah, but like the thing, it's a tough thing though, man, with Amtrak, because like, the truth is, let me go show the Amtrak service map. So Amtrak is hamstrung by Congress, because while Amtrak is a private company, the Congress pretty much runs Amtrak. So there's something stupid that goes on where they don't kill off routes that lose them money. Like, for example, every single route crossing the Midwest, they are classics. Like the California Zephyr, the Southwest Chief, let's see, what is this one? This one, there's the Texas Eagle, they're in the Empire Builder. Those lose money. They never will make money, because like you saw, Matthew, who in the world is going to ride a train for 36 hours when a plane could take the same trip in a couple, in just a few hours? No one's going to do that. But the Congress mandates that they have to keep these rail lines open, because no Congress member wants to get blasted by saying that they had a public service stripped from their state, like Montana or North Dakota or Nebraska, where there hardly is even a population to actually support. any kind of rail service at all these days. You know, and anyways, if anyone's going to travel from Nebraska, they're traveling far enough away, they'll just take the plane. So they can't cut these routes. So Amtrak is hamstrung because they make loads of money in the Northeast corridor. Like, they actually do make profits there, but they lose all of their profits having to run those long distance rail services throughout the Midwest on these multiple routes because they just never make any money, and they never will. But they can't get rid of them because the Congress won't allow them to get rid of them.
Well, they would make money if they had more ridership, and they would have more ridership if they kept their stuff neat and clean, and they actually put some effort into it. Because I'm telling you, that's the main problem. When you think of Amtrak, like most people, when they think of Amtrak, they think, not the best way to go on transportation. For one thing, it's slow. That's number one. They really can't fix that problem just by cleaning it up. But if they want to ride on there, like let's say somebody doesn't mind the long like ridership times and they want to see the country a little bit, they don't want to get on a thing that's nasty, is not being cleaned right. And things like that. That's not appealing to most people. And also just the whole thing's not really what you'd call like first class, top notch service. It's really not. It's kind of just like meh.
But the thing is that they were able to get a lot of riders before the Wuhan Whirlybird, and they actually were projected at that ridership increase that was going on, that for the first time ever, Amtrak would be profitable by 2021. And then the Wuhan Whirlybird happened and killed their ridership, and then that pretty much killed their idea of ever being profitable for the next decade, because it will take them a while to rebuild the ridership numbers. I think at this point, they said that they'll be able to be somewhere around profitable by 2028 or 2029 at this point. But once again, you know, it takes a good amount of time to get the ridership back up to where they can be profitable. But still, but like the thing is, man, is like with Brightline, they run a very lean service. Like let me go show you all the Brightline service map. This is their service map right now from Orlando to Miami, and they're building an extension to go to the Convention Center, Disney World, and then Tampa. It's a very lean service. They don't have to add on, they didn't have to add on a train that goes to the middle of nowhere in the Everglades where no one's going to be riding and then run that every day because the government requires them to, which would burn money like you know, it was on fire. They don't have to do any of that. So they build their rail route through a high density corridor, a high population density corridor where it can be supported. They get a high ridership because of that, and most of their trains are near to full capacity, meaning that they are making the maximum amount of revenue per trip. And when they extended to Tampa and even further beyond, further north into Florida, throughout all of these high density population areas, it's nothing but money. Like, they're going to be making nothing but money. Amtrak, on the other hand, has to run routes. They are forced to run routes that will never make them money again, and they're going to lose the money the longer they run them. And so any Amtrak CEO is faced with an impossible task of trying to make a company profitable when they're simply forced to keep doing things that are unprofitable.
If they want to fix it, what they should do is this. They have to work with Congress or whatever they have to do to get this done. They need to do it. Amtrak does not need to be one large company like it is, like that controls all of it. It needs to be split up into 4 different sectors, the Northwest, Northeast, Southwest, and Southeast. There needs to be 4 separate companies like Amtrak West, Amtrak South, etc. There's to be 4 separate leaderships of that company to make those things actually being maintained properly, because apparently they can't maintain all of it with one solidified company like this. It's apparently too much. So split it up into 4s. Also, upgrade the train cars where they're nice, modern, and new, and make a huge PR push to run advertisements showing people that it's a brand new operation. It's a brand new service. It's super clean. In fact, it's so clean, it's going to be world renowned for being the cleanest train in the world, because I think that's a large problem why people don't want to ride on it. And also, the service is first class. The people that are working on the train are super friendly. They're super helpful, and they're not, feeling like they're angry to show up to their job. And that alone would fix most of the problems they've got. Because if anybody wants to ride a train, they're not worried about getting there super fast, but they do want a good service, and that would probably fix it.
Well, I mean, also another thing, man, that I don't think you're considering is that Brightline gets up to speeds of 120 miles an hour. Amtrak, along most of their routes, is pressed to get up to 60 or 70.
Oh, I mean, that's fine. I mean, if you're riding a train, I would say that your objective is not to get somewhere fast. Even the Brightline, I don't think it really goes as fast as you're talking about most of the time. They're usually way under the speed limit, aren't they?
No, I mean, even through the Miami to West Palm Beach area, which is their, which is trackage that they bought, I believe I think it was CSX, they upgraded it to where they could get up to 90 miles an hour through that area. But once you leave West Palm Beach, it's a 120 mile per hour, a 125 mile per hour shot, I think, from West Palm Beach to Orlando.
Well, I mean, whatever the case is, I mean, if it goes 100 or if it goes 60 miles an hour, whatever the case is, if you're riding the train, you're not worried about getting there super fast, or otherwise you can simply hop on a jumper flight from one place to the other, and that would get there probably faster, unless you account for like going through security and all that stuff. That probably makes it about the same time. But I just think that the main problem with the trains, I'm telling you, unfortunately, this is the problem. This is the problem. Most people don't like the bad attitudes. I'll be straight up honest. I encountered some really bad attitudes with the people working on Amtrak. There was one or two nice people, but a lot of the people working on Amtrak seemed like they knew they were not going to get fired if they acted like crap. That's the mentality I kind of go off of them. They acted like they were safe. Like it doesn't matter how they acted, they're not going to get fired, so they're good to go. They can act however they want, which is kind of the attitude you get when you go into like a DMV or a post office or something. You get kind of a rude attitude like that. That's what I encountered on Amtrak. It reminded me of a very government style business they were running, which is not a good thing. They need to be acting like they're a private company if they're going to be one. So make the workers, enforce some type of code of conduct or something where they have to act right. And also friendly. It should just be common knowledge to act friendly, but also keep the thing super clean. Like actually like steam clean the hell out of that train when it stops. Instead of claiming you wiped it down with a cloth, which I don't even think they did that, because I looked at the train. I was like, I'm like, this thing doesn't look very clean. Like the bathrooms are kind of nasty, like not really kind of very nasty. And even the little roomette car when you're in, it's like they haven't like dusted it in like what, a year or something. I'm like, there's crumbs on the floor, there's crumbs on the side of the chair and stuff like that. It's like, I don't really know if they really wiped it down. If they did, it was probably like a very quick one wipe here, one wipe there, and they were done with it. To me, that didn't make me want to ride on it again. I was like, I'm good. And also, a separate thing is I just didn't like the whole train experience myself. I didn't really care for it because I'm not a train person. I didn't like all the rocking motion and sleeping on the thing. I wouldn't mind hopping on one during the day, but I wouldn't want to sleep on it again.
Man, but the thing is, man, is you're like the train people aren't friendly. Man, the airline flight attendants treat you like cattle. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, it's not
but it's fast though, so you accept it. You're just like, okay, if they're a little bit standoffish here and there, it's whatever. I'm getting to my place fast. I don't have to deal with them for a long time. I just hop off the plane. The train, you're stuck with them. Like you're stuck with them for like hours and hours and hours, and sometimes days, which is a doozy.
I mean, maybe, but I think there's a way to fix Amtrak. But if they're going to keep hamstringing them, there's no way that they'll ever make it profitable. So that's kind of like a moot argument where they're like, hey, you have to burn money by running a train to nowhere that no one gets on, and then go, oh, it's losing money. How's that? It's like, you took Air Force One, man, and you flew it from Washington, D.C. to L.A. every day with no one on board. I'm sure many people would be going, wow, that's really pointless, and that's just burning money. That's like the same thing Amtrak has to do on at least 5 different routes that no one really rides. So it's like, well, it's like the same thing. It's like you have to cut those to make it profitable. It's like, as much as I'd hate to see him go, because a lot of those names are legendary, like the Empire Builder, the California Zephyr, the Southwest Chief, or what it used to be called the Super Chief. It's like, as sad as it would be to hear that those had to go, it's like those have to go. No one rides them. Like, there's no way to justify their existence because they burn money. But anyways, with that, I hope we addressed that well. That was a very long rabbit hole. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in the 10. And thank you, Adam, as well, for that $10 support. He said, do you have Spanish moss in Alabama, like the moss that hangs down from the trees? They have it in Georgia, and you're pretty close. And yes, we do. We had it all over our old place where we lived in Wetumpka. It was everywhere. And there it is right there. But Enforcer, tell us more.
We had Spanish moss everywhere back in Wetumpka. It's not up here in Birmingham, but it was loads of it down in Wetumpka. And I always thought it was really cool. We used to take it and try and do stuff with it. But you really can't do much with it. Spanish moss isn't really usable for much anything, but it was really cool. So yes, we did have it. And I thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Vulture 1066, who puts in the 5. And thank you very much, Vulture, for that support. They said Ukraine is a local problem. Middle East is a global one. Give more info on Middle East and keep up the good work, Youngling.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And can you reread that one again, Matthew?
They said Ukraine is a local problem. Middle East is a global one. Give more info on the Middle East and keep up the good work, Youngling.
I thank you for the support, but now hearing that again, I had to make sure that I heard that right. Ukraine is a global problem. It's in Europe, which is the largest economy in the world behind the United States. that's more of a bigger problem than the Middle East, to be entirely honest. So I thank you for the support, Oldling. But we will have to make sure to keep on providing all the news about everything going on in the world, especially Ukraine. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Honestly, that sounds like I just realized a Youngling. It sounds like that beer. You know
Yeah.
that beer that I'm talking about? It's like Youngling or something like that. It's like a beer. But anyways, moving on from that, we're moving on to our next one, which goes to Alan Guinier, who puts in the 5. And thank you very much, Alan, as well, for that support. They said, ask California about their experiencing privatizing PG&E, fires statewide, and bankruptcy needing rescue. And is that true? Is that true?
That is true.
Fascinating.
Yeah, Pacific Gas and Electric is a shit show. Like, it's terrible. Like they were the ones responsible for most of those giant wildfires that we heard about back in like the late 2010s, like 2017, 2018. They were the ones responsible for all of them. Like, every single one of them was started by Pacific Gas and Electric and some sort of mismanagement or incompetence on their end.
That's dumb. Like, you would think being out in California where it's dry as a kindling, that they would watch out for that.
Yeah, but, trying to cut corners and costs, they would, sometimes not do things by the book, and then it would create fires, and it would happen. So, yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes privatizing things isn't necessarily a great idea. Now, of course, I'm not an idea of nationalizing everything. Like, let's nationalize the steel companies. Like, that's commie. Like just being entirely honest, that's getting commie. But creating state-sanctioned monopolies in utilities, public utilities, you have to do it because there's really no other way to make those function properly. But anyways, I hope that does address that somewhat well, at least the best we can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Alan Guinier once again, who puts in a 5. He said, electricity distribution is a natural monopoly, only so much room for the wires, so the government should administer and regulate.
And I'd agree. It's been that way for over a century at this point, and I would say that it has to stay that way. There's no other way to do it, really, truly. There's no way to do it. And so with that, thank you for the support and helping this channel keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Leora Abigail. And thank you very much, Leora, as well, for that support. She said, I love you guys, and you tell it like it is, and are not afraid to tell people when they are wrong.
Hey, and thank you so much for your support, and thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta thank you so much for appreciating that, Leora. I used to not do that, or I used to be very polite about it, but as time's gone by, I usually see that those people are a little too full of themselves, because you'll try and, like, rationally explain something to them and be like, actually, that might not be the case, and then you'll, like, explain a logical counter-argument, and then you just see them in the chat go, dumbass, and then you just ban them. And so it's like, might as well just go and swing at the start and just be like, no, you're wrong, and here's why. Because it won't matter in the end. They're going to go off anyways. Because those people are very full of themselves. Like, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Like, I'll just go, well, I eat my foot on that one and I'm wrong. But some people act like they can't be wrong. I guess it's like a narcissism sort of a thing. They're always right, cannot be wrong. And so if they come on here and tell me I'm wrong, chances are they're not going to accept it if they're wrong. So I just go in just, being frank about it whenever it happens. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it well. Thank you so much for the support and the kind words as well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, I don't know why I keep turning around behind me every like 2 seconds. I'm hearing like freaking stuff thrashing around everywhere. I'm like, what the hell is that? But, I hear that every night these days for some reason. I'm like, what the hell? We got somebody living in the attic. But anyway, we're moving on to our next one here, which goes to Wantan888, who puts in the 5. And thank you very much, Wantan, for that support. They said, excuse me, if we had a poll, if we had a poll to name the mountain, we all know it would be Mount Pointy Face. It would win. LSA.
Yeah, we probably would name it that. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And it looks like they haven't renamed the Denali National Park and Preserve, but they have renamed it back to Mount McKinley. But it's still called Denali in some places, but also Mount McKinley in others. But there it is. And I remember it being called Mount McKinley when I was a kid. Like, and some of y'all were like, probably, why the hell would you know about that? Because it was renamed early on in my life. It was like, I think renamed in like 2009 or 2010. But when I was in school, they had us read a story about Mount McKinley. Like, it's like in 2nd grade. And so I remember it being called Mount McKinley. They had a picture of it in the book. It was called Mount McKinley. I was like, that is Mount McKinley. It's the tallest mountain in the United States. It's the tallest mountain in North America. And so then when it was renamed Denali, I was like, it's not Denali. I was like, it's Mount McKinley. That's what I remember it as. So I always just kept calling it Mount McKinley. And then I keep calling the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico. It's like, it is what it is. It is what it is. But if we had a poll on it, I'm sure that would be the way it is. I'm sure we would name it Pointy McPoint. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, we have a poll right here. Someone said, what is Amtrak luxurious? It's Amtrak luxurious, meaning luxury like a mink coat. But anyway, the question says, would making Amtrak luxurious fix their problems? A whopping 44% said no, they're cooked, chat. That's shocking. 40% said it'll somewhat fix it. And 16% said, yeah, that'll fix it. So it sounds like people have lost hope in Amtrak altogether. Honestly, I'll be straight up honest. It might be better to maybe absolve Amtrak or just get rid of it and start a new one, to be straight up honest, because I think Amtrak is cooked. I don't know what the hell is up with that. Honestly, when the government's involved with anything, when it comes to running a company or an organization, it usually goes to hell. And it's hard to get it fixed because there's so much bureaucracy and red tape and just, shenanigans going on with it. So, maybe a new company that might do it that's maybe subsidized by the government, maybe multiple different companies running different tracks in different places or different trains. But that's my take. But Enforcer, what say you?
I am deeply ashamed of you, my boy. I'm deeply ashamed. I would say, like, if Amtrak could be trimmed to be as lean as it could possibly be, it would be profitable easily, like in the Northeast Corridor. Like if it was cut back to just being its East Coast services and its West Coast services, and cut out everything in the Midwest, and really, the plains, it would be profitable. But it will never be profitable in the current state it's in. It doesn't matter what they do. So that would be my honest answer. But at the same time, though, privatized rail isn't going to work. Like, I don't think that would work either in most places, because how's that going to happen fast? If you dissolve Amtrak right now, it's going to take a couple of years for people to start filling in the gap. And by then, everyone's had to force themselves to move on to using something else. So then there isn't even a consumer base for those new railroads. It's just gone. And you may as well just chalk it up. And that's what Elon wants. See, I'm actually a big conspiracy theorist on that one. Elon wants to destroy any kind of transportation that threatens cars. Like, if it is anything that looks like it is even remotely close to competing with a car, he wants it screwed over. That's what he did with California high-speed rail with the stupid Hyperloop idea, is that California diverted all of their effort and attention and funding to the Hyperloop instead of high-speed rail. The Hyperloop fell through because physics-wise it just didn't make sense, and then the Californians largely started to drag their feet on high-speed rail. And that's entirely in Elon's interest, because then you can go and market the electric cars. Like, it just makes more sense. But it just, like, that's why if he's involved in it, I'm like, hell no. It's like he's clearly got a bias and an interest to ensuring that cars remain the main mode of transportation for most Americans. So it's like, it would be terrible to listen to him on advice on public transport, because he's going to find any way to make a car work. Like that stupid tunnel that he built in LA, the Boring Company thing. It's like, you could just build a subway. It's like it does the same thing but better, instead of putting a singular car down there. Did you hear, man? Like, they said it's going to get rid of traffic jams, and then they have traffic jams in the tunnel now. Because, like, the elevator
dumb, honestly.
Yeah, it was a complete waste. It's just trying to divert attention and funding away from what is actually tried and true and works to something car related, or something that will largely just stymie or handicap anything else that isn't a car. So that's what I believe in a whole on. Like, and that's something that has generally made me dislike Elon for a while before he even became a political person, is that he does things to sabotage anything that isn't a car. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so jumping into our next super chat, this one is going to go to Jack Ray, who puts in a 7. And thank you very much, Jack, for that support, and we appreciate it very much. He said, does Tesla get subsidies, and who expects those?
I don't know if they get subsidies, actually. But I guess no one's expecting those right now, if they are. But anyways,
didn't the federal government put an end to those electric car savings or subsidies or something like that here, like the tax credits? That's what it was. I think they put an end to that.
Yeah, but that might not be an end to the subsidies to, say, an auto manufacturer in America to produce them.
Yeah, that could be. Although, does the rebate go to the consumer, or does it go to the company?
I think the one that was absolved went to the consumer.
Interesting. I've never bought an electric car, so I've never dealt with that.
Yeah, I would agree. But with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. I'm not entirely sure on that. I might have to declare ignorance. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Someone said, Matt, let's go fishing this weekend. I'm sorry, but sadly, I don't fish. I don't have the patience for that. And also, I have no clue where you're at, by the way. It's Johnny M said that let's go fishing. I don't know where that is, to be honest with you. I've never heard of this fishing. I don't go fishing. If we can go fishing for news, would you like to cast out a little net for news? We catch that daily, fresh. But thank you very much for the offer. But we are now jumping on to our next super chat. And this one goes to Kyle Padell, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Kyle, as well for that support. He said every Saturday in Oklahoma at 12 p.m., they test the tornado sirens. And they do here too, I think. But it's Slova LLC and trusted long-lasting news.
Every Saturday?
Every Saturday. I think it's every Wednesday here, actually. Whoa.
We only do it once a month.
Yeah, once a month. My bad.
Yeah, we only do it once a month on a Wednesday. We don't do it weekly on a Saturday. Like they do that in Oklahoma because tornadoes drop down out of the sky every day, nearly out there. But around here, I think we only do it once a month. But still, that's very interesting to hear, and I got to thank you for the support and sharing that little tidbit of info with us. Because I was actually watching something about that El Reno tornado and the other one that went through, let's see, it was down here. Oh yeah, it went through Bridge Creek and then through Moore. And they were like both F5s. It was insane. And the damage was nuts. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Kyle Padell, who puts in a 5, and thank you very much, Kyle, for that support. He said, Enforcer, are you a big fan of the Coors Light Party Train with the raw frosty power? What the hell? What is that? Pull it up.
Let's see. The party train.
The raw frosty power. Oh, man.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it this goofy thing? Yeah, it is this goofy thing. The thing from their ads.
Oh, my God. Look at that. Where's the raw frosty power at?
I don't know. But I'm not a fan of this one. It's not my stuff. Ew! Ew! Look at the little nasty wheels on that thing. This thing is terrible. I don't like it at all.
Dang. Is this the company that went like sideways or something with the advertising campaign that went on and like almost sunk their whole company?
I think that was Bud Light.
Oh, Bud Light.
Yeah, I think it was him. But I don't really like the Coors Light train. I think I'm all right. But still, thank you for the support and asking an interesting question. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Dunkel X, who puts in a 5. And thank you, Dunkel, as well. He said, did you hear about the U.S. government sharing info to the Russians about the Yemen strikes? I saw a bit of an article and hope you can expand.
I have not heard of that. I have to declare ignorance on that at this point, because the Russians have actually demanded that we stop those hostile actions, so I don't know why we'd be sharing intelligence with them about what exactly we're blowing up, considering that they're largely not a fan of it. But still, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Vulture 1066, who puts in the 5. And thank you, Vulture, as well, for the second or third support of the night. And they said, train stops, find cheaper option. What is cheaper?
Find cheaper option. Well, sometimes the train is cheaper. Like I can show you all that. Let's see here. Amtrak.
No, it ought to be cheaper.
I'll show you this, but it's only cheaper in some instances because some people are like, oh, it's really expensive. That's if you get like certain kinds of tickets. So I'm logged in as a guest right now. So we're going to say, let's go from Birmingham, Alabama to New York City. Let's see here. New York City. New York. That'll count. And we'll make the depart date out on the 22nd, and we'll return. You know what? We'll just make it a one-way trip. Let's find the train. So.
Oh my God! Almost $200.
$172.
Oh man! Goodness gracious! Goodness.
Now let's compare that to a plane. Let's go Birmingham to New York City by plane. So a plane ticket. Well, actually, let's set the same dates so that way it's comparable. Let's see, April 22nd. So let's hang on. Departure would be Tuesday of April 22nd. So we want to move this up to April 22nd. So the cheapest flight is $222.
Why the hell did you not take the flight?
Honestly, man, at that point, it's like, that'd be a hard sell. 24 hours, a whole day on a train in a chair. Like, that's not a room. That's just a chair. Versus,
oh my God, it takes 24 hours on the train?
Yeah, a whole day.
That's why they're unprofitable. That's just, honestly, the train's just not it.
Man, what the hell are you talking about, man? Like if you take the Bright Line, then it makes sense because it's going 120 miles an hour, and it would make less sense to get on a plane to go from, damn Orlando to Miami. That makes no sense. Like, you just do that by train, and it's about the same amount of time, factoring in security and having to sit in the terminal and waste like an hour before the plane shows up, and then finding the gate and all. Like it would end up being a little less time and as well even cheaper probably, but. Any other ticket from any other airline, you're looking at almost twice the cost.
Man, I'll tell you what though, I'm just not going to have to sugarcoat it. The train is just not viable. Like, it's really not. If you can come up with a faster train, it might compete with the plane situation, but 24 hours on a train to get from Birmingham to New York, and it costs almost the same as a plane ticket.
But yeah, man, but then you're saying like it has to become faster, but making it faster costs a lot of money, and then people bitch about it. Oh, well, the train isn't fast right now, so why would we put more money into it? And then no one wants to make it better, and then everyone just keeps bitching that it's slow. I mean, yeah, it's slow.
But here's the thing: the plane is round trip. Someone pointed that out. You have a round trip on the plane. Put a round trip on the train.
Round trip. Let's see. I'd have to go back through the ticket thing and
revise search real quick because I'm curious. Like, let's see what it costs to be round trip. Because this is the real cost.
$172.
But then you got to get the return one too at the bottom.
Oh, wait, hang on.
You got to pick the first one.
I have to pick it. So let's pick this one.
You got to pick the value or the flex.
Damn it. Okay,
man, what the hell are you doing?
Whatever. Anyways, we're starting to run overtime here, and I just screwed that up badly. I just screwed that up really badly. I thought if I clicked back, that would disappear, and then I could go and, click the... Whatever. Anyways.
You don't want to see that price. I know what you're doing.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? We'll spend the time. Yeah, we'll go get it. Yeah, we'll go get it. So we'll go from Birmingham, Alabama. Well, let me go type it in. Birmingham, Alabama. There we go. To New York. And we want that one. And then we'll depart again on the 22nd. And then we'll come back on the 20... Oh, wait, hang on. 22nd, return date, 26th. Done. Find trains. Boom. So, let's pick this one. We want that flex. And so we'll add that to the cart.
Refund if canceled, yeah. Oh, look, oh my God, you got double the cost. You have to double the cost. That is almost $400-something.
That's $339.
But then you got to add tax.
That is actually pretty crazy right there. It's $339 for 48 hours on a train. In a chair, mind you. This isn't a private room. This is just a chair in coach class on the train. And
okay, so here's the thing. How much does it cost to fund Amtrak every year from the government? How much does the government give Amtrak?
How much does the government give Amtrak? See, Amtrak receives substantial federal funding, but how much is that? How much is that? Let's see. Amtrak received $3.8 billion in state and federal subsidies during 2023, roughly equivalent to the $4 billion of passenger revenue it generated during the year. So it almost broke even.
So here's if I was in charge, folks, here's what I would do for you. I would say the Amtrak is goofy. It costs too much. It's nasty, and the service isn't any good. Get rid of Amtrak, and we give every single American the savings from getting rid of Amtrak to take a flight to wherever you want to go for one time a year. How about that?
Dude, that's silly, man.
That's fantastic. The government will help you go on a vacation if we get rid of Amtrak.
Okay, so you get rid of a public service. You don't improve it. You just get rid of it. For what purpose? Then there's no public service being provided. Why don't? But
this service isn't very public though. You got to pay almost $400 to go from New York to back, and it's costs more than the flight.
Okay, so the government subsidized the ticket prices, and then you go and make everything high-speed rail to make it quicker.
Man, I'll tell you what.
You gotta put in some money to get something out of it. China didn't just go and have the damn high-speed rails just appear across China without putting insane amounts of money into it. You can't sit there and go, oh, it costs money. Yeah, it costs money because it's a public service. I mean, it's not like high-speed trains just grow from the ground like corn.
Man, I'll tell you, the train's not it, man. I'll tell you, I know you like trains, but the train's just not viable. If we're looking at it from a completely neutral standpoint, it doesn't make any sense.
So how does China make it work then? How do they make it work? How does Europe make it work? So if the train isn't viable, how can everyone else in the world make the train work but the United States? Where in the world is the logic in that?
Well, I would imagine that Chinese rail is probably even worse than Amtrak. And also, they like to cook their books too, so it may be failing, but you'd never know it.
No, actually, Chinese trains, like, I'm not gonna lie, they actually are pretty nice. I'll show you the interior of one. Let's see here. That's the interior of a Chinese high-speed train.
But is that like the picture they want you to see, though? Like they give you pictures of their towns?
No. These are all their high-speed trains are the same. They don't have Dongfa train that's like real shit on the inside. All the high-speed trains are the exact same model, so they all look like that.
I don't know. I mean, I can't trust China to give out accurate numbers on whether or not succeeding or not. It could be losing a hell of a lot of money. They'd pretend like it wasn't.
Well, I mean, all high-speed trains lose money. That's how it works. But, like, there's the interior of a German high-speed train. That's what they look like.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
Like,
I mean, I
so-
don't know. If you abolished Amtrak and got rid of it, and you got the people to go and get on the flights instead because they don't have the train to jump on anymore. And if there's affordable flight options, like you just saw, it was cheaper to go on the plane than the train. Then you're helping out the airlines then, because now they have better occupancy on the plane. So it's helping out the aircraft companies and also the actual airlines themselves as well. So you're helping a service that's already more efficient and better.
So instead of trying to flesh out the public transport outside of the planes, we're going to strip away public transport outside of the planes. So when you land at an airport, you're once again back on an island where you have to go get a rental car or you're effed. Like so that's
Well,
the only option.
the cities can like install their own rail system if they want to, but I don't think a national rail is going to work.
Yeah, but then the cities don't have any money because of how the tax system works. The states get no money because they hardly tax anyone, and the federal government gets all of it. So then it's back to federal grants, and then the federal government makes the argument you're making right now. I don't know, rails just don't work, and then they don't give out a grant to anyone, and then you don't get public transport at all, and everyone's just screwed once again. It's just getting screwed a little extra. Like that's what like it doesn't make sense to say let's start stripping things that the government's doing because they keep underfunding them until they operate like they're like semi like mentally deficient. Like it would make more sense to say why don't we put more money into it to make it even better so that way it actually is worth the expenditure because it'll actually be nice, worthwhile, and fast and cheap.
But you know the money it would take to like upgrade the rails to be high speed. If that's the proposal you're making, that would be a lot of money. And also, even if you got high speed rail, it would have to be dedicated tracks because you're sharing the rail right now with Amtrak with the freight locomotives and stuff like that. So you have to wait for them to pass and stuff like that. It slows down the train. So even if you had like this jet power train, you couldn't even ramp it up to full speed.
Well, yeah, you have to build the rails. I mean, there's a different standard that
That's
high-speed rails are
huge.
built to. Yeah, but so we can put $500 billion into AI, but we can't put anything into a rail, like an actual, like we can't put anything into the public can actually use. We can only put $500 billion into putting everyone out of a job in a couple of years. Like, so that's how the government works now?
Well, I mean, it's I mean, you got to admit, like 500 billion for AI. That's fantastic. Like we
Well, I
really
mean-
need that AI in
well,
this
I mean,
country. Like
well-
out of everything, as long as we have AI and we can put everybody out of jobs, we'll be okay.
Well, yeah, but like I know you're joking about that one,
Yeah.
but the government approved a $2 trillion spending package for the interstates 4 years ago. So right now, over every single year since that spending bill was approved, the interstates are costing the United States of America $500 billion from that point to now, just on that one spending bill, not including all the other ones that we've made for the interstates. So we can justify $500 billion a year right now to maintain the interstate systems, but we can't justify maybe an additional $60 billion to Amtrak so that way they can actually make high-speed rail a reality for the east and west coasts of the United States and actually give the public a actual service that they can tangibly see and use. We cannot do that. We have to throw insane amounts of money at everything else, but we can't give Amtrak even a crumb to actually make it somewhat competitive.
Well, you got to admit the interstate's like a whole different animal because it's about commerce. So that's one major thing. Like the trucking industry, they have to use the interstates. That's the most efficient way to do it. Also, the interstate has a national security aspect to it as well. If there's ever a war, we can mobilize our stuff on the interstate extremely quick. That's why Germany built their Autobahn system, and we can do that here in America as well. Also, the interstate is one of the primary modes of transportation now for most people driving their car to get from state to state. That's why it's called the interstate. And also on top of that, most of the time, it allows you to bypass places. This is kind of like a controversial thing, but sometimes, you know, like for example, I'm trying to find a way to word this as politically correct. Sometimes people want to get to where they're going really quick. They don't want to go the country road, you know, where typically you used to have to drive to go to a certain place. It allows you to get places quicker. And everybody drives cars. So most everybody's got a car now. It can be a good one or a bad one. You got to drive your car, so you have to have the interstate for that reason.
But the thing is, though, man, is that you don't use the interstates to mobilize the military in times of war. You use the railroads. Like you're not going to take 100 M1 Abrams that move 30 miles an hour and go, okay, let's put all the drivers in and burn all of this gas, because they burn about a half gallon. Well, they burn a gallon a mile, or I think a couple of gallons a mile, to drive them at 30 miles an hour down the interstate for weeks on end
No,
to get from one
no,
end of
you
the country
wouldn't.
to the other.
No, you don't drive the tank down the interstate. You put it on the back of a low boy on a semi and send it across the country.
No, you put them on trains because that's what's cheap. Like, that's what the Army does still to this day, is that they load them up onto trains. That's why if you look at Anniston Army Depot, like up here, you don't see anywhere where they have the low boys loading them up. They have rail yards where they load the tanks onto them with specialized flat cars, and then they take them all across the country, because commissioning a railroad to take one engineer and one conductor, hook up a train to 100 tanks, and then move them across the country at an average speed of 40 miles an hour is a lot more efficient than getting 100 truck drivers to load up 100 low boys with 100 tanks and then drive them all down the interstate. Like Israel.
Oh
might
yeah,
do
I mean,
that,
but yeah, well, I'm not saying to abolish the freight service. I'm saying to abolish Amtrak, because Amtrak doesn't transport tanks.
But the railroads are more of a strategic asset than anything. Like the interstates is more of a luxury. And Eisenhower may have said it was for military purposes, but it was more so for commercial purposes than anything. Like when the world has the military ever used the interstate more than the public? Like never. Like the railroads are used by everyone as a major asset. They move mass aggregates of cargo. They are the cheapest and most efficient way to move things by land, and you can easily get passenger rail services to be somewhat profitable if you just ran them properly and you had enough population density. You can't run trains in the middle of the country. It just won't work. You can run them in the East Coast and the West Coast, but not through the middle for passenger rail services. Planes can service that. Trains can service anywhere where there's enough population density to fill in the gaps that planes can't provide because the distances are too short, and then any other kind of public transportation can fill it in. I think that it should be a duty of the government to be able to provide public transportation that is connected enough that you can pretty much get from one place to another in the United States end to end on public transportation. Not for the fact that that's necessary, just for the fact that that should be a public service that the government should provide, because what are we paying tax dollars for if it isn't for the government to provide public services and necessities that the citizenry would need? Like that's really...
It's just that the country is such a large landmass. And I know somebody was about to say, oh, well, Russia's got a train system and they're a large landmass. Yeah, but their standards are a lot different than ours. Like the Americans would not ride on the Russian train. That's just the honest truth of it, because it's worse than Amtrak. And that would really make people not want to get on it. But the United States is massive. Like the country is huge. So to get a national rail service going in it, like Amtrak, and making it work, that is monumental. But if you leave the trains to local areas, like for example, Brightline's doing in Florida, that can actually work. But the national rail system, it's just too much. It's too much maintenance. It's too much everything. That's why they have to use the freight car or the freight train railways and stuff like that, because they don't want to build their own. And also it would take way too much maintenance money to maintain their own rails. So they can't do it.
Well, I mean, they're never given enough funding for it, because I don't know if you know this, Matthew, but no airline company, American Airlines didn't build the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. The government built that off of billions of dollars. The federal
government.
The federal government.
Are you sure?
I'm fairly certain the federal government built practically every single international airport in this country.
Let's see here. So the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport was built by the cities of Dallas and Fort Worth combined.
And where did they get the money? Because I know they didn't have billions of dollars sitting around to just build an airport.
Oh, I'm sure they got subsidies. Let's see here. Where did Dallas get the funding for DFW? Let's see here. So it comes from a combination of federal grants, state funds, and local airport revenues. And let's see here. They got from the Civil Aeronautics Administration, they earmarked $1.9 million, equivalent to $42.6 million in 2024. Also, they got $35 million from the feds. They got some local airport revenues they put towards it, as well as the local taxes. So it was a big pot of money from the federal government, their local taxes, state funds, etc. So it was a huge pot of money. So it wasn't just from the feds. It was everybody pitching in.
But do you notice that in all of those names, though, not a single American Airlines pops up. That was built by largely the federal government, the state government, and the local governments to provide a public service. And then American Airlines comes in and then practically owns the airport after they get done building it and uses it as their hub. And so they get away with doing that. The airlines get away with pretty much every single government in America chipping in to make sure that they can succeed. And then Amtrak's told, like you're saying right now, oh, well, they can't make money on their own, and we're sure as hell not going to give them money to improve their service. But when an airline needs it, we'll go build an airport for them free of charge and then let them take over and run it like it's their own airport.
Well, I think the airlines that are there at the airport that are based there, they either lease or they've purchased that land to put those hangars on to actually like run their airline out of there. And they get also like not docking fees, but like some type of fee for like leaving the aircraft there or something like that. So they're actually generating cash. The airport is. It's not like they're just like giving away the land for free or something like that. It's not the way it works, to my understanding. But let's see here. I was pulling up the question: are airports profitable? And generally speaking, most airports around the country are profitable through things like landing fees and passenger fees, also the taxes, retail, parking, and advertising. Of course, there's a lot of places to eat and also go to shop inside of airports. It makes money, and they get a fee to the airport gets a fee of that. So yeah, I mean, it looks like most airports, to my surprise, are actually profitable. I didn't even know that.
Well, yeah, but I'm sure if you look at places like Union Station in Washington, D.C., they're also profitable because they're practically like airport terminals. They lease out a lot of that space inside of Union Station to different stores and different outlets. They have retail parking in the back. They have rental car facilities that are leasing from them. And then they also have the train service. Like, you could make that argument for any major train station that it operates a lot like an international airport. I might be wrong. Like, I could be wrong on that one. But from what I understand, they operate just like an international airport on a large enough scale.
But I don't think, like, for example, what's the revenue for the train station? Because they have, of course, they have the retail like the airports have. They have the parking, I think. I don't really know. And they also have the advertising. But the catch is, though, they're not getting like train fees when the train passes through, to my understanding. They're also not collecting passenger fees or airline fees because there are none. It's just Amtrak, and that's about it.
Let's see. Washington, D.C. profits. Let's see if we can find that. Let's see. Let's see, along with the suggested focus, let's see. It doesn't look like
Amtrak, wait a minute, Amtrak's having to lease, let's see, leasehold interest in Union Station. So Amtrak had to pay to renovate the station? Am I reading that right?
No. They are buying the station.
And why is Amtrak buying the station?
So that way they can just run the thing and make all the money off of everything happening inside of it.
Huh, that seems a little bit odd.
Yeah, because until then, Union Station was run by a different company. But that's the same thing with Dallas-Fort Worth. Like, you're saying that someone else runs it, then everyone leases out of it. So Union Station was actually making leasing money off of Amtrak. And now you're saying that that's shocking when American Airlines is doing the same thing out of Dallas-Fort Worth.
Let's see. Does Amtrak pay stations for, let's see, does Amtrak pay stations? That's probably just a question. Amtrak pays host railroads for using their tracks and other resources, but they do not. Let's see here. Let me check. I don't see an answer right up ahead, but it looks like Amtrak pays the host railroads to use their tracks. So they're paying, I'm assuming, like Union Pacific and stuff for their usage of their track. But let's see. Amtrak, do they pay to use train stations? That's the question I'm looking for. Let's see here. It says including train station. So the Amtrak has to pay the host railroad to use the station. They also pay the train station, but only a small portion of money, it says right here. Very small. It doesn't give the exact number, but it says it's a small portion.
But still, at the same point, it's almost looking like it's how the international airline, well, the American Airlines run, or any other kind of an institution in the air industry runs the same way nearly.
But here's the difference, though. Amtrak is the only national passenger railroad that carries the passengers, to my knowledge. So there's only one of those. So when they pay a fee to the train station, that's only one company paying a fee. When you have airports, you have a ton of different competitive airlines paying fees to the airport. So you have a way larger pool of revenue coming in from those airline fees than you do from a train fee, because there's only one train line that's national.
Well, I mean, there's a lot more. I mean, just at Union Station, there's, I think, Mark. Let me go see. There's a subway. There should be Mark and a couple of others as well. And then in Boston, you have the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority that works out of Boston South Station with Amtrak. I mean, you have a multitude of different rail services. I mean, when we were out in L.A., you saw some of them. You saw MetroLink in L.A. And they are
That's
paying.
true, but they're not paying to the train station, because that wouldn't make any sense, because the train is operated by the city or the local government, and they wouldn't be paying a fee to themselves. They run the train station, to my knowledge.
Possibly so, but then again, at the same like at the same time though, they're all public services. So the government, like according to what you're saying, the government can pour in all of this money into this international airport, and that's completely justifiable. But to ask the same thing for Amtrak is crazy, because for some reason, while they've been pretty much neglected by the government funding-wise for decades at this point, and they hardly have a leg to stand on, they should somehow be able to scrounge up the money on their own to improve their services, or else they die. While the airlines can just sit back comfortably and know that every single air traffic controller, every single ground service crew member, and anything else needed to actually make sure that the airport can function, that will all be subsidized or largely provided by the funding of the taxpayer.
Me personally, the way I see it, and I know this is not going to please the train fans out there, Amtrak had their chance. They've really not taken their opportunity and ran with it. They've sort of let it go by the wayside. The airlines have an advantage over Amtrak because they're faster, and most people just want to get to their place fast. But Amtrak could have found ways to make their trains more luxurious, more clean, more friendly to get on and ride. And they could have at least tried to be more competitive. They probably wouldn't have overtaken the airlines, but they could have been more competitive. And their ridership could have gone up tremendously as well if they'd have done that. And they didn't do that. So now the airlines are way, way more popular than riding a train. And Amtrak's been left in the dust. And they also lose a ton of money every year. So overall, there's just not a really good argument for the trains unless you're going to throw a whole bunch of money into renovating the entire infrastructure of the train system, which is monumental in scale.
You know, the same argument could be made in the 50s for airlines. Like the same one. Like Eisenhower could say airplanes had their chance. It would just cost too much money. They don't have the infrastructure. They simply suck. They have no range. Railroads exist all over the country anyways already, so we ought to put all of our money in that instead of some stupid airline that seems to have no potential. And then they could have just done that back then. Like your own favorite president went, you know what? I'm just going to screw over our tried and true system that is really popular at this point in time in history. And I'm going to go pour all of the money that the government subsidies can manage into the airlines and interstates instead, and just screw over the tried and true historical standard of transport in the country that was already top notch at the time.
My guy did that, Eisenhower.
Yeah, Eisenhower's the guy who killed the railroads. Like smart, well, dude, come on, man. Like that infrastructure existed. Like it was the popular transportation system of the time, tried and true, tested. Went to every single town and city in America. You could get anywhere by the train. Like public transport actually did exist.
But you got to see, Eisenhower was a very straightforward and pragmatic person. He didn't really get sentimental. So, like, once again, the interstates destroyed small towns. Like that's a really bad downside to the interstate, is it destroyed local economies in small towns because it rerouted everybody that was taking those country roads to the backwoods. It rerouted them from those small towns to literally, straight down an interstate. So if you hop off a bypass or an exit or something, there will be businesses right off the side of the interstate, but you typically don't go farther than that. You jump right off, go to the gas station or the food restaurant, and you jump right back on the interstate, and it just killed small businesses across the country. The plane situation was also more efficient, just like the interstates were more efficient. But the downside is it killed off the trains, and that was just a sacrifice they decided to make. So Eisenhower made it more efficient, but he did sort of like take away, I guess you could say, the cuteness of it or something like that. Not really cuteness, because it's a lot more serious than that with the interstate. They killed off businesses. But I don't know. Like, it's a tough one. I do hate they killed off a small business with the interstate. But at the same time, though, I would much rather have the interstate today than not have it. And the same with airports and airplanes.
I'd honestly say I think we could have gone without it. If it wasn't for interstates, urban sprawl, well, if it wasn't for mass subsidized interstate building and highway building, urban sprawl wouldn't be a thing. We would still have fairly dense urban centers that wouldn't take up insane amounts of ground where you have to sit in your car and drive an hour to get from one place to another in the city. You could have taken a trolley, you could have taken a tram, because back then those existed, not city buses. You could have taken a train from place to place. It was a lot more convenient and easier back then, and because the government put all of their money into subsidizing the railroads through rail post offices and also subsidizing ticket prices, rail transportation was wildly cheap and incredibly nice back then. Like you could do anything and get anywhere, and the actual speed at which a train could travel back then was faster because the railroad companies could count on the government to subsidize their funding, so they were able to go above and beyond in making sure that their rails were at the highest grade and the highest quality, or the highest speeds could be achieved in most places. So most passenger trains back then were able to get up to 80 and 100 miles an hour quite easily.
But here's the problem with your argument, though. Is it basically it's fighting against forward progress is what it is, because the people that had the horse and buggies and things like that, and the horse and buggy transportation, when the train came around, I'd imagine they were saying the same thing: save the horse and buggy and blah blah blah blah, because that's what's been going so good. We could have simply done the horse and buggy thing, but now the train overtook it. What overtook the train was the plane. And then from the plane being overtaken by something else, we don't know what that's going to be yet. Probably nothing for right now, because it doesn't look like anybody's doing anything on that front. But it's just forward progress. Like, things die off over time. Like, I know you like the train, stuff like that, but things die off over time as they become less efficient.
But you're saying forward progress. But if you go, like, we went to Europe, man, you saw Britain, and they have a pretty decent country as it is, and they are able to make it work. So if, for example, like, we're seeing forward progress, the current idea right now is that China is way ahead of us in some ways, which I don't believe. But if we were to go off of that idea, they also say they're way ahead of us because they have high-speed trains, like, in public transportation that actually works. So for some reason, in the rest of the world, making public transportation better while also embracing the car was the way forward, and they all progressed just fine because of it. But for some reason in America, to make the car work, the argument is that we have to sacrifice an entirely different form of transportation to make the car work. I don't get that, because you can have them all exist at the same time.
But it costs money. It costs so much money.
But that's what the government does, is that they spend money. They spend tax money.
But you don't want to just spend it like a wild animal, though. I mean, that's just spending it like crazy, because at that point you're maintaining redundant transportation systems, because most people will go by car or flight. That's the way most people travel, not because they don't have the option of a train, because they do have that option with Amtrak, but they choose to go by car or plane. So if you're going to, like, for example, put a load of money into the train, put a load of money into the airplanes, and also a load of money into interstates, you're just spending money like a wild hyena at that point for no reason, because nobody really takes the train because they don't want to take it.
Well, no, I mean, like, no one takes the train, man, because, one, Amtrak hardly gets anywhere. Like if you want to get from Birmingham to Montgomery, you can't. Like, the train goes from Anniston to Birmingham to Tuscaloosa and then out of the state. So there's no, like Amtrak as it exists now, it does not work. Like making that argument doesn't really make a lot of sense, because that's like with a car, because we've screwed everything over public transportation wise for 70 years. You can only get places with a car now because everything else has been sacrificed for the car. But if you actually didn't do that, you could have trains going from Birmingham to Montgomery and from Birmingham to Mobile, and you could actually go to any big city in the state with rail access, and you can make it as cheap as you need it to be by using singular diesel rail car units that can get up to 80 or 100 miles an hour that would be as competitive as a car. You could do any of that. Like, you could make that happen quite easily. But saying that a form of transportation has to be sacrificed for another one to succeed doesn't make that much sense, because if that was the case, why in the world did Europe not have to sacrifice squat and they can make all of it work, and then we can only make one work at a time, and we have to kill one to make another succeed?
Because, in my view, it comes down to just the raw landmass we have. When you do something like a train here in America, you have to 10x your cost because of how much landmass we have to cover. In Europe, let's take Germany for an example. They have a train system, I think, and it's much smaller landmass. And they also have a massive GDP. Obviously, they don't compare to our GDP here in America, but they still have a very large GDP. So they can afford to build their train and upkeep it in Germany because it's a much smaller area of land that they're actually upkeeping that train. We can't do that here in America because of how much space we have.
But you're not providing rail service to every single nook and cranny of the country. I mean, it's like it's the East Coast and the West Coast. That's the only places where there's any population centers. The rest of it is serviced by plane because there's nothing out there. Like, it wouldn't make sense to just have a train run to nowhere in Iowa. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But
like, for example, if you like, what's the total track in Germany for like the passenger rail?
Let's see, miles of track in Germany. Let's see, they have a total of 20,753 miles operated by the Deutsche Bahn, which is the German state railway.
Now, what's the total? In a new tab, what's the total track in America, that passenger rail track that they use?
Total passenger track rails in USA. So let's see.
160,000 miles.
That's all of it. That's not passenger rail. That's all rail in America because it says 160,000 miles in total. That's like, we need to find the amount that the passenger rail uses. And let's see. With the primary serving 500 destinations. So Amtrak operates 21,400 miles of routes, compared to Deutsche Bahn's 21,000 as well. So it is par on par, shot for shot.
Okay, well, is Deutsche Bahn losing money like crazy?
Let's see. Let's see. DB. Well, I mean, that wouldn't be a fair question though, because Deutsche Bahn is a mixed freight and passenger service. Amtrak doesn't have the luxury of making money off of freight. It's a raw passenger service.
Well, maybe Amtrak needs to take inspiration from Deutsche Bahn if they want to survive and do a dual passenger and freight service, because apparently that's how they make it work in Germany.
But then that means you'd have to nationalize the entire rail transport infrastructure. You'd have to go back to the U.S. Rail Administration. So Norfolk Southern, CSX, BNSF, all of them have to get absorbed into Amtrak, and then the entire rail transportation industry in America becomes a nationalized, state-run venture at that point, like it is in Germany.
Interesting. So you're saying we'd have to have a whole new government?
Not a government. You would have to run the railroads a totally different way, because in Germany the railroads are nationalized. So that means that Deutsche Bahn is pretty much the national railway company of Germany. There are no other railway companies in Germany but Deutsche Bahn. It is a state-sanctioned monopoly on the railroads. So they manage all the freight and passenger services.
But like we don't like have like nationalized like state companies for like utilities like that, because America doesn't do that. Well, like for example, we subsidize Amtrak, but we don't own Amtrak because that's just not what the United States does. It's not really our system of governance. So apparently Germany, they can nationalize their systems and it makes sense under their, or it can actually work legally under their government, but we really can't.
We can't. Well, we could. We did have the USRA for a while during World War I, and it worked wildly well. Like, it made a load of money. And it was actually, many people say it was run better than the privatized companies, and a lot of people wanted to stay around permanently, but it was a lease thing from the outset, so they couldn't do that. But beyond that, it's doable. It's just that it probably wouldn't turn out too well, man, like, to be entirely honest. But it still would subsidize the passenger rail operations. Like, it would do that, because then the company... Like, we're running massively over time, I know, but...
Yeah. I was about to mention something else, but go ahead.
But the passenger rail operations could be subsidized by the profits off of freight, because that's the way it always was. And that's another thing about Amtrak that doesn't make any sense. It's passenger rail operations only. Like, if you included freight, like if you made it a actual railroad company where it did freight and passenger services, the losses on passenger trains could be covered by the profits on freight. Then that would work, but we don't do that.
So here's the big test. Here's the big test for everybody. If you're a rail fan out there, are you willing to put your money where your mouth is? Because let's say, for example, let's say the Amtrak is going to go by the wayside. And it's very possible it could go by the wayside. It sounds like there could be something about to happen with Amtrak when it comes to federal funding of Amtrak that could cause it to have issues. So if Amtrak goes by the wayside, let's say Enforcer had $20 billion. Somehow he got $20 billion to his name. He invented something that was phenomenal, and he got a lot of money. Would you put your $20 billion on the line to test that idea out?
What do you mean? Like, how do you mean?
Like if you started a private train company, so for example, like a new Amtrak, but it's privatized.
Dude, if I started a privatized rail company and it was lean and it wasn't having to take over all of Amtrak's trackage, hell yeah, it would. Like, that actually would be a pretty interesting kind of adventure to get in. Because Brightline
But
will
would you really put your money toward it, though? Like if it goes wrong, you're broke.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens with any company. I mean, any company can go broke, but that would, if you could, like, I wouldn't do a passenger only rail company. It would have to be a passenger and freight company. So maybe you could make an express freight service to add on to the profits. But yeah, I would do that.
I can tell you, if I had 20 billion, I would definitely not do that, because I'd view that as basically throwing your money in the drain, because it's going to lose a load of money and nobody's going to want to ride it.
I mean, the little Brightline, people are riding it.
But it's very localized, though. Like it's unique.
But I mean, you can make that argument for anywhere where it works. Like, you could say that the Northeast Corridor is unique, or LA's unique, or Seattle's unique, and the Amtrak Cascades.
But that's a part of Amtrak. That's a part of Amtrak. They're national.
But no, Metrolink isn't a part of Amtrak. Metrolink services the LA metropolitan area, and it works.
Well, Metrolink is a government service, though, right? That's a city of Los Angeles thing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, the Long Island Railroad's the same, but like with most other passenger rail at this point in the present day in America, all of it is state run, because they literally murdered the railroads back in the day thanks to Eisenhower, and then didn't really do anything to fix it until they literally imploded in the middle of the 70s, and then Nixon had to come in and try and fix it somehow. So then he created this Frankenstein zombie creation that really can't work.
If you wanted to, like, let's say you had your 20 billion, let's take the same scenario, and you said, I still want to get in the train business, but I'm going to do this instead. Instead of doing a massive national train service, which is a monster, I'm going to go around to cities that are probably going to be viable for it. Let's say, for example, let's say you go up to where the Acela is, and you create a competitor to the Acela. Then that might be successful, just like Brightline's successful because it's connecting Southern Florida, which has a need for that. If you went to cities that specifically could facilitate and actually be viable for something like that, that might be a worthwhile risk. And also your risk would be much smaller because you're not trying to do the entire country.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, though, man, like, that argument stands for everything, because, like, any railroad company in the past, they didn't cover the whole country. I mean, like, if you go look at, like, New York Central systems, they only covered a specific niche area. Well, not the New York City subway. We need to find the New York City, let's see, railroad. There we go. New York Central, I mean. Like, their trackage didn't cover the whole country. Everything that they did, let me see if I can get a trackage map here. Everything they did was always localized. Like, there was no such thing ever as a national railroad, ever. Like, even to this day, CSX doesn't cover the whole country. Neither does Norfolk Southern or BNSF or Union Pacific or Kansas City.
And why does Amtrak?
Because the government took over all the railroad passenger operations in the country in one fell swoop. Because what happened at the time was that New York Central Systems and Pennsylvania Railroad had merged. And because of their rivalry that had existed forever, and also to how everything was going to shit in this area, they imploded and went into bankruptcy, and the largest bankruptcy in U.S. history in the early 70s. So with that in mind, and that passenger rail ceased to exist because those companies imploded, and it was a major public service in the area at the time, because a lot of people were still traveling by rail, Nixon then had the Congress move to create the National Rail Act of 1972, which said that the U.S. government would take over all non-profitable rail services throughout America and all rail services across the United States under a nationalized passenger rail company called Amtrak. So then everyone just threw their passenger trains at Amtrak, whether they were profitable or not, because they just didn't want to handle them anymore. Like, whether they were breaking even or losing profits, they just didn't want to have the burden of handling them anymore. So they all threw them at Amtrak, and then Amtrak ended up taking control of an entire nationwide system of rails when no one ever did that in any company's history in America at all.
Honestly, it sounds to me like it was doomed to failure from the start. Like, and it's still there at that point. Like, it's obviously not doing good now. It's failing right now. So that makes sense based on what you're saying. That's like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah,
they threw a whole bunch of failing railroads together into one big, terrible pot.
Yeah, so instead of saying, you know, like, let's just keep doing worse and worse and just then kill it, why not try and actually fix it? Because it can work. I mean, you know, ridership is climbing in normal years. Why not actually try and make it work instead of just killing it off? Because the government sure as hell didn't give up on interstates and railroads. We pump as much money as we need to into them to make them work. So why not do the same for railroads?
Yeah, because like I said before, because there's the planes you can take if you want to go somewhere, and also you can drive your car. I just think the money would be spent better somewhere else. Like if now, obviously, if the government gets rid of Amtrak and they just take the money, they're like going to shelf it, or they're going to spend it on something stupid like buying weapons and just storing them away or something. We already spend enough on defense. We don't need to keep increasing the defense budget. But if we were to take that money and put it towards something else that was a benefit to the people, that was not trains, but it was something else that we need that the government could help subsidize, like in cities or wherever they need to subsidize it, the money could probably be used better somewhere else. To be perfectly honest, because that's a lot of damn money we're giving to Amtrak every year.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what do you provide to a city, like beyond public transportation or a park?
Hell, you can help them foster their own local systems. Like you mentioned the Metro Link in Los Angeles. Let's say there's other cities that have failing systems or really nasty train systems. You can help renovate those and help upgrade them. So that way, local city governances can have not profitable but very nice train systems and also nice public transportation within their city.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying here. The train isn't supposed to be the long distance competitor to the plane. It can't. Like it will never be. The train is the mid range. So trains are supposed to be in ranges of like say 200 to 400 miles. Anything further than that, a plane takes over. Anything shorter than 200 miles, really anything shorter than 100 miles, the bus or the tram takes over. You're in some sort of an inner city at that point. There's some sort of public transportation that way. But the train isn't supposed to be like a competitor to the plane. Like the plane will beat the train every single day in the longest range travel. Like in mid ranges, that's where the train excels because it's going to be more efficient than a car or a bus, but it's also going to be more efficient than a plane at those kinds of mid range distances.
Maybe so. Maybe so. I'm going to put up a poll real quick because we got to wrap it up a little bit. We're running like it's 1:15 in the morning. I'll run a poll to settle it and see what the people think. The rule by the people. We're having a vote here. It's democracy in action. Democracy manifest.
Man, seeing that I've had a lot of support that I've seen in the chat, I'm probably going to get slaughtered because usually the chat doesn't follow the poll. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next super chat. This one is going to go to Ed. It is Irish Ed who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, Ed, for the support. He said, "Hey, enforcers, LSA, Irish Ed here. Love you guys in a regular bro kind of way. Hey, please take one from the chat."
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And we will make sure to get one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, and the one from the chat goes to JR Interia, who says, are the Ukrainians getting ready to hit the bridge, the Kerch?
They may be. That may be why they're knocking out air radars over Crimea, because that might be their attack corridor. So it may be possible. They did state that they would hit it, but once again, they stated that at the beginning of last year, and then they never did. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Margaret Hemsley, who puts in an 8. And thank you very much, Margaret, for that support as well once again. And so we are privileged to hear how the boys chat day to day and love listening. And the longer the stream goes, the more chance to get super chats, and keep it up.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Margaret Hemsley, and helping this channel to keep on running. And it was a interesting discussion. Honestly, I hope I didn't sound too heated, because usually when we're trying to get points out, we usually start saying, "Wait a minute," we start doing that. But it was actually a really fun discussion. Matthew's not really a big fan of trains, and like to be entirely honest, I get it. Every form of transportation isn't going to be everyone's cup of tea. I'm not really a big fan of cars, but Matthew is, and it just is how it is with those sorts of things. But I still find it interesting, and if I was ever the president of the United States, I'll be trying to find a way to integrate a massive national public transportation, not only for the civil service of it alone that would be provided, but also just for the prestige point that the United States, being as large and as voluminous a country it is, actually has a fleshed out and working public transportation system in areas where population density would actually be able to accommodate that. I think that would be incredibly neat to see. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Laser314, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Laser, for that $5 support. And he said, being proven wrong about something just means I'll learn something new. And I don't consider that a bad thing.
Oh no, I never consider it a bad thing when I'm proven wrong either. And honestly, I'm proven wrong a good bit sometimes these days, especially with how things are going as far as the president of the United States and his decision making these days. But I do thank you so much for the support. And of course, it's always a good thing to learn. Like Matthew taught me tonight that Texas Instruments doesn't make Javelin launchers anymore, which I did not know. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Brian Gonzalez, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Brian, as well, for that support. He said, there are 2 of 3 things: fast, cheap, good. And they cannot be all 3. Luxury cannot exist without an alternative that is cheaper, even if it's faster or better.
And that is fairly true. Usually there's always a trade-off of a sort. But if you can make them fast and luxurious, I think you would have a fairly decent... Actually, it's really, as far as transportation is concerned, it's more so utilitarian. So if you make it fast and cheap and not really luxurious, you should be able to get a decent corner in the market there. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, Jack Jelly said, come on, if you were president, you'd decree everyone live on a train and everyone has to travel by train, LOL. No, I would honestly, like, I like to think reasonably with it. Like, I'm a huge train advocate, but it's because it hardly exists in America. But the train has a niche. Like I was saying with Matthew at the end of our discussion, the train cannot compete with the plane in a trip from New York to LA. It would never work. Like, the plane is going to win, hands down. It has its place in this world. But the train would beat the plane in, say, a trip from New York to Philadelphia. And a car certainly wouldn't be able to compete with that. So the train's the only one to fill the gap. So you want a transportation system. You want a tool that fits the right, I guess you could say, bolts for the large part. So that's what we're looking for. We are wanting a precise sort of a thing that fills that niche where it needs to be filled. The train isn't supposed to be a cross-country system, and it's not supposed to be hopping you down the block or two. But there is a place that it fills, in my opinion. But still, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, someone else just mentioned something else. They said, part of the reason I don't like planes is I don't like being cramped into coach seats on the planes after going through all that bull crap with the security. That's an idea. I just had a brand new idea to abolish Amtrak. If we get rid of Amtrak and we take the billions and we give the money to the airlines, spread it out amongst them, let them have a share, and we tell them, this money right here is to help you upgrade your service. We don't want the Americans packed in the plane like a sardine, because Americans aren't sardines. They're a man. They're people, like that soap commercial always says. So give them more space, give them more leg room, because we want a supersized American-sized seat. And this money right here you can use to help space the seats out a bit and buy some more planes. How about that?
You know, back in the day, the plane seats used to be nice because the government actually regulated how many people could be on a plane and how much space they would have to be allotted. And then they deregulated the airlines, and that's why the leg room in between the seats gets smaller and smaller, and the chairs get narrower and narrower. Did you know that?
I think I'd heard that, yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Like honestly, it doesn't even take any government funding to change that. It just takes a change of the laws, once again, or the regulation on airlines, and then you get right back to the way it was, or it was spacious, comfortable, and luxurious. But honestly, plane tickets back then were expensive as hell, too. Like, not everyone could get on a plane and fly. But still, you know, like, honestly, I like the airlines back in the day. Like, I think if regulation brought about nicer airlines with more legroom, even if the tickets were more expensive, I'd take that for what it is. It would be a more pleasurable experience all around, instead of, you know, sitting in the middle of a cramped-ass chair with no legroom and then hearing, wah, wah, like right beside you for like 5 hours. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, Matthew, address the poll, because that is one of the closest splits I've seen on a poll. It's almost neck and neck right there.
I've been letting it simmer because I've gained a couple of points over the last 5 minutes. But it says, whose side are you on the train debate? 53% said, or 53% voted for the enforcer. 47% voted for Enforcer Matt. Now on the train debate here, I think that we got good votes. We had a good run. But sadly, the Enforcer Matt side came out a little bit weak on the voting here.
Just by
because people didn't vote plenty. They didn't vote plenty and often. You should have voted twice. But Enforcer, what say you?
You should have brought in your dead grandmother to vote. But honestly, that's wildly close, almost neck and neck right there. I was actually, like, to be honest with y'all, I was actually thinking I was going to get stomped in the margins there, and Matthew was probably going to get like 70% on his end. But that is actually wild to see. I won by the skin of my teeth, but the margins are actually fairly slim. So it's actually a pretty apparently divisive topic, Matthew. Like, it's half of them agree with you and half of them agree with me nearly.
I think near the end of the stream, we have more Enforcer loyalists that come in. This is the reason why I lost this election, because we have here a lot of deep state actors.
The system is rigged.
They just rigged it. They rigged it in favor of the Enforcer, because when it gets late, the deep state comes out.
Well, anyways, an interesting poll right there. I didn't expect it to be that close, and I didn't expect to win by the skin of my teeth there either. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Vulture 1066, who puts in the 5. And thank you, Vulture, again for the third support of the night. They said trade via the Middle East is more important. It might be wrong. I might be wrong. Ukraine export a lot of food stuff, but energy-wise and tonnage, Middle East is more important.
That's an interesting idea. However, consumer trade with Europe is still a fairly important thing. And so with that, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Halligan218, who puts in the 5 and says, Sir Top Hem Hat is going to take out a hit on Enforcer Matt with all his anti-train talk. The train industrial complex is going to come get me, I'm sure. Sadly, the train industry is not that powerful anymore. But if you say something about another industry, they might actually do something. But Sir Top Hem Hat is no longer a gangsta. But Enforcer, what say you?
I thank you for the support, and that is an interesting take. I never thought of even an inkling of that during the whole thing. But still, thank you once again for support. Hope that those addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
And someone said, fake poll results. I would agree. So fake. That poll came in, and I said, whoa, where do they get these numbers from? They're so fake. I said, I hate those charts. But anyways, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Wantan8888, who puts in a 5 and says, I'll pick train if we can add Gustav's pew pew on every train. Those things are awesome and misspelled for censorship.
And that is wild, a Gustav rail cannon on every train. Like, that would be insane, honestly. I wouldn't ride one with that thing on it, because I'd be scared it would derail from the weight of that thing being pulled around behind it. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that addresses that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, a big shout out to Plazant, who put in a 3, and also Ian Richard Banks that put in a 2. And thank you very much, Plazant and Ian, for that support, and we appreciate it. And we also have a 2 from Zach Logan, who said, you want a little crusade real quick, a flash crusade.
I don't know about a crusade, but you know, maybe you could put it that way, but religious wars I'm not really for. But still, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does rest that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from the Wooden Sailor, who says, LSA.
Hey, an LSA, and thank you to the Wooden Sailor for being wooden. And so with that, thank you once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Plazant, who puts in a 2 and says, can you look at NS trains? And sorry for LSA.
And we can look at Norfolk Southern trains just for a brief moment, like maybe a minute. Norfolk Southern. Let me put in Norfolk Southern and train. And here we go. We ought to be able to find some. That's Norfolk Southern. That's an SD70, and that is a AC44, like the one we saw today. Pretty cool. I like their livery. Like the solid black with the white stripes. Looks really neat. I like that. That's right outside of Chicago right there, actually. But still, pretty neat trains. And again, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And Adam McLean put in a 5 and said, did you guys see the lunar eclipse something like a week ago? We didn't, but maybe we will someday when it comes back around again. And Dunkle X put in a 2 and said, 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time stream. Hopefully not, but still, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jack Ray, who puts in a 2. And thank you, Jack, as well for that support. He says, Enforcers in track, passenger and mail rail service.
Really, mail services is what makes trains profitable, but considering mail isn't really even transported at all these days, and most everything's done by email, it'd be pretty hard to get them the contracts back. But I do thank you for the support and keeping this channel running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And with that, we are now jumping into our live chat questions proper and jumping straight into our Morse code decoders of the night. It's Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Kevin J, Paul Schultz, Dave Millsaps, Royal Fluffiness, Arabelle Garbo, Joni Dog, and Norm Pritchett. They said the Morse reads, Russia is talking loud while they get plowed. Lame little MFers. What? LT, LSA.
Y'all got that down on the nail. That's the sound of money. That was actually the Morse code message tonight. I didn't know what to put in there, so I just put something wild in there. And it sounds like Matthew got a little bit of a laugh out of that, so I'm guessing it hit the mark. So congratulations,
I was dumbfounded.
Absolutely flabbergasted. Shocked even. But I do thank you for deciphering that Morse code message correctly to the lot of y'all who did that. And we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to, let's see here. I got to pick the best ones. I only got 3. Let's see. And also, if I'm not picking your question, by the way, it doesn't mean your question is bad, and we can only pick 3. So sadly, I have to pick just 3 of them. So it's tough. Let's see here. This one goes to Divine, who says, can you update us on the ceasefire agreement? What's happening?
They agreed to a energy ceasefire as of this point. but then it's already been broken. So there really was no development at all in the big roundabout picture sense of things. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Jenkins USA, who says, why can't the USA friendly annex Ukraine? If not USA, Poland, Great Britain, France, or Germany. That way it would provide a NATO umbrella.
That violates Ukraine's sovereignty, and also that brings up political representation issues for the Ukrainian citizenry inside of the country that annexes them, and what Ukraine would be viewed as from that point forward. So that would be a bit of the issue, just touching the surface on that. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Richard Rody, who says Poland has a U.S. Aegis Ashore installation on their territory, so they would be a prime target for Russia. Also, Romania also has one of those installations as well. And is that why Poland's getting so aggressive about their defense?
It may possibly be so, although the Aegis Ashore system actually provides them a pretty big defensive net already. But that's still, once again, showing even with that defensive net, they're still getting ready to have to fight a war against the Russian Federation. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And we also have a $3 Australian super chat from Margaret Hemsley. 4.5 hours, a record? Not quite. I think it almost is a record. I think that one of the longest streams we've ever run was like 4 hours and 30 minutes or so. So this is very close to it. And with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I got to thank each and every one of y'all for watching. I cannot believe that there's still 4,000 people here 4.5 hours later. 9.9 thousand people were here at the peak of this stream, and 70,000 people have watched before it is ended. We are absolutely entirely honored and grateful to know that y'all enjoy this show. I hope y'all have enjoyed the very interesting discussion that we had at the end of this stream here, because it was a very, very long one, and it made the stream near record length. But I thank you all once again for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Leaf Spring Army, and the Leaf Spring Army will never die.
All right, folks, and thank you all once again for staying this long into the stream, which is super long, and also literally a ton of people are still here, which is insane because y'all will sit here and listen to our train debate during the last part of our stream. Obviously, everybody listens to the news because we have like 10,000 people on during then, but we'll have 4,000 people listening to us yap on about trains, and the Hot Dog Man can barely get 300 people in the stream to listen to the actual real news segment, which is insane. Hot Dog Man, that's really indicative of how bad of a failure the channel is over there, so maybe you should probably just go find a job. But anyways, thank you all for watching once again tonight. We'll see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. And thank you all for tuning in and choosing us to get the news every single day. We do appreciate it. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest and good night.